This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Early in the morning, just as the guards changing shifts opened the main gate, they were shocked to see a crowd gathered outside in layers. Some people were lying on bedding, and some were even sleeping directly against the wall. The moment the gate opened, these people immediately woke up and rushed forward, saying they wanted to see the Duke of Qing. "We have a big business deal to discuss with the Duke of Qing. Is the Duke of Qing at the residence? We request an audience. We guarantee the Duke of Qing will be satisfied, please let us in." The guards had no choice but to draw their weapons and block the gate. No matter what was said, these people were noisy and restless. "Silence. No shouting at the Duke's residence. If you continue, don't blame us for showing no mercy." The guards even pointed their weapons at the crowd and sternly shouted, finally making them quiet down. Only then did the guards take a closer look and realize that each of these people was quite influential. Not a single one was an ordinary citizen. Looking around, all of them were well-known merchants in Chang'an. These were people who did hundreds of strings of coin in business daily and considered even an extra sentence with others a waste of time. Now, they were all crowding here in line, which was truly unexpected. A sharp-looking, well-dressed merchant stepped forward with a smile. "You two brothers, could you please inform the Duke of Qing for us? We really have urgent matters and big business. Here's a little token, please take it and have a drink. I believe once the Duke learns it was you who reported this business, he'll reward you again." As he spoke, the merchant subtly slipped some silver into the guard's hands. As the saying goes, even a 7th-rank official at the Prime Minister's gate is respected, let alone someone trusted by His Majesty like the Duke of Qing. He understood how these things worked. "Thanks. When the old master has some free time, we'll inform him." Originally, this should be reported to Ching Xio anyway. Now that they had silver, of course they were even more willing. "But you look familiar, are you from one of the merchant guilds?" A guard studied the merchant carefully and asked tentatively. The merchant beamed, "I'm Lu Qiqi, president of the Feiyun Merchant Guild." Ching Xio woke up, looked at Su Xiaochun sleeping soundly beside him with a satisfied smile, and couldn't help but smile himself. Recently, Su Xiaochun had been using the excuse of being pregnant for 10 months to naturally monopolize Ching Xio. And over these 10 months, she had clearly been affected by the nightly seductive songs and dances heard from outside. Every night, she insisted on exhausting Ching Xio before falling asleep. After getting up, Ching Xio, as usual, went to see his little daughter Qing Ruyuan. The little girl had just woken up too. When the little girl saw Ching Xio, she laughed happily, her clear big eyes full of joy. She even tried to reach out and touch his face, but her little hands couldn't reach and she cried out anxiously. "Little Yuaner, missing daddy so much after just one night?" Ching Xio picked her up and let her touch his face. The little girl immediately laughed with delight. At that moment, a guard came to report, "Duke of Qing, outside there are." "I know, those merchants want to see me, right?" The guard was surprised. How did Ching Xio know without going outside? He was the first to report. Of course, he didn't know Ching Xio had already seen everything outside in his mind's eye. But now, his darling daughter wanted to play, so how could he bother with those merchants? Then let them wait outside. "Don't you see I'm busy?" Ching Xio replied with a smile while playing with his daughter. Okay. The guard thought, well, nothing I can do. If they want to wait, let them wait. And so the morning passed. Though the merchants suffered while waiting, no one dared to complain. No one wanted to leave either. In fact, the line kept getting longer, almost blocking the whole alley. Just as some of them were dizzy from fatigue and someone nearly fainted from hunger. Finally, someone from the residence came to inform them they could go in to talk business. But let's be clear, only 3 people are allowed in. You'd better each choose a representative. Too many people and the Duke of Qing will get annoyed. This made several dozen merchants at the gate dumbfounded. Among them, just from Chang'an alone, there were 7 merchant guilds, not to mention merchants from other countries and traveling traders. How could 3 representatives possibly speak for everyone? The Duke of Qing said, one representative from Great Tang merchants, one from the western regions, and Lang Shining the merchant may also enter. Lang Shining, who had been pushing through the crowd, was instantly overjoyed at these words. As expected, the Duke of Qing is considerate, haha. His excitement drew countless envious and jealous stares. No one could understand how such a small-time traveling merchant earned a spot. At that moment, Ching Xio was sipping tea slowly under an oak tree in the courtyard. The three men were led in by the guards and immediately bowed with fear and respect. "Greetings, Duke of Qing." Ching Xio gestured for them to sit down and got straight to the point. "Make it quick, say only the most important matters." The heads of the Dashi Merchant Guild, Larbahar, and the Feiyun Merchant Guild, Lu Qiqi, exchanged glances. With just a look, they had already decided what to say next. As for Lang Shining beside them, they didn't take him seriously at all. They didn't know how he got to meet Ching Xio. But he was just a small merchant struggling to survive. Even 10 business trips wouldn't earn what they did in one. Not worth paying attention to. They treated him as if he didn't exist. Though Lang Shining knew he was not as important as the other two, he couldn't help but feel resentful at being ignored like this. The Duke of Qing gave him respect. Who were they to look down on him? "Lang Shining, we'll talk about your matter separately afterward." Ching Xio signaled Lang Shining to wait. "Okay." Lang Shining immediately smiled with joy. He didn't expect Ching Xio to show him such respect. Even the other two were now confused. Who was this guy really? "We previously saw the Tang army transporting grain on the streets, and we noticed the rubber tires invented by the Duke of Qing. We're very interested. Our merchant guilds want to improve the transport of goods, so we want to purchase some. Can the Duke of Qing produce them in bulk?" At this point, all three faces were full of anticipation. What they feared most now was that Ching Xio would say this item couldn't be mass-produced. That would be troublesome. If only a small quantity could be made, buying it would be meaningless. Ching Xio secretly laughed in his heart. It seemed that his high-profile transport convoy promotion really worked. Now the benefits of rubber tires had deeply impressed everyone, and he could use this opportunity to make a big profit. "I didn't originally plan to sell this item on the market. It was His Majesty who struggled with the lack of suitable transport in the Northwest, so I specifically tried to develop it." These words from Ching Xio were also a subtle hint that even in the desolate Northwest Gobi Desert of the Heshi Corridor, his rubber tires worked just as well. Sure enough, Lu Qiqi became even more eager after hearing this. "That's excellent. We also mostly transport goods abroad through the Heshi Corridor. Wooden wheels really are inconvenient. Please, Duke of Qing, set a price. We are sincerely here to buy. As long as the price is reasonable, we'll take as many as you have." Larbahar quickly added. "Reasonable?" Ching Xio frowned slightly at these words. "I want to ask you, what counts as reasonable? Is it only reasonable if it's within your acceptable range? But what if it's beyond what you can afford and still not enough for me to recover my costs? Is that not reasonable?" Larbahar suddenly realized he had spoken wrongly and quickly corrected himself. "Of course, it's reasonable if Duke of Qing believes it's reasonable. Please forgive me, I'm just a foreign merchant in Great Tang, unfamiliar with your customs and rules." My words were offensive. By saying this, Ching Xio had already made it impossible for them to bargain in the next part. This way, the power to set the price was completely in his hands. Even if they wanted to negotiate, they didn't dare to push too hard. To be honest, manufacturing rubber tires is very complex, and sourcing raw materials is extremely difficult. Even barely producing a batch isn't enough to meet military needs. Ching Xio didn't talk about the price. Instead, he spoke as if he were venting, going on and on about his difficulties. The three didn't dare to interrupt and just smiled while listening to his complaints, not doubting his words much. After all, this item was indeed rare, and in their minds, rare things were always hard to make. Especially Tang silk, they had seen firsthand how complex its manufacturing process was. So, they didn't doubt Ching Xio's production costs at all. They didn't know that Ching Xio had already significantly reduced the cost through multiple trials and planning. As long as he had enough rubber trees, rubber could be produced cheaply and in large quantities. "Don't worry, we definitely won't let Duke of Qing suffer a loss on price." "That's right. And if your staff are overwhelmed, we can send people from our guilds to assist you, absolutely free of labor charges." Ching Xio responded bluntly, "No need, don't trouble yourselves with this matter. In short, please just offer a price. If it's acceptable, we can close the deal." Now the two were in a difficult spot. They had no idea what materials were used for rubber or how much the cost was. If they offered too high a price, they'd lose big, but if the price was too low and angered Ching Xio, they might get kicked out. They whispered to each other for a moment. Then Larbahar made a decision and solemnly said to Ching Xio, "How about, we buy a pair of rubber tires for 3 strings of coins. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Ching Xio frown slightly and immediately realized his mistake. He quickly corrected. And no. I misspoke. Not 3 strings, 10 strings of coins. My Tang speech is not very good, please forgive me, Duke of Qing. Ching Xio sneered, 10 strings for a pair? No wonder people say you merchants from Dashi never leave any profit for others. This made Larbahar even more nervous. Quoting too high was one thing, but not closing the deal would be worse. It seems you two really know nothing about rubber production. Let me just say it directly. 40 strings for 1 pair of rubber tires. Non-negotiable. Ching Xio's tone left no room for doubt. He picked up his teacup, clearly ready to send them away at any moment. His attitude was crystal clear, either accept or leave, no bargaining. Larbahar still wanted to try, but Lu Qiqi feared he'd anger Ching Xio, so he quickly stopped him. All right, we, representing the merchant guilds and independent merchants of Great Tang, can accept this price. I can speak for them. With that, Larbahar had no room to bargain further and agreed on the spot. The price was almost at the upper limit of what they could bear. If others couldn't accept it, they weren't going to bother helping them. Some powerful merchants had dozens or nearly 100 transport carts, while small traders often had only 10 or fewer. Although the upfront cost seemed huge, a few trading trips would easily earn back the investment. Deal. Give me your quantity later. Pay in full, and I'll deliver. Understood, no problem. They quickly calculated and felt the deal was a guaranteed profit. But they still didn't know that rubber tires needed maintenance and inflation later, and that was not something they could do themselves. That was fine, Ching Xio didn't mind helping with the maintenance, but of course, the follow-up repair costs would be calculated properly. And with just 1 rubber tree, Ching Xio could produce hundreds of tires, his costs were almost negligible. Still, switching from wooden to rubber tires meant they would profit, just a matter of more or less. That was the benefit of technology and productivity. No matter how high Ching Xio priced them, it was still a win-win situation. Seeing the deal done, the 2 men breathed a sigh of relief. They left a deposit of 100 taels of silver and promised to submit the order quantity soon. Even when they left, Lang Shining was still dizzy. 40 strings for 1 pair? To him, that was astronomical. Though he had secured Ching Xio as a long-term client, his capital was too limited. He couldn't afford that many rubber tires right now. Duke of Qing, I won't consider buying tires for now. All my silver is tied up in goods, it's a bit tight? Lang Shining was a little embarrassed. You don't need to pay right away. What? Lang Shining's eyes widened. He thought he misheard. You can owe me this amount for now. Pay me later once you've saved up the silver. No interest. Ching Xio smiled slightly. But on one condition, you must deliver at least 500 rubber trees next time. 500 rubber trees was the transport limit Ching Xio had calculated for Lang Shining. He had investigated this man's caravan and vehicles, which allowed him to provide such an accurate number. This also meant he had completely monopolized Lang Shining's caravan. Really? Even under such conditions, Lang Shining wouldn't lose out. Selling rubber trees to Ching Xio was his most profitable trade. Don't forget to pay me back, but don't take too long, Ching Xio said with a light smile. At this point, Lang Shining only felt gratitude and endless thanks to Ching Xio in his heart. You have to understand, he was in Great Tang, and even if he tried to approach the Dashi merchants, it would be impossible to borrow this much without interest. For Ching Xio to help him like this, his gratitude was beyond words. In that case, if I can't be of help to the Duke of Qing, even I wouldn't be able to look at myself. Lang Shining immediately patted his chest and promised that on the next trip, he'd transport more than just 500 trees. To show his gratitude, Lang Shining even took out some rare spices he had transported from the western regions and gifted them to Ching Xio. He also said that if Ching Xio liked them, he'd bring more next time, for free. Duke of Qing, there's something I don't understand. With your power and connections, you could easily work directly with Dashi merchants and get more rubber trees in one trip. Why are you willing to cooperate with a small trader like me? Lang Shining asked cautiously. The batch of rubber trees you brought had low levels of wilting and a very high survival rate. I assume you have some special method to keep them alive during transport, don't you? If other merchants were to do it, maybe they could bring more, but they might not maintain the same quality. Ching Xio was spot on. Lang Shining did indeed have a method for keeping rubber trees alive during transport. He had learned it from locals while in India. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but it had unexpectedly become his core advantage. I understand. Lang Shining was secretly delighted, then got up to bid farewell to Ching Xio. Before he left, Ching Xio casually asked, Aren't you curious about the raw material for these rubber tires? I dare not ask, sir. I assume it's inconvenient for you to reveal. But I believe the raw materials must be very expensive, otherwise, why would the price be so high? Hearing this, Ching Xio let out a light chuckle. Take care. Lang Shining had no idea that the raw material for rubber tires was none other than resin from the rubber tree. Ching Xio only needed a tree that cost 3 strings of coins to produce enough rubber in 7 or 8 days to make several dozen tires that could be sold for over 40 strings each. This business was a 1,000-fold profit. Who knew what Lang Shining would think if he found out the truth? After getting Ching Xio's approval to sell rubber tires, merchants across Chang'an rushed to sign up. Everyone wanted to upgrade their caravan capacity. In just a few days, Ching Xio received a very impressive list of orders. His tire stock didn't even cover 1/10 of what was requested. But this didn't worry Ching Xio. He had already said publicly that he was helping the court supply military needs. He could now use that as an excuse to delay delivery. After he released news that supplies were tight, not only did it not cause dissatisfaction among merchants, it made them even more nervous and respectful. Now they all knew that rubber tires were limited, and first come, first served. Even those who were still hesitating could no longer wait and rushed to place orders and pay. Even with a full upfront payment requirement, buyers kept coming. There were so many people each day that Ching Xio had to find another market district in Chang'an just to take orders. Because of this, the rubber plantation side rushed to work overtime, and thanks to multiple process improvements, both the output and quality increased significantly. But Ching Xio wasn't satisfied with just making rubber tires famous. Tires were only the simplest way to use rubber. Thanks to Ching Xio's tires, even the transport of military supplies was completed 7 days earlier than planned. Ho Junji, who had been eagerly waiting, finally received the commander's seal he had dreamed of and was ordered to leave Chang'an and attack Tuyuhan. Of course, before leaving, Ho Junji personally came to thank Duke Qing. Though he was now on official duty, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Instead, he looked proud and confident. An outsider might think he was going to claim a reward. If I return victorious from this campaign, the credit will certainly belong in part to the Duke of Qing. Ho Junji made no attempt to hide his armor and bowed deeply to Ching Xio. Victory depends on people. General, don't assume the outcome is guaranteed. Ching Xio replied calmly. Understood. Ho Junji looked at Xueren Gue, who was already prepared beside him, eyes full of appreciation. If this man weren't a household general of Duke Qing, he would have wanted to recruit him. General Ho, thank you for your guidance. Xueren Gue set off with a few household generals that Ching Xio wanted to train. Ching Xio didn't see them off for long. He just watched them walk out of the Duke's residence. No need for words, Ching Xio already believed they would return victorious. Duke Qing, I heard that though Tuyuhan isn't as strong as the Turks, their battlefield awareness is high. If they already know our Tang army is going to attack, they'll probably retreat early and won't give us a chance, right? General Ho's expedition might return with nothing. The hound beside Ching Xio wasn't as optimistic about the campaign. His opinion wasn't new. In fact, ever since the declaration of war against Tuyuhan, many ministers in court held the same view. And it wasn't unreasonable. The real key was whether they could strike Tuyuhan before they retreated. But Ching Xio wasn't worried about Ho Junji's capabilities. After all, in real history, he had led a large army across the Heshi Corridor Desert and crossed most of the desert. Without alerting Gao Chang, he had blitzed and destroyed the state. He definitely had the ability to move quickly and maintain combat readiness. Meanwhile, the last transport cart of military supplies slowly rolled out of Chang'an. Recently, Tang army convoys on the road had attracted lots of attention. People were all curious about these newly emerged rubber tires. Among them were also many foreign envoys from around the world. They had traveled through many countries, but this kind of strange item was something they had never seen before. This thing is truly bizarre. If our country of India had something like this, wouldn't we be able to conquer all lands without defeat? 2 envoys from India watched the Tang army convoy, their eyes full of envy. These 2 envoys from India had arrived in Chang'an together with a merchant caravan from Dashi and had only recently come to the city. So everything here felt very new to them. Hassan, if we could take these tires back home, wouldn't the king surely reward us heavily? The Indian envoy named Hassan smiled helplessly. Kabai, we don't have much travel budget this time. If we buy a pair of tires, we might not even have enough money left to get back. Besides, even if we bring back just 1 or 2, what good will it do? If we put them on the king's carriage and they break later, we won't be able to repair them. Kabai looked around, then suddenly lowered his voice. I never said we'd take just 1. And, getting the tires doesn't necessarily mean we have to pay. Hassan looked at him in shock. He didn't expect his companion to be thinking about theft? Even if we steal them, how would we transport so many? And if we get exposed, offending Duke Qing, do I even need to say the consequences? You still don't understand. I don't want to steal rubber tires, I want to take the production method and source of the raw materials. Kabai gestured for him to lower his voice and pulled him away from the crowd. Don't forget the king sent us to the Tang dynasty to learn everything we can and bring it back. If we can learn how to make tires, it won't just be a great achievement for you and me, it will greatly strengthen our country of India. The more he spoke, the more tempted the other became. Though India was known for Buddhist scriptures and religion, and many Tang monks longed to visit it. In reality, India's national strength at that time was still very weak. Compared to its future successor, India, it only occupied about 1/10 of that future territory. Most of the lands that should have been unified under it had broken apart into small local kingdoms after the fall of the Maurya Empire. Modern India no longer had the power to unify the land, which was why the Indian king was desperate to strengthen the nation. Now that such an opportunity was in front of them, they truly didn't want to miss it. We just need to handle this quietly so Duke Qing doesn't notice. If we steal only a small amount of raw material, no one will even notice. Then we must be very careful, if we get caught, we're finished. Hassan was finally persuaded. In fact, even before Kabai's suggestion, he had vaguely considered the idea. But once Kabai said it out loud, it helped him overcome his hesitation. Once they agreed, they returned to their residence to discuss it with the other three in their group. Yes, the Indian envoy group only had 5 members, a laughably small and shabby delegation. But in fact, all 5 of them were specially trained fighters, with Kabai being an assassination expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident about obtaining the tire formula. These 5 were desperate men, used to living dangerously, so stealing a formula didn't seem difficult to them at all. I've already investigated, Duke Qing's tire workshop is not in the city but at the rubber plantation in Xiashang village. That place is safe. No one in Chang'an dares to provoke Duke Qing, so the area has almost no guards. It won't be hard for us to sneak in. No wonder Kabai had pushed so hard to convince Hassan, he had already prepared. If that's the case, it's worth the risk. The 5 envoys looked at each other. They could see determination in one another's eyes. This wasn't just a chance to strengthen India, it was their chance to earn great merit. At dusk, the gates of Chang'an were closed, and a curfew was enforced under the cover of night. The 5 Indian envoys had already left the city before curfew and were now hurrying towards Xiashang village. At that time, the soldiers guarding the city gate were yawning and about to lock up when they suddenly got an urgent command to reopen it. It's already curfew, we can't open the gate again. Shut up. Duke Qing is leaving the city, and you're talking about curfew? Open the gate now. The gate officer didn't waste words. The soldier immediately complied and opened the gate quickly. At that moment, Ching Xio's carriage slowly arrived. The soldiers stepped aside to clear the way. Brothers, take this and have a drink after your shift. You've had a long day. Ching Xio lifted the curtain of the carriage and tossed a bag of silver to the gate officer. The soldiers beamed with joy. Thank you, Duke Qing. Ching Xio was resting with his eyes closed when the driver, Guzi, suddenly asked. Why are we going to Xiashang village in the middle of the night? The craftsmen are already off work, there's no time to fire the kills. I just suddenly thought of a new rubber product. I'm afraid the inspiration will vanish, so I want to get some materials. Ching Xio was mentally sketching out the design that had just flashed in his mind. With rubber products, he could easily create many sealed devices. Like cans, gas storage tanks, and many other containers for liquid and gas that would become widespread in the future. But what he didn't know was that, on his way there, the 5 scheming Indian envoys had already arrived ahead of him. Under the night sky, the sparsely wooded rubber forest was very dark, the moonlight unable to pierce the dense leaves. Still, with the faint moonlight, they could barely make out the outline of the forest, as well as the stone-built furnaces and workshops outside the rubber grove. If we can't find the formula for making rubber, we'll see if there are craftsmen inside and force them to write it down. Kabai instructed his companions. Dispose of them afterward? Someone asked. Kabai nodded without hesitation. After all, they were foreign envoys, and their Chinese accent could easily expose them. If the threatened craftsmen were left alive, they'd be caught sooner or later. The job had to be done cleanly. Just as they expected, there were no guards outside the workshop gate. They easily approached and found the materials warehouse. But to their surprise, the warehouse door had a very strange lock. All the lock-picking tools they had brought were useless. They didn't know that this lock had been specially designed by Ching Xio to secure the rubber stockpile. This lock wasn't even from this era. There's no other way. Move aside. Kabai pulled out a small hammer from his coat, planning to forcefully break the lock. Even though he knew it would alert the craftsman inside, there was no other choice. Wait. Since we're going to alarm the craftsmen anyway, we might as well take action directly, capture all the craftsmen and force them to open the warehouse door. If we act quickly and things don't work out, then just kill all the craftsmen. Seeing the situation, Hassan straightforwardly suggested going all the way. His eyes flashed with cruelty. Kabai was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then laughed. Heh, I thought you were more merciful than me. But now it seems you're even more ruthless. Very well. The 5 men no longer hesitated. They all pulled out hammers and forcibly broke into the craftsman's resting room. The sound of the iron lock being shattered quickly alerted the craftsmen inside, who all woke from their sleep. Someone's trying to break into the workshop and steal things. Drive them out. The Duke of Qing's materials must not be leaked. Damn it. These people are bold enough to steal even the Duke of Qing's property. Most of the craftsmen were original residents of Xiasheng village. They were extremely grateful to Ching Xio for the high wages he paid, and couldn't tolerate anyone stealing from him. The craftsmen angrily grabbed hoes, forks, and other tools, ready to rush out and fight. The Indian warriors who had broken in thought that once they drew their weapons, the craftsmen would immediately panic and flee. But they hadn't expected that the craftsmen would instead grab weapons and try to drive them out. Don't kill them, leave them alive. We'll get the formula and materials from them first. The 5 Indian envoys started brawling with the craftsmen. No one expected that the rubber workshop would become so chaotic in the middle of the night. But the 7 or 8 craftsmen ultimately could not defeat these battle-hardened Indian envoys. In just a short time, they were completely overpowered. Though the envoys didn't kill them, they were extremely ruthless. Many craftsmen had their bones broken and lay on the ground unable to move. The craftsmen began to panic. Once they were all down on the floor, they realized these men had truly come prepared. I don't want to take your lives. Just do one thing and you'll live. Otherwise, don't blame us for leaving no one alive. Kabai pointed his blade at them, his threat undisguised. One craftsman shouted in rage, "You're foreign envoys? Do you know this is the Duke of Qing's property? You're in big, ah." Before he could finish, a sharp knife pierced his thigh, and blood gushed out. I didn't come here to play games. Time is short tonight, don't waste mine. Kabai slowly twisted the blade inside the wound, his voice ice cold. This scene immediately terrified the other craftsmen. It was now clear these foreign envoys truly might kill them. The 5 men drove all the craftsmen out and ordered them to open the warehouse doors. But when the doors opened, the envoys were dumbfounded. The warehouse was completely empty. They had arrived by sheer coincidence. Today's batch of rubber had just been used up, and the next hadn't yet arrived. They happened to catch the workshop at a moment with no raw materials. Where's the raw material for the rubber tires? Kabai was going crazy. He grabbed a craftsman and interrogated him. You can see it yourself, the warehouse is empty. We don't know either. Bullshit. You think I can't tell? I'm asking where you're hiding it. There's no hiding. It was used earlier today. The next batch hasn't been delivered yet. Kabai was so angry he nearly spat blood. He frantically looked around and shouted again, "Then how is the material extracted?" "I don't know, that's the Duke of Qing's secret." Before the craftsman could finish, the nearly insane Kabai slapped him to the ground. Then he suddenly stabbed his arm. The craftsman arched in pain and couldn't even scream. "I'll ask one last time. Do you know or not?" "I don't know." The craftsmen of course knew the rubber trees behind them were the source. But none of them wanted to help the envoys, they all kept silent. They never expected that what seemed like a lofty secret, rubber, came from those very trees. "Fine." Kabai sneered and signaled to his companions. The others understood immediately and drew their weapons. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know?" "No need to rush. Every time I ask and you don't answer, I'll kill one of you. Whoever gives the right answer lives." His words were chilling. No one expected them to go this far for a rubber formula. One craftsman trembled with fear, asking, "You're just envoys, aren't you afraid the Tang court will punish you for killing people so recklessly here?" "That's none of your concern. Worry about saving yourselves first." Hassan pressed his weapon to the craftsman's neck. "I'm asking you, do you know or not?" The craftsman looked at the blade at his throat, eyes filled with fear. He wasn't a seasoned soldier. When death was this close, how could he stay calm? But Hassan had no patience. Seeing no reply, he raised his weapon to strike. In the instant before it fell, a chilling wind swept in from behind, followed by a sonic boom. Clang! A loud metallic clash rang out. Hassan's weapon was broken in two. He hadn't even seen what struck it. Instinctively, he dropped the broken blade and backed off. The craftsman, having survived, collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with relief. Only now did he realize his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. You've got some nerve, storming in here and trying to kill people. Do you know whose place this is? You're just as arrogant as those envoys from Goguryeo back in the day. Think your fate will be any better than theirs? From the darkness, a tall figure slowly emerged. They could only vaguely see under the moonlight that the man wore an eye patch. Don't you know that meddling in others' affairs can get you killed? Kabai kicked the craftsman aside, coldly pointing his curved blade at the man. Bullshit. This is my own business, how is it meddling? Kabai froze. Who are you? You came to my estate to steal, and you don't even recognize me? Ching Xio. Kabai instinctively stepped back. He didn't expect he had alerted the master himself tonight. So your dog eyes aren't completely blind. Ching Xio sneered, judging by your accent, your envoys from India? You damn Asans always bring annoyance no matter when you show up. Of course, they didn't understand what Ching Xio meant by Asans. But now that their plot had been exposed and the truth was undeniable, they knew there was no way out. Either they surrendered and waited to be sentenced to death by the Tang court, or they killed everyone and left no witnesses, so that tonight's events would never be known. Kabai and the others looked at each other. They, of course, chose the second option without hesitation. Clearly, they had never heard how Ching Xio once dealt with the Goguryeo envoys. Otherwise, they would never have made this choice. We were looking for you anyway, Duke of Qing. These useless fools don't know how rubber is extracted. You must be the one who knows best, right? The five of them quietly closed in on Ching Xio, quickly forming a circle. Ching Xio, of course, saw through their intentions immediately, sighing inwardly at how foolish envoys from these small countries always were. To be honest, many envoys have died at my hands. But you guys, your death wish is one of the boldest I've seen. Ching Xio's words drew mocking laughter from the Indian men. To them, he was just a blind man who couldn't even walk without a cane. And he dared boast about taking their lives? Leave one alive, we haven't gotten the information about the rubber yet. Kabai coldly eyed Ching Xio, you're just a cripple in my eyes. In the next instant, Kabai suddenly saw a strange blur before his eyes. Under the dim moonlight, he could barely make out a swift shadow approaching him. In a flash, he saw a white blade flicker before his eyes. And at the same time, he felt Ching Xio's overwhelming killing intent. Slash. In the blink of an eye, Ching Xio appeared behind Kabai. Kabai dropped to his knees with a thud, blood gushing from his neck. He didn't even manage a scream before collapsing. He never even saw how his throat had been slit. The other four were utterly shocked. They couldn't believe this seemingly harmless blind man had instantly killed a seasoned assassin. Attack. They immediately realized they had encountered a true expert and attacked together without hesitation. Even though the four of them attacked in unison with seemingly flawless coordination, to Ching Xio, everything they did looked like a joke in slow motion. Indeed, from India, their fighting style is completely different from the Central Plains and surrounding regions. A flicker of interest appeared in Ching Xio's eyes as he calmly dodged a curved blade. Then, with a counterstrike, he pierced one man's chest with his cane sword, and with a leap, forced the other three back. Though the three Indian warriors blocked the blow with their blades, their hands went numb from the impact. When they staggered back and recovered, they were horrified to see their swords had been broken. Ching Xio stood with his back to the moon, his face obscured in shadow, striking fear into their hearts. All of this had happened in mere moments. They hadn't even seen Ching Xio's movements before one of them had already been killed. Retreat. Hassan didn't hesitate. He knew he had no chance against Ching Xio and immediately shouted to flee into the forest. But how could Ching Xio let them go so easily? In a flash, he moved like lightning, flying through the air. With a single kick to Hassan's back, he sent him crashing to the ground as if struck by a mountain. Spurt. Hassan coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Ching Xio immediately chased another down and stabbed his throat without hesitation. Then he pulled out the cane sword and threw it at another fleeing man. The blade flew straight toward his back. Perhaps driven by fear, the man turned just in time and blocked the strike with his broken sword. Clang. Though he blocked it, the force still sent him flying. His arm bones shattered from the impact, and he slammed into a tree, blood spraying everywhere. Ching Xio calmly retrieved his cane sword and stepped forward. The half-dead Indian warrior tried to crawl away, face full of terror, but with one arm useless, he couldn't get far. This was all Kabai's plan. He was the one who. Before he could finish, Ching Xio's blade pierced his throat. The fool's eyes widened, then he collapsed, lifeless. I don't care who the mastermind was. If you dared target me, none of you are innocent. Ching Xio flicked the blood off his blade, then turned coldly to the unconscious Hassan. Tie him up. I've got plans for him. Ching Xio ordered the still-shocked craftsman. The group snapped out of their daze and rushed over, tying up the unconscious Hassan with hands and feet. Of course, during the process, some old grudges surfaced. Kicks and punches were thrown freely, none of them missed a chance to take revenge. Understandably so, after all, they had almost been killed by these men and weren't going to miss a rare opportunity to vent their anger. Hassan, already heavily injured by Ching Xio with multiple broken bones, was tortured even more by the angry craftsman. That half-life of his was nearly gone. Duke of Qing, should we wake him up for questioning? What for? Don't we already know why he came? It was for the rubber. What more do we need to ask? Ching Xio looked at the unconscious Hassan with pure disgust. He had once thought these Asans only became despicable in modern times. But now he saw, they had always been petty thieves at heart. It was just a tradition passed down. Just then, Hassan, who was unconscious, began to stir. Knock him out again. Ching Xio was filled with disgust. He didn't want to waste any more time with them, and gave the order. The group immediately beat him unconscious again. Ching Xio glanced at the nearby rubber tree grove and let out a mocking sneer. These people had searched for rubber for so long, yet didn't realize the raw material was right behind them. What's more, the origin of these rubber trees was actually from the Indian subcontinent. They paid no attention to things so common to them and couldn't even imagine how valuable they were here. You all did well. Ching Xio looked at the craftsman with some praise. I will definitely reward you properly later. These were just hired craftsmen, yet they risked their lives to protect Ching Xio's secret. That alone showed their loyalty. Although Ching Xio had many trusted guards, almost all were soldiers. He had few clever and skillful craftsmen. These people had now proven their loyalty and could definitely be trained as confidants. That way, future inventions and projects could be handed over to them with confidence, without fear of leaks. Duke of Qing gives us such high wages, if we didn't show gratitude, we'd be no better than animals. To be honest, I wasn't thinking about righteousness back then. I just didn't want Duke of Qing's hard work to be wasted, haha. The craftsmen were surprised that Ching Xio would praise them like this. They were flattered. After all, this was a time of strict social hierarchy. As craftsmen, they had always felt inferior. It was the first time someone of such status treated them like this. No matter. Your intentions are enough. Ching Xio said casually. What should we do with this man? The craftsman asked, pointing to the unconscious Hassan. Send him to the Imperial court tomorrow for trial. Letting those Indian envoys die quietly here would be too easy. Ching Xio had kept one alive for this reason. For an envoy to commit such a serious crime, their country would have to bear the blame too. If the Tang court had solid evidence, they would gain a massive advantage in public opinion and future negotiations with India. They would have just cause for anything they wanted to do. The next morning at court, Emperor Li'er was delighted to see the Indian envoy escorted in by Ching Xio. In the past, the Han dynasty had to invent excuses to justify foreign campaigns. Now, just by having Ching Xio around, foreign countries were rushing to hand over reasons for the Tang to strike. Though India was far from the Tang dynasty, Li'er knew it was an important trading nation on the western trade route. If the Tang expanded, taking India would provide a stable base for westbound trade and a source of raw materials, not to mention immense amounts of silver and gold. Though the Tang court was currently entangled with many internal and foreign issues, once the surrounding regions were stabilized, they would surely start expanding outward. Duke of Qing, you've done well. These foreign envoys lack manners and act like thieves, they've even caused trouble for you. Li'er glared at the kneeling envoy and rebuked him sternly. From now on, Indian envoys are banned from entering the Tang. All trade will be cut off. We'll also record this crime for the future. He then waved his hand. The guards understood immediately and dragged the envoy out to be executed. Wise decision, Your Majesty. Ching Xio exchanged a knowing smile with Li'er. Clearly, the emperor understood why Ching Xio brought the man for trial. Duke of Qing was wronged. As compensation, all property of Indian merchants will be seized and handed over to you. Hearing this, senior official Gao Shilian let out a disdainful snort. Envoys from every nation seemed to have trouble with Ching Xio. Who's to say whether the problem lies with them or him? He muttered this quietly to himself, so no one else could hear. After court, Ching Xio intended to find out how many businesses Indian merchants had in Tang territory to prepare for the takeover. Indian merchant businesses? Very few. As far as I know, they only have a few shops near the old workshops in the western district, selling spices. With such tiny profits, you might not even be interested. Erguzi spoke with clear contempt for the Indians. They were always shortchanging people in business and constantly fought with competitors. Over time, everyone avoided dealing with them. Well, it's still compensation from the court, better than nothing. Ching Xio ordered the carriage to head toward the Western District. Most foreign merchants in Chang'an did business in the Western District. All sorts of rare and exotic items could be found there. Currency was not restricted, whether Tang copper coins or Roman gold coins and dinars, official currencies all had value here. When Ching Xio arrived at the Indian merchant's shop, government officers and soldiers had already sealed the shop and were counting assets. The Indian merchants hung their heads in despair. None dared make trouble. They deserved it. Trying to scheme against the Tang court, they're lucky they lasted this long. If you ask me, the Indians should have been kicked out ages ago. They ruin our reputation as foreign merchants. Exactly. Ching Xio heard complaints and mockery in various languages, some he had never heard, but clearly, everyone was pleased with what was happening. Duke of Qing? What brings you here? A voice caught Ching Xio's attention. He turned to see Lu Qiqi, the manager of Feiyun Merchant Guild, had arrived. Lu Qiqi had previously bought several sets of rubber tires from Ching Xio and had introduced many buyers as well. What are you doing here? Feiyun Guild has been negotiating a business deal with Dashi merchants recently. I'm representing the guild, just happened to run into you. Then Lu Qiqi added, I heard those Indian dogs were crazy enough to target your rubber workshop, were they planning to attack you too? It's been dealt with. Ching Xio replied briefly, without elaborating. Lu Qiqi wanted to keep chatting, making small talk, but Ching Xio didn't engage, not even bothering to respond. Lu Qiqi felt awkward. He really wanted to build a connection with Ching Xio, even if not close, at least to be recognized. Maybe he could get the same treatment as Lang Shining someday? By the way, have you looked into trade routes outside Chang'an? They may not be as profitable as the western route, but they're still a big opportunity. At this, Ching Xio became slightly interested. Not much. Outside Chang'an, I've only dabbled in salt trade. This statement made Lu Qiqi tremble. Doing refined salt business, just that alone was enough to surpass all his other industries. Even counting all the small and large merchants of the Feiyun Guild, they weren't even a drop in the ocean compared to it. You're doing big business. The little businesses I mentioned probably aren't worth your attention, like selling silk fabrics, or servants, things like that. Servants? You're selling people? Ching Xio suddenly turned to look at Lu Qiqi, surprise in his eyes. You misunderstand. It's not human trafficking, it's servants. We only resell servants. Lu Qiqi's hair stood on end. Trafficking in people was a capital crime, he wouldn't dare be accused of that. Selling servants referred to people who had to sell themselves into servitude due to natural disasters or debt, non-free individuals. Reselling such servants wasn't illegal. Of course, after being sold, these servants typically had to serve for a set period, after which they could regain their freedom upon paying off their debt. However, the period was often shockingly long. But trafficking referred to abducting free people by force and selling them, that was the real capital crime. It's just a wordplay. Ching Xio was full of contempt for Lu Qiqi's defense. Servants? Non-free individuals? Most of them were victims driven to ruin by powerful landlords. And some were outright kidnapped and falsely labeled as non-free, making the trade legal. People who did such things deserved beheading, without being wronged. Lu Qiqi noticed Ching Xio's contempt and tried to smile. Don't Dashi merchants sell Kunlun slaves too? What's the difference? And besides, aren't many brothels in Chang'an operating by selling servants? Without these pleasure houses, wouldn't Chang'an lose much of its color? Ching Xio said flatly, I have an old friend, her younger sister was abducted by people like you who sell servants. She's been missing ever since. I know none of your earnings are clean coins. And you still have the nerve to brag in front of me? Lu Qiqi nearly collapsed from fear. He quickly tried to defend himself, I swear to heaven. If I ever kidnapped anyone to sell, may I be struck by lightning. Enough. Shut up. Ching Xio was thoroughly disgusted with him and had no desire to speak any further. He immediately ordered Guzi to prepare the carriage to leave. Lu Qiqi panicked, thinking he had deeply offended Ching Xio. He had no idea Ching Xio loathed such matters so much. Wait. Lu Qiqi rushed forward and grabbed the carriage reins. I still have something to tell you. Just give me one incense stick's time, please. Say it in one sentence. Don't waste my time. Lu Qiqi quickly said, you just mentioned a friend's sister who was abducted, I might know who did it. Ching Xio instantly showed interest. He lifted the carriage curtain and saw Lu Qiqi smiling flatteringly at him. Get in. Yes, sir. With Ching Xio's permission, he climbed in quickly. Tell me everything you know, every clue, no nonsense. The old friend Ching Xio mentioned was Lin Feay. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Feifei's sister had gone missing years ago, and to this day, no trace was found. Most likely she had been kidnapped and sold off somewhere. From Lu Qiqi, he learned that there was indeed a group of servant traders moving around the Guangzhou region. They looked for ruined families, targeting young girls and boys, tricking or forcing them to sign indenture contracts. Sometimes they even kidnapped children separated from their families. I swear I was never involved in their dirty work. Yes, I bought servants from them, but it was only business. If one day you catch them, please don't suspect me. And don't mention I told you any of this. Lu Qiqi whispered his plea to Ching Xio. If you weren't trying to curry favor with me, you would have kept their secret, wouldn't you? Ching Xio replied with a mocking question. Lu Qiqi had no reply, just an awkward smile, then quietly told Ching Xio all the information he had. If you're not involved, stay away from them from now on. The meaning was clear, those traffickers were going to be dealt with. You're wise, sir. I hope your friend reunites with her family soon. Ching Xio paused, then shook his head. Unlikely. She was from Jiangnan. Her sister went missing there as a child. If these people only operated in Guangzhou, it probably has nothing to do with her. But Lu Qiqi's expression changed. He quickly whispered, what a coincidence. Some of them actually came from Jiangnan. Ching Xio was surprised. Could it really be that coincidental? Still, that worked in his favor, it might save him a lot of trouble. Consider today's matter as you doing me a favor. I'll return the favor once, but only if you stay away from dirty business. At this point, Lu Qiqi felt like he had won the jackpot. With Duke Qing's promise, he could walk around Chang'an like a king. I may help you, but you know full well what's right and wrong. Understand? Ching Xio warned him directly. Absolutely, sir. Lu Qiqi immediately promised, if I ever commit a crime, please be the one to punish me. You're not even worth me doing it personally. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the Duke's residence. Ching Xio had no intention of inviting him in. Lu Qiqi understood and said he had other matters and would take his leave. Oh, and one more thing. Those people usually sell their servants to Luoyang. If you're looking for your friend's lost relative, that's the fastest place to search. I understand. Ching Xio thought for a moment, then gave orders to Erguzi, go find General Chang. Tell him I want to borrow some of his soldiers. And mobilize everyone in the residence. Find those people for me. Erguzi understood exactly what Ching Xio meant. If it's about catching criminals, why not just let the officials handle it? No need to use our guards. Ching Xio slightly shook his head. Those people have too little power. To arrest someone, they have to report step by step. But if the military takes action, they just need a name list. Understood. Erguzi didn't waste words and immediately got to work. Ching Xio thought for a moment and then instructed, prepare a proper carriage and horses for me. I'm taking a trip to the eastern capital, Luoyang. This brat actually needs me now? When Yao Jin heard that Duke Qing had sent someone to request his help, all his previous laziness vanished instantly. He sat up on the spot and read the letter. Good. It's rare for him to ask for my help. Yao Jin roughly stroked his beard. Arrest them according to the names and information he gave. Don't delay. The adjutant cautiously took the list and looked it over but couldn't help hesitating. General, the people on this list are neither prisoners nor criminals. Is it proper to arrest them directly? Shouldn't we have the local authorities investigate first to see if they've committed any crimes, and then arrest them if necessary? Yao Jin snorted. If someone else asked me to arrest people without distinguishing right from wrong, I would definitely question it carefully. But Ching Xio is an exception. If he names someone to be arrested directly, there's absolutely no mistake. Even if you behead them on the spot, it wouldn't be a wrongful case. Do you believe that? The deputy was stunned. He never expected old Yao to know Ching Xio so well. But if something goes wrong this time, are you sure you'll take full responsibility? Bullshit. Of course I'll take responsibility. This has nothing to do with you. Go do it. Yao Jin ordered impatiently. The deputy had no choice but to take the military order and carry it out immediately. While Yao Jin's side was urgently searching and arresting people, all the household guards of the Duke Qing's residence were also dispatched. The two groups acted directly, and in just one day, everyone listed by Ching Xio was completely captured. These people already had guilty consciences. When they heard the court was after them, they were so scared they immediately tried to run. But of course, there was no escape. Originally, some officers doubted whether the list had inaccuracies. But seeing their reactions, they became even more convinced that Duke Qing couldn't be wrong. Sir, although we trade in servants, it's all legal. They've all signed indenture contracts, so it's not against the law. Whether it's legal or not is not our concern. We're only responsible for the arrests. If you're truly innocent, someone will release you. These words from the soldiers made the traffickers tremble with fear. Were they really innocent? Even they didn't know? Eastern capital, Luoyang. Ching Xio rushed along in his carriage, and within a few days, he arrived. Though this wasn't the capital of the Tang Empire, it was the capital of the former dynasty. The land was fertile and the resources abundant. Its prosperity was no less than that of Chang'an City. Sometimes, when there were poor harvests in the Guanyi region, the court would temporarily relocate to the eastern capital and use the local resources to support the royal family and officials. Although Ching Xio had never been to Luoyang before, his name was extremely well known throughout the Tang Empire. As soon as he entered the city, he was warmly received by the governor of the eastern capital. I've long heard that Duke Qing is a talented man and a pillar of the nation. Now that I see you in person, it's truly so. Did His Majesty send you this time? If you have any guidance, just tell me. I'll correct my mistakes and improve where I can. Zhang Xiao's, the eastern capital governor, was very enthusiastic. Ching Xio hadn't even warmed his seat before being swamped with hospitality. Clearly, he wanted to seize this chance to curry favor with Ching Xio. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm here on private business. It has nothing to do with state affairs. Ching Xio didn't want him wasting time and got straight to the point. Hearing it was a personal matter, Zhang Xiao's became even more excited. If he could handle this well and earn some goodwill from Ching Xio, it would be much easier for him to do things in Chang'an in the future. Please speak freely. Ching Xio glanced at the attendants beside Zhang Xiao's. The latter understood and immediately dismissed them. Only when the spacious room had just the two of them did Ching Xio speak. Tell me every single brothel in Luoyang, big or small. Zhang Xiao's was dumbfounded. Could it be that Ching Xio? Duke Qing, if I may be blunt, I recall there are many pleasure venues in Chang'an. Why have you come all the way to Luoyang for entertainment? No wonder you dismissed the others earlier. Don't worry, I won't leak this matter. Ching Xio had just lifted his teacup. Hearing this almost made him spit out the tea. That's not what I meant. Ching Xio realized he had been misunderstood. He had asked Zhang Xiao's to dismiss the attendants earlier because he feared news would leak and alert the brothels, ruining his chances of finding his target. Ching Xio then explained his real purpose in detail. Only then did Zhang Xiao's come to a realization. Your concern is quite valid. Many pleasure houses here have intricate ties with the local bureaucracy. If word gets out, it'll be hard to investigate. So, you must be familiar with every single brothel in Luoyang, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiao's looked a bit embarrassed. As the governor of the eastern capital, it's my duty to understand every part of the city. I understand. Ching Xio nodded knowingly. So I need you to help me with something. A moment later, Ching Xio and Zhang Xiao's, both in disguise, boarded a carriage and headed directly to the largest brothel in Luoyang, Tuyu Pavilion. They chose this place because Zhang Xiao's had previously heard that several girls raised there from childhood were about to start receiving clients and had potential to become courtesan queens. If, as you said, your old acquaintance's younger sister was separated from her family young and sold here, it's very likely she's being trained to be a top courtesan. Moreover, most girls sold to brothels from a young age are good girls abducted from proper families. Zhang Xiao's analyzed the situation for Ching Xio. Ching Xio nodded thoughtfully. No wonder you know so much about these places. That's just hearsay. Zhang Xiao's almost choked on that remark. They arrived at Tuyu Pavilion near dusk, and almost every noble and official in Luoyang had gathered there. Clearly, they were all drawn by the hype around the courtesan candidates. Although these courtesans only performed and didn't sell their bodies, the guests all hoped their power and influence could coerce the admired girls into submission. Especially these girls raised in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, far more attractive in their eyes than those seasoned in the trade. I heard there's a Cortisan Queen contest tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, one of those girls will be chosen. It'll make it easier for Duke Qing to recognize her. Ching Xio nodded slightly and didn't say much. He had never seen Lin Feifei's younger sister before, so he could only rely on facial similarities to identify her, but he wasn't too confident. As they spoke, Tuyu Pavilion was already packed with people. The guests were almost all high-ranking officials and wealthy young masters. In this large hall, almost every table was occupied by people of status. It was hard to imagine that just a courtesan contest could stir up such a sensation. Given Ching Xio and Zhang Xiao's status, sitting in the front row wouldn't be inappropriate. But unfortunately, the two couldn't reveal their identities and had to sit in the last row. What the heck, I can't even see a shadow up front. From Zhang Xiao's seat, he could only see a bunch of heads. Not to mention seeing the stage clearly, even hearing the singing later would be hard. Ching Xio, however, didn't mind at all. Even with his mind's eye, he could see clearly, so where he sat didn't matter. But at this moment, he saw many familiar faces in the Tuyu Pavilion. Many nobles from Chang'an had come. That's Yuqi Jingda's eldest son, Yuqi Baolin. And over there, that one is a royal clan member. Ching Xio casually pointed out the familiar faces present, making Zhang Xiao's break out in a cold sweat. He suddenly felt that as just the governor of the eastern capital, his presence here didn't really count for much. This courtesan competition of yours has quite the appeal, huh? Even brought the high officials from Chang'an here. If it's about pleasure houses, Luoyang is really something. Ching Xio's words made Zhang Xiao's look very embarrassed. As the crowd took their seats and the venue was full, several lamps in Tuyu Pavilion were suddenly extinguished. The sound of a pipa slowly began, and a soothing, clear singing voice accompanied it. Wearing jade ornaments and matching me, pointing to the deep abyss and becoming. The song of ode to the goddess of Luo began. The anticipated pipa singing girls vying for the Cortisan Queen title walked out from their boudoirs. These girls were all dressed in luxurious clothes, with exquisite makeup, and walked gracefully, displaying their figures before the high-ranking guests. The perfectly timed smiles of the pipa girls almost pulled everyone's souls away. From the moment they appeared, the whole audience fell silent. Only their gentle singing lingered throughout the hall. Even though this was a pleasure house, these singing girls, like celestial beings descending to earth, were so beautiful they didn't seem to belong to this world. I've long heard that Luoyang's songstresses outshine even those in Chang'an. Hearing them now, it's indeed true. This adaptation of Ode to the Goddess of Luo is amazing. Heh, if I could spend a night with these girls, even spending mountains of silver would be worth it. What are you thinking? These girls only perform, they don't sell their bodies. No matter how much money you throw, it's impossible. We're already lucky to hear them sing. Sell art, not body? I say it's just that you didn't offer enough money. The chatter below didn't affect the performers. The songstresses continued to play their pipas and sing calmly. Only when the lingering notes faded did the crowd slowly return to their senses. Then came thunderous applause. Some wealthy young masters immediately threw out lavish rewards, embroidered balls one after another. Master Chen is generous. These 5 balls are for Miss Yuyan. Master Li is not far behind. He won 10 balls, Miss Yenyun is really lucky tonight. The brothel madam waved her handkerchief and loudly announced the names of the big spenders, deliberately stirring the atmosphere so more people would follow suit. The girls on stage smiled charmingly at their familiar patrons, seducing them to spend big. This scene suddenly reminded Ching Xio of modern internet streamers desperately trying to get viewers to send tips. The tactics were exactly the same. Suddenly, Ching Xio noticed Zhang Xiao's next to him oddly unfolding his fan to cover his face, as if trying to avoid being recognized by the girls on stage. Ching Xio saw this and understood something. Are you afraid they'll recognize you? I don't come here often. But as the governor of the eastern capital, almost everyone in Luoyang knows me. Zhang Xiao explained awkwardly, looking like he was fooling no one. Ching Xio didn't call him out. He just smiled and said, got it, got it. After this heated round of tipping, the pipa girls all took their seats in front of the red courtesan stage. Though there were over 20 performers on stage, only 6 were truly capable of competing for the Cortisan Queen title. These 6 were Tuyu Pavilion's top stars. In music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and beauty, they were all top tier. Their popularity had even reached Chang'an in Guangzhou. No one else could compare. In fact, many of the high officials and nobles from Chang'an came just for these 6 headline girls. The remaining dozen or so were just supporting cast, and they knowingly sat on the outer edges. The 6 truly competitive girls sat at the very front of the red stage. That stage jutted out, surrounded on 3 sides by the audience, making the 6 girls appear like stars among the moon. Gentlemen, thank you for your presence tonight. Whether your favorite girl can become the Courtesan Queen depends on you. Don't let your favorite girl fall short. They all want to become Courtesan Queen and make their name in the eastern capital. The brothel madam once again stirred the atmosphere. With the girls being so stunning and seductive, many were immediately tempted to spend big. But among the 20 girls, one girl stood out. She looked only around 18 or 19. Though her clothing wasn't the most dazzling, her appearance and figure were no less than the 6 top courtesans, maybe even better. The girl timidly held her pipa, not like the others who struck seductive poses. She just cautiously looked around, her eyes full of fear and nervousness. She didn't have much of a worldly or sultry air. In Tuyu Pavilion, she was like a white lotus blooming in the mud, unique and pure. But everyone's attention was on the others, and no one noticed this hidden gem. Even Ching Xio, when scanning with his mind's eye, was slightly drawn by her otherworldly aura. He couldn't help but look a few more times. With just that brief observation, he suddenly felt her face looked familiar. Although he was sure he had never seen her before, her features and figure strangely reminded him of Lin Feay. After careful comparison, he was shocked to find that the two looked remarkably alike. Could it really be such a coincidence? Ching Xio was greatly surprised. He had mentally prepared to spend a long time searching through all the brothels in Luoyang. He never expected to find her in the very first one? Just in case, Ching Xio didn't rush to recognize the girl. He decided to observe for a while and wait until he could confirm it for sure. He vaguely remembered that Lin Feifei's younger sister seemed to be named Lin Yar. While Ching Xio was thinking, the selection among the courtesans in Tuyu Pavilion began. Since she's to be a courtesan queen, she must not only excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also be top in looks. Everyone, please cast your flower tokens for the lady you like, how about it? Obviously, the first round of the courtesan competition was a contest of looks. Right at the start, it became a competition of wealth among the young masters and high officials. They threw money like paper, buying large numbers of flower tokens and giving them to their favored songstresses, causing the beauties to giggle nonstop. In the end, it turned into a rivalry among nobles. If one gave a few taels of silver, the other would give more, refusing to back down. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao's felt tempted. If it weren't for his current status, he would have joined in the fun. We didn't spend money, how come we have flower tokens? Ching Xio was slightly surprised to see a servant deliver 2 sets of flower tokens. Master, this is the rule of Tuyu Pavilion. Anyone seated here gets a set of flower tokens, the servant explained. Ching Xio looked at the flower tokens in his hand and suddenly said, Zhang De, brother Zhang, you probably won't use your tokens, right? No need, Lord Qing. You may use them as you like, Zhang Xiao's replied quickly. All right. Ching Xio tossed the 2 sets of flower tokens to the servant, then pointed to someone in the crowd. Hey, give these 2 to that girl. The girl he pointed at was the songstress who looked just like Lin Yar. Got it. Yunting receives 2 flower tokens. Only then did Ching Xio learn from the attendant that the girl's name was Yunting. At that moment, Yunting, who was sitting alone trying to distance herself from the lively atmosphere, nervously fiddling with her sleeves, suddenly heard she had received 2 flower tokens and was quite surprised. She wasn't one of the main songstresses promoted by Tuyu Pavilion. Though her looks didn't lose to the top ones, without promotion, it was hard to gain attention, especially as a background figure here. She was rarely noticed. She looked around blankly toward the crowd and happened to see Ching Xio smiling and waving gently at her. This guest is... Yunting had never seen Ching Xio before, he was a new face. But his handsome appearance and unique aura made a deep impression on her. It was the first time she had seen such a refreshing presence in this place. Yunting inexplicably blushed, then slightly bowed in Ching Xio's direction to express her thanks. The voting of flower tokens ended abruptly at its climax. The songstress named Yuyan received the most and became the winner of the first round. This little lady thanks you all for your favor. Yuyan stood up and bowed one by one to the wealthy patrons, her expression extremely flattering, making it impossible for them to look away. To earn a beauty smile, spending a fortune was worth it. Ching Xio smiled without speaking. He noticed that Yuqi Baolin was actually one of Yuyan's top supporters. This round of comparing looks ended here. Although Yuyan received the most votes, the looks of the 6 top songstresses were actually on the same level. Though there were differences in votes, they weren't large. What truly mattered now was the dancing and singing. Ladies, start dancing. With the madam's call, the flower token round ended, and the pipa players slowly put down their instruments and began to dance to the music. At this moment, the stage was filled with curvaceous women dancing with joy. These 6 top-tier women were clearly worthy of the title. From their dancing alone, they stood far above the other dozen girls. Especially their extravagant clothing, which made them stand out even more. Of course, Ching Xio also paid some attention to Yunting dancing among the crowd. He noticed that although her movements were a bit tense and restrained, her figure far surpassed the others. Especially every step and spin, perfectly in sync with the music. Clearly, Yunting's talent exceeded the rest. If she could also wear the stunning clothes like the top 6 and dance, she would surely outshine them and attract everyone's attention. Miss Yuru, relax your movements a bit more, haha. Nice. I like it. Look at me, look at me. Miss Yunxia. Come closer over here, I bought you a lot of flower tokens just now. As the girls danced gracefully, they clearly stirred the interest of the young masters. They cheered along with the music and dancing, as if they wished they could take these beauties home right away. Ching Xio was thoroughly enjoying the scene. With those stunning women, he sipped wine and admired the show. But Zhang Xiao's looked like he wanted to watch but was afraid of ruining his image in front of Ching Xio, sneaking a peek, then quickly turning back. He looked both sneaky and ridiculous. Come on, it's not like we're in a superior-subordinate relationship today. If you want to watch, just watch. Don't mind what I think. Ching Xio patted Zhang Xiao's on the shoulder. That only made him more embarrassed. After a while, this grand group dance gradually came to an end as the music faded. The 6 top-tier courtesans who had just been dancing so joyfully quickly returned to their elegant posture and sat back in their seats. Their faces returned to charming smiles, waiting for the results. This round allowed everyone to clearly see whose figure and dance were the most captivating. Even during the voting, some people couldn't help abandoning their initially favored girls and gave tokens to others they now supported more. So even the background girls got a few flower tokens. The biggest surprise was Yunting. This previously unknown girl caught many eyes with her dance and received many flower tokens. Even she was surprised. She quickly stood up, blushing, and thanked the crowd. And at the end, she didn't forget to glance at Ching Xio's direction, secretly worried he might think she was a frivolous woman. But to her surprise, Ching Xio nodded at her with a smile. This immediately dissolved all of Yunting's worries. Her smile bloomed like spring. Anyway, since he came here to have fun, he wouldn't mind my status, right? Yunting usually feared being asked to accompany guests for drinks, so she always tried to keep a low profile among the girls. But now, she truly hoped that Ching Xio would call for her to drink with him and add to the fun. After all, what girl wouldn't want to be accompanied by such a young master? Ching Xio called over a servant, "That girl named Yunting, have her come accompany me." The servant was immediately troubled. "Would you like to choose someone else? She's not very convenient, after all, she's also a candidate for the Courtisan Queen." "You're choosing the queen from the top 6 anyway, she has nothing to do with that." Though that's true, still. The servant was complaining in his heart. He didn't have the authority to decide, but he also didn't dare offend the guest in front of him. While he was stuck in a dilemma, the brothel madam suddenly signaled to pause the competition for a moment. "Gentlemen, after their passionate dancing, the songstresses are all quite tired. Why not let them rest for a while before we proceed to the final round?" Hearing this, Ching Xio immediately understood. This wasn't to let the girls rest, it was clearly to give them a chance to mingle with guests and secure more flower tokens. Of course, the guests were happy about it. Although these girls only sold their talent, not their bodies, and couldn't spend the night with them, being able to chat and laugh for a few moments with the lady they liked was already a great pleasure. "Please wait, I'll go get Miss Yunting for you now." Seeing an opportunity, the servant quickly stepped forward to summon Yunting. "Duke Qing, you're interested in her?" "What interested? Did you forget why I'm here?" Zhang Xiao's immediately put away his mischievous smile, leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure it's her?" "There's maybe a 70% chance. I'm not certain, so I need to call her over." "What if she's not?" Ching Xio frowned. "Then what else? Move on, go to the next place. Don't waste time." Alright. Zhang Xiao felt a bit regretful. He had been hoping to see who would win the courtesan title tonight. Meanwhile, Yunting, who had been secretly watching Ching Xio, was thrilled to learn that she had actually been chosen by him. "That guest, what kind of status does he have? Is he very noble?" "How would I know that?" "Just hurry up and go. Serve him well, and don't mess things up." The servant showed none of the respect he had shown to Ching Xio earlier. He was extremely impatient now. Yunting was visibly nervous. This was the first time she had accompanied a guest for drinks. Although she usually disliked those lustful guests who stared at her, she vaguely felt that Ching Xio was different from them. Clutching her pipa anxiously, she walked over to Ching Xio. "Greetings, guest. Sit." Ching Xio casually gestured, then began observing Yunting's face closely with his mind's eye, comparing it to the image of Lin Feay in his memory. Yunting didn't dare speak more. Every movement she made showed clear nervousness and unease. "Sing me a song, anything will do." Ching Xio wanted to hear her voice clearly to help him identify her. Yunting quickly nodded. "All right. Would you like to hear Jade Tree Behind the Flower Hall?" "As you wish." Ching Xio didn't mind. The girl received Ching Xio's permission, held her pipa, and began to sing slowly. At first she was still a little nervous, but as she kept singing, she got more into it and gradually immersed herself in the melody and lyrics. To Ching Xio's surprise, this girl's singing was very soft and beautiful, and for a moment, he was even entranced by it. As Yunting sang on, her voice became more sorrowful. By the end, she didn't even notice the tears falling from the corners of her eyes. It seemed the song had stirred up memories she didn't want to recall. "That's enough." Ching Xio signaled her to stop. Through observing her appearance and voice, Ching Xio could now almost be certain, this was Lin Feifei's long-lost younger sister. "Tell me your real name, not your stage name as a songstress." Ching Xio's sudden question caught her off guard. She cautiously looked around, then softly said, "Lin Yar." A smile appeared at the corner of Ching Xio's mouth, just as he had thought. He had really found her. Guest, please don't reveal my real name to anyone, or I'll be in big trouble. Lin Yar's voice trembled. The top rule here was that they must never reveal their real names to guests. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable, at least something a young girl like her couldn't bear. I can tell you don't want to be a songstress here. Ching Xio gazed at her with a soft smile. This girl's singing talent truly was stunning. He could tell she loved singing, but seemed unwilling to perform in front of others. If it were just being a songstress, it would be fine. But in this kind of pleasure house, it's hard to avoid being looked down on by guests. Speaking of singing, Lin Yar's eyes clearly lit up. If I ever have the chance to become the Courtesan Queen, then I could reject the guests' advances, maybe even buy my freedom. At that point, Lin Yar choked up slightly. Becoming Courtesan Queen wasn't something that could be achieved just by wishing. What's more, this brothel had no intention of promoting her. So even if she had talent, she couldn't become the Courtesan Queen. If I could take you out of here and help you find your lost family, would you be willing? As soon as Ching Xio said this, Lin Yar looked at him in shock. You mean it? You're willing to buy my freedom? That was something she hadn't even dared to dream of. While they were talking, the intermission had ended, and the songstresses were returning to the stage. Yunting, hurry up. Don't waste time. The servant came over impatiently to call her back. Lin Yar glanced at Ching Xio one more time with reluctance, then had to stand up and take her leave. Wait. Ching Xio grabbed Lin Yar's wrist. She's not going anywhere tonight, she's staying here with me. The servant didn't dare oppose Ching Xio and said cautiously, Sir, I don't have the authority. Ching Xio didn't bother with him. He threw a silver ingot on the table. You can leave. This isn't about money, sir, please listen to me. The servant's chatter was seriously annoying. Ching Xio gave him a cold glance, and the chill in his eyes immediately frightened the servant into silence. He couldn't say another word. Lin Yar didn't want to cause trouble for Ching Xio, so she quickly said, Sir, there's no need to rush, why not wait until the Courtesan Queen contest is over? After that, whatever you want, Yunting, will accompany you. After saying this, Lin Yar's face turned red. Ching Xio thought for a moment, then let go of her. Fine. You go for now. Lin Yar gave Ching Xio one last look, then turned around. Her mind was filled with his promise to redeem her. If I could be redeemed and taken away by such a young nobleman, I'd accept even being a servant or maid for the rest of my life. When she returned to the red flower stage, the entire hall went silent. Even many of the lights were dimmed. The whole Tuyu Pavilion was filled with a dim, ambiguous atmosphere. And in a place like this, such a mood only made people more excited. To be a courtesan queen, one must be top-notch in both appearance and dance. But most importantly, the singing voice is the key. Since ancient times, those who could become courtesan queens were all women with voices that outshined all others. Wouldn't you all agree, sirs? The high-ranking officials and nobles below responded one after another, followed by bursts of loud laughter. Enough with the nonsense. Let the girl sing a song. Who wants to hear an old woman babble on? Exactly. Hurry up. The brothel madam couldn't help laughing. Gentlemen, you're right. This old woman, really don't know how to appreciate the mood. Let the girls come. As she finished speaking, the songstresses were already in position, especially the 5 headliners, who were surrounded by the crowd's attention and stood out prominently. Please allow me to sing a song for you all. If you think I sing well, I hope you'll support me. The songstress Yu Yan stepped forward first, gently plucking the strings with her jade fingers. A sorrowful yet graceful melody began to flow. Her singing was like a gentle stream, merging with her soft voice, refreshing and touching. The room quieted down, and everyone focused intently on the song, deeply captivated. Ching Xio rarely visited such pleasure houses, mainly because he could satisfy himself at home. The women in these places couldn't compare to the beauties in his own residence. But he had very refined taste when it came to judging the level of entertainment in brothels and theaters. This woman's singing voice was undoubtedly exceptional. Combined with a melody tailored specifically for her, she would surely be a worthy courtesan queen in the Tang capital. Yet here in Luoyang, she still had to compete with 5 others for the title. This alone showed that Luoyang's level in this area far surpassed that of Chang'an. Wonderful! After the song, everyone applauded in unison, all marveling at her brilliance. And with the end of the performance, many flower tokens were naturally thrown in. Yu Yan left the stage satisfied. Her performance was perfect, and the audience's response confirmed it. But this round of judging was not only based on the flower tokens from the audience. After all the songstresses performed, each person in the audience would receive one special vote to cast for the winner of this round. Compared to earlier rounds, this eliminated the bias of big spenders and leaned more toward popular selection. That's why this round was the most decisive, and no one would question the final result. Duke Qing, since you've already confirmed Lin Yar's identity, why not just take her away now? Zhang Xiao's asked, puzzled. Taking her away would be easy, but I'm also curious to see who becomes the most dazzling courtesan queen tonight, Ching Xio replied with a faint smile. Though he said that, what Ching Xio was really thinking was, could he help Lin Yar become the courtesan queen he hoped for tonight? After all, Lin Yar's looks, dancing, and voice were not inferior to those of the 5 headliners. If she had the same resources, she would surely outshine the rest and win the title. If this girl truly had that potential, Ching Xio genuinely wanted to help her. After all, Lin Yar had been wandering and struggling since childhood. Life in a brothel must have been bitter. Ching Xio couldn't bear to see beauty suffer. If possible, he wouldn't mind helping a beauty fulfill her dream. Maybe it was just his innate fondness for beautiful women. Besides, it was only a small effort. Soon, the 5 courtesans most likely to win had completed their performances, leaving the audience wanting more. The 5 sat elegantly, occasionally exchanging proud glances. They were nearly equally matched, making it hard for the audience to decide during the upcoming vote. Gentlemen, please vote. The ladies are getting impatient. With that call, the guests began writing their chosen girl's name on the red slips. Hey, here's more silver. Give me a few more red slips. Yuqi Baolin shouted unhappily, doesn't Miss Yuyan deserve more votes? Sir, each person is only allowed 1 red slip. There's nothing I can do. What kind of stupid rule is that? Still displeased, Yuqi Baolin shouted, who among you would vote for Miss Yuyan? I'll give 80 taels for your red slip. He was generous, but no one responded. Everyone here was either a high-ranking official or a rich merchant. Who would care about his money? Everyone, hold on a moment. Ching Xio suddenly raised his voice, drawing all eyes to him. There are still more than 10 ladies who haven't sung. If we vote now, isn't it just picking among the 5? If one of the remaining girls could outshine the rest, wouldn't she be more deserving of the courtesan queen title? As soon as he said that, laughter erupted around the hall. Even the brothel madam snickered, thinking, where did this guy come from? Sir, do you really not understand or are you pretending? Comparing fireflies to the moon, what's the point? They haven't shown themselves. How do you know who's the firefly and who's the moon? Sorry, sir, this must be your first time at Tuyu Pavilion. There are things you don't understand yet. Come a few more times and you'll get it. Ching Xio replied calmly, I don't care about your rules, and it's none of my business. I came to watch a true contest of talent, not to see a show where you rig the outcome. The brothel madam frowned, thinking this man had surely come to stir up trouble. Sir, we can't just change everything for one person. Before she finished, a noble sitting at the front suddenly shouted. Duke Qing, when did you get here? This instantly stunned everyone in the room. Though he was based in Chang'an, his name was known throughout the empire. Who didn't know of him? The brothel madam's face turned pale instantly. Thinking of how she'd just spoken to Ching Xio, with such disrespect and even offense, she wished she could slap herself several times. A man of his stature could probably shut down Tuyu Pavilion with a single word. So it's Duke Qing. Greetings. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. If we had known earlier, we would have prepared much better. Why are you sitting so far back? Please, come to the front. These same arrogant nobles, who had just been throwing money at the courtesans and acting high and mighty, now all wore smiles even more flattering than those of the courtesans, scrambling to please him. Zhang Xiao's didn't expect Ching Xio to make such a scene and draw so much attention. He quickly pulled up his collar to cover his face. He absolutely didn't want to be recognized in a place like this. Everyone in the venue, whether they had met Ching Xio before or not, quickly stood up to greet him, hoping to become familiar with this influential figure. Originally, this was supposed to be the stage for the songstresses, but instead, Ching Xio had stolen the spotlight and become the center of attention. Oh my, Duke Qing, your grand arrival, why didn't you notify me in advance? I didn't prepare properly and ended up neglecting you. The brothel madam quickly came down personally to welcome Ching Xio. The professional fake smile she had earlier was now completely replaced with nervous flattery. Everyone was eager to get close and make themselves known, everyone except Yuqi Baolin, who quickly lowered his head, afraid Ching Xio would spot him. After all, his excuse for coming to Luoyang was that he was sightseeing and relaxing. If Ching Xio ever casually mentioned to his father that he had seen his precious son visiting brothels in Luoyang, just imagining that made Yuqi Baolin feel his skin tighten all over. The songstresses, upon learning Ching Xio's prestigious identity, were frustrated they couldn't approach him now, but in their hearts, they were all secretly calculating whether they might get a chance to get close to him later. Ching Xio's wealth and reputation in Chang'an were unquestionable. If any of them could win over such a major patron, they'd never have to worry about flower tokens again. And if they could be bought out and taken away by him, what a dream come true. But Lin Yar wasn't as happy as the others. She just watched from a distance as the nobles all stepped up one after another to flatter and greet him, her heart full of gloom. The greater the gap in status between them, the more she couldn't imagine having a chance to win Ching Xio's favor. It was probably just wishful thinking to begin with, Lin Yar thought with a bit of self-mockery. Now that Ching Xio's identity had been revealed, no one in Tuyu Pavilion dared to slight him again. The high-ranking guests all invited him to join their elegant seating areas, and the person in charge of the pavilion even said they'd prepare the best viewing spot just for him. Ching Xio didn't hold back and immediately accepted a spot with a great view. He casually threw a few silver notes to the brothel madam. "You're too kind. This seat is specially reserved just for you, it's free of charge. From now on, whenever you want to come, this seat will always be saved for you," the brothel madam said with a flattering smile, but her look made Ching Xio feel somewhat disgusted. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people. Especially thinking of Lin Yar being forced to live here for years, having to sing humbly just to survive, it made him even more repulsed. "Take it. Don't let me owe you anything." His words carried a tone of command, which scared the brothel madam so much she didn't dare refuse and quickly accepted it, not even bothering to check how much the silver was worth. "Since I paid so much, then my earlier suggestion. We'll do exactly as you said. If you want all the girls to sing one by one, it can be arranged." The brothel madam didn't even wait for Ching Xio to finish speaking and immediately agreed. Ching Xio smiled. "Now you don't find it troublesome?" "Oh, as long as it's your request, Duke Qing, there's no such thing as trouble." She laughed and then lowered her voice to ask, "By the way, among these songstresses, is there one that catches your eye? If there is, I can arrange for her to accompany you." Though these songstresses were supposed to only perform, if it meant cozying up to a patron of such status, even sacrificing a top performer would be worth it. She was even hoping Ching Xio would take one away on the spot. "I don't want to repeat myself again. Don't waste my time." Ching Xio clearly frowned, and only then did the madam realize she had talked too much. She immediately looked at everyone and loudly announced, "Honored guests, Duke Qing would like to see all the girls perform, perhaps another might rise to the top as a contender for Cortisan Queen. What do you all say?" Naturally, no one objected, they all agreed in unison. "We're happy to watch more performances anyway. If it's what Duke Qing wants, of course we have no objection. We'll do as Duke Qing says." The songstresses who had been resigned to being background extras hadn't expected to get a chance in this final round. It was both like a dream and incredibly exciting. But more than that, they felt sincere gratitude toward Ching Xio. Though they didn't know why he would ask for all of them to be given a chance, they had truly received his favor. Even if they weren't likely to win the Courtesan Queen title in this final round, at least they had a chance to show their faces to the nobles. If they could catch the eye of one important figure, they might be able to shed the label of ordinary songstress. "Many thanks, Duke Qing." More than 10 songstresses all happily stood up and bowed in thanks to Ching Xio. He simply smiled. He had only done it for Lin Yar, helping the others was just a side benefit. The 5 headliner songstresses had to temporarily step down and give the grand red stage to those they usually saw as mere background. Though they weren't well known, among them were several with impressive singing voices. Especially some who were beautiful and talented but had always been overshadowed, never given a chance to shine. But now, given this chance, they truly dazzled the audience. Many guests even crossed out the names on their red slips and wrote in the names of those who stood out more. "Lin Yar. Duke Qing, she's coming." Zhang Xiao suddenly called out excitedly. Ching Xio slowly opened his eyes, ending his quiet rest. At this moment, Lin Yar's face showed a hint of shyness. Perhaps it was her first time facing so many eyes on her, and she was extremely nervous, holding her pipa tightly but not yet plucking the strings. If the brothel madam hadn't seen Ching Xio show interest in Lin Yar, she might have already rushed down to hurry her up. This songstress is truly a beauty. In terms of looks, she's definitely not inferior to the 5 headliners. Right? With such stunning beauty, how did we never notice her before? The crowd's attention was quickly drawn to Lin Yar, even the 5 headliners no longer had a single gaze on them. And just based on Lin Yar's stunning appearance, many had already decided to vote for her. But the hotter the gazes on her, the more nervous she became. Her eyes scanned the crowd and finally found Ching Xio. In that moment, her nervousness vanished completely. The girl's chest rose and fell continuously, unable to contain the joy in her heart. She noticed that Ching Xio's gaze toward her was full of warmth and appreciation, just that alone was enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yar actually stood up and bowed deeply to Ching Xio alone. And she deliberately turned her most shapely, curvaceous side toward Ching Xio. This movement had no hint of flattery or seduction, it was more like a shy girl, experiencing her first feelings of love, revealing her most perfect side to the one she admired. Ode to the Goddess of Luo. Ching Xio smiled at Lin Yar and reminded her. Only then did Lin Yar come to her senses, sat back down, and began plucking her strings. A soft and warm melody began. Lin Yar gradually entered the flow, and gently started to sing. My heart delights in her gentle beauty, yet trembles in unrest. Without a good matchmaker, how can joy be joined? One rendition of Ode to the Goddess of Luo immediately amazed all the guests. Even the 5 headline courtesans were shocked. They never imagined that this girl, whom they had always overlooked, could have a voice so heavenly. Bravo! Truly beautiful. Only tonight have we heard what a real heavenly voice sounds like. Cheers rose in waves, none of the earlier performers had ever received such an overwhelming response. But Lin Yar paid no attention to the applause and simply continued singing and plucking, immersed in her own performance. Only when the piece ended did she slowly come out of it. Then came thunderous applause like crashing waves, even Lin Yar herself was shocked. She couldn't believe such overwhelming applause and cheers were for her. From that moment on, more than half the crowd changed the name on their red slips to Yunting. No one doubted that Lin Yar truly had the quality to become Courtisan Queen. Many people sincerely sighed, if not for Ching Xio's suggestion, such an outstanding Courtisan Queen might have gone unnoticed. Even the brothel madam hadn't expected this outcome. She was truly troubled inside. It wasn't that she didn't know Lin Yar had talent and beauty, she had deliberately hidden this gem, planning to bring her out in the next Luoyang courtesan competition to win big. That's why she had buried her for now, saving her for future use. But she hadn't expected Ching Xio to be such a wild card, and what could she do now? Well, maybe it's not so bad. Duke Qing seems to favor Yunting, maybe I can use this girl to tie him down. By now, all the segments had finished, and the top courtesan candidate in everyone's mind had emerged. When all the red slips were collected and counted one by one, the songstresses were extremely nervous. Sister Yuyen, that Yunting just now did amazingly. None of us received cheers like she did. Could it be? No way. Wasn't it always said that the Courtisan Queen must come from the 5 of us? That's true. Lin Yar performed well, but she was just a flash in the pan tonight. Unlike us, we've had loyal patrons supporting us all along. The 5 headliners clearly didn't believe they would lose to a newcomer. Even if this little girl had performed impressively. Until the moment the votes were counted, they still believed they would win, but the brothel madam, looking at the votes, hesitated. Sigh, my daughters, don't blame me. Who knew tonight would have such an unexpected turn? The brothel madam sighed, then announced loudly. Yunting shall be tonight's Courtisan Queen. As soon as she said this, the 5 top courtesans' faces twisted with disbelief. They were actually beaten by a newcomer? All eyes immediately turned to the stunned Lin Yar, it was as if they wanted to swallow her alive. In this line of work, unless you were part of the same circle, the better you performed, the more jealousy you attracted. Especially when Lin Yar was just a nobody, no backing, no history, yet she managed to achieve this result. How could they not be jealous? The brothel madam was also helpless. These top courtesans had rich patrons backing them. If none of them became Courtisan Queen, those patrons would surely be displeased. Many of them had invested a lot tonight just to see their favorite girl win. Lin Yar herself couldn't believe it. She had never imagined there would be a day she could outshine all others. The dream that had once seemed so out of reach, had it really come true at this moment? Then, all the flower tokens and red slips were publicly displayed for everyone to review, in case anyone suspected fraud. And once revealed, Lin Yar's votes far exceeded the total of all others combined. That alone was enough to completely embarrass the 5 top courtesans. Anyone could see they weren't even close to her level. Their rich patrons looked displeased, but in the end, each person could only cast 1 red slip. Good. Miss Yunting deserves to be Courtisan Queen. No one else tonight could possibly be more qualified. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, countless heated gazes fixed on Lin Yar. Guests at such places were certainly not the faithful type. Now that Lin Yar had become the center of attention and received such an honor, many were already fantasizing about her. But Lin Yar paid no attention to those eyes, her gaze was fixed solely on Ching Xio. Compared to her long-awaited dream coming true, what she truly hoped for was that Ching Xio's gaze would stay on her just a little longer. With this, the Courtisan Queen contest ended. Tuyu Pavilion returned to its usual entertainment and revelry till dawn. As for the 5 headliners, they could only force smiles as they continued to serve guests. Although Lin Yar had become Courtisan Queen, she hadn't been included in any of the planned arrangements, so she was temporarily sent back inside the pavilion. But Ching Xio hadn't forgotten his real purpose, he stood up and directly went to the brothel madam to demand Lin Yar's release. You're not joking, are you? Lin Yar had just become Cortisan Queen less than a day ago, now she was expected to be handed over? Although she wasn't originally meant to win, clearly many wealthy patrons had noticed her tonight. Surely, she could become Tuyu Pavilion's next big moneymaker. I came here for the sole purpose of redeeming Lin Yar and taking her away. If you agree, we can talk terms. If you refuse, Ching Xio gave her a meaningful look. Then you'd best find a way to agree. Having discussed so much, did her attitude even matter? If Ching Xio was willing to pay to redeem Lin Yar, that spared her a bit of face. If she refused, she wouldn't even get that small shred of dignity. All right, I shall follow Duke Qing's words. The brothel madam didn't dare show any displeasure. She forced a polite smile and agreed. Rest assured, I won't cheat you. Whatever the proper price is, I won't shortchange you. Oh my, as you say, if you're pleased, we would gladly hand her over. Certainly, certainly. The brothel madam, crafty as ever, realized she couldn't reverse the situation and seized the opportunity to flatter Ching Xio as much as possible. Ching Xio didn't waste time with her and placed a silver note on the table. As for this redemption fee, tell me a name, and I'll pay whatever amount is proper. But there's one more thing I must remind you. Tonight, no one is to harass Lin Yar. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. The brothel madam wasn't stupid and quickly nodded. You can rest assured, Miss Yunting is newly emerged, sells art not body, and she is absolutely pure. Ching Xio didn't want more empty talk. He was about to head downstairs to lead her out when he suddenly heard a commotion below, voices shouting and a tone of impatient anger. Through the chaos, Ching Xio even heard Lin Yar's frightened crying. He looked back at the brothel madam, who turned pale and stammered, I don't know what's happening. Ching Xio headed back to the red flower stage. He saw Lin Yar pale-faced, cowering in a corner behind the stage, her pipa shielding her. On stage, a lavishly dressed young nobleman was shouting for Lin Yar to come accompany him. He had grabbed a waiter blocking him and beat him until his head was bleeding. Stop pretending. On your first day as Courtesan Queen, you're already so high and mighty that you even ignore your clients. I told you to come down last night or I'll burn this whole brothel down. Hear me? Hear me? That dissolute young man then grabbed a wine cup and threw it at Lin Yar. She shrank back in fear, afraid even to make a sound. Smack. The cup missed, but the man kicked aside his servant and advanced to forcibly drag Lin Yar away. Ching Xio coldly watched the man, then strode forward and grabbed his shoulder with a firm grip. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the man's shoulder hurt as if pierced by a steel nail. He gritted his teeth and screamed aloud. Get off me, don't touch me. He swung the wine pitcher backward at Ching Xio, but Ching Xio dodged easily, then delivered a swift kick to the man's knee, forcing him to kneel. You're asking for death. You dare touch me? You know who my father is? The drunk man slurred threats, but Ching Xio was visibly annoyed. He spun the man around and landed a heavy slap that sent him flying. Smack. That crisp strike echoed clearly throughout Tuyu Pavilion. Many gasped and covered their own faces, imagining how it would feel to be slapped like that. The man fell face first to the floor, his cheek swollen like a pig's head, his face covered in blood. He tried to stand but was dizzy and couldn't balance. He collapsed again, spitting out a few teeth. You're dead? My father is. He slurred and threatened drunkenly. Even if your father is a high official, you still deserve this beating. Ching Xio's words hit him, and he was startled, his drunken haze quickly fading. His eyes met Ching Xio's icy gaze. It's you. The young nobleman felt an icy chill. He realized he had antagonized Ching Xio. I didn't mean to. He covered his face and stuttered out an excuse, but Ching Xio wasn't in the mood for his nonsense. Leave. Ching Xio mercilessly kicked him off the red stage. A crunch sounded as bones broke, he collapsed and fainted. His servants rushed in alarm to check but dared not confront Ching Xio. They scrambled to carry him away on stretchers, not daring to look back. Given Ching Xio's status, the young man was unlucky to cross him. Even a prominent father would have to kneel and beg for mercy. As the dissolute youth was taken away, the other scheming guests cleared their wits quickly and resumed drinking, as though nothing had happened. Lin Yar gazed at Ching Xio's retreating figure, stunned. They couldn't believe the man she had looked up to had come to rescue her at this critical moment. It felt unreal, like a dream. Thank you, Duke Qing. Lin Yar stepped forward carefully to express her gratitude. Ching Xio didn't reply verbally. He grabbed her wrist and began to lead her out of Tuyu Pavilion. Eh? Lin Yar gasped, but her feet moved instinctively to follow him, without any resistance. It was a complete contrast to the bold defiance she showed toward the dissolute youth. Wait, Duke Qing. Yunting only performs, she doesn't sell herself, so. The pavilion's guards tried to intercept Ching Xio. But Ching Xio glanced at them, and those burly men, used to bullying others, were terrified silent. The brothel madam, who had emerged from a side room, was shaken to see the guards move forward. Her heart trembled. Back off. Why are you blocking Duke Qing? He has already redeemed Miss Yunting. Her words triggered another uproar through Tuyu Pavilion. Regardless of how many days' worth of money Ching Xio spent to buy her freedom, Lin Feay was now the Cortisan Queen, the pavilion's most lucrative asset. Selling her meant scrapping all the months of preparation for the title competition. Moreover, no one else there, outside of Ching Xio, could secure redemption for a Cortisan Queen. That showed just how great a favor Ching Xio was doing land, how large his face was. Lin Feay felt as if she was inside a dream. She had actually been redeemed by the man she admired? Go. I will explain everything to you later. But now, you are no longer someone in this place. Ching Xio gave her a slight smile, and a warmth surged in Lin Feay's heart. With Ching Xio leaving, the whole place could not help but start whispering in discussion. Only Duke Qing has the face to redeem Zhuang Kuei. Otherwise, who else could manage it? Exactly, even if the governor of the eastern capital came, he would find it difficult to handle. But Duke Qing truly has sharp eyes. That Miss Yunting had not shown much at first, yet he saw her value right away. Let's stop thinking about this and keep drinking. At this moment, the songstresses went back on stage again, playing and singing. Originally, there should have been a grand banquet tonight to celebrate Zhuang Kuei. But now, since even the main host had left, how could the banquet continue? So they simply let the guests enjoy themselves freely for the rest of the night. Seeing that Ching Xio had already left, Zhang Xiao's also did not plan to stay long. Just as he was about to get up and leave, suddenly a voice behind him called, "Lord Zhang." Hearing this, his whole body shivered. "Lord Zhang, why didn't you let us know you were here? We could have." A merchant tried to approach him, but when he saw Zhang Xiao's glare, sharp enough to kill, he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. "You didn't see Lord Zhang tonight, understood?" Zhang Xiao's rebuked harshly, then left without turning back. "You came here yourself, so why pretend? Don't think I don't know you're a regular here." The merchant cursed silently in his heart, but dared not show it on his face. He could only sit back down and continue drinking with his companions. After returning to the provincial office, Zhang Xiao specially arranged lodging for Ching Xio and Lin Feay, and ordered carriages and horses to be prepared urgently, so they could be sent back to Chang'an the next morning. Having finished his task, Zhang Xiao wisely refrained from bothering Ching Xio again. If Ching Xio chose to remember this favor, benefits would come naturally in the future. If Ching Xio thought it was only proper duty, with no need for repayment, then seeking credit would only make both sides uncomfortable. On the way back, Ching Xio carefully explained to Lin Feay about Lin Feifei's request for his help in finding her lost family. Only then did she finally understand why Ching Xio valued her so much. Why he even secretly helped her become the first choice of tonight's Zhuang Kuei. So it was elder sister all along. Lin Feay lowered her head, recalling the past when she and her sister depended on each other in childhood, and the hardships after being separated. She could not help sobbing quietly. "I thought I would never see my sister again in this life. I couldn't even redeem myself, destined to grow old alone in Tuyu Pavilion. But sister still kept thinking of me all these years, and yet I could never help her in any way. Thank you, Duke Qing." In the end, Lin Feay cried so bitterly, her tears like rain, and directly threw herself onto Ching Xio's shoulder, sobbing loudly. It seemed she wanted to release all the suffering of these years at once. At last, when she had no more strength to cry, she fell asleep leaning on Ching Xio's shoulder. Ching Xio felt at a loss. He had not expected this girl to lower her guard so completely with him. But Ching Xio misunderstood her. Ever since she had been separated from her sister, Lin Feay had never trusted anyone again. For years, she had never had a single peaceful sleep. Ching Xio was the only one in whose presence she could fully relax and fall into deep rest. Helplessly, Ching Xio had to carry her into the carriage. To prevent the jolting from waking her, he let her rest in his arms while she slept soundly. Being so close, Ching Xio could even feel her softness pressing against him again and again. But in her sleep, Lin Feay did not feel offended at all. In fact, that closeness made a faint smile appear at the corner of her lips. At this moment, Ching Xio carefully observed her face. Though she was not yet 20, she was tall and graceful. She was not as mature as Cui Yuran, but still outstanding among girls her age. Especially her slender waist, like spring willow, made even more alluring by her curves. Her features were exquisitely perfect. Though she looked like an innocent young maiden, there was faintly a charm opposite to innocence, which drew people in the longer they gazed. No wonder she had surpassed all others to become the most beloved courtesan. If I hadn't redeemed her, in 4 or 5 years she would surely become the most famous courtesan within and beyond the pass. Ching Xio could not help sighing inwardly. Not long after, the carriage stopped. The driver softly reported, "Master, we have arrived at the provincial office. Please rest now, the guest rooms are ready." Ching Xio responded, though he secretly felt regret, he had not held her long enough. Just as he was about to carry her out, Lin Feay suddenly opened her eyes, face blushing red, and gently slipped away from his arms. "Forgive me. I was a little tired just now and fell asleep, troubling Duke Qing all the way." Seeing her flushed face, and recalling how she had awakened so suddenly, it seemed this girl had already been awake partway through. After settling down, Ching Xio was about to rest when he suddenly heard a light knock at the door. "If it's something, say it tomorrow." He frowned, suspecting it might be the tactless Zhang Xiao's. "I'll leave now, forgive me." Hearing Lin Feay's timid voice outside, Ching Xio realized he had misunderstood. In the middle of the night, a peerless beauty came knocking. Could Ching Xio refuse? "If you have something to say, then come in." Lin Feay had been about to leave, but upon hearing this, she immediately pushed open the door. To Ching Xio's surprise, she had dressed up carefully, her elegant and refined makeup making her beauty even more flawless and captivating. You can see, right? I heard them say your eyes could not see. But earlier on Manhwa stage you were clearly looking at me. My eye illness is almost healed. Now I can see things not too far away." Lin Feay finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least her effort to dress up had not been wasted. "Please forgive my boldness, Duke Qing." She suddenly gathered courage, closed the door behind her, and locked it. This action startled Ching Xio even more. "By right, I should do everything to repay you. But I have nothing of worth. Even if I could offer something, compared to Duke Qing's wealth, it would be nothing." As she spoke, she walked quickly toward him, her delicate face flushing redder with every word. "So, the only thing Yar can give you in return is myself? Will you accept it?" Lin Feay looked deeply at Ching Xio, her clothes slowly slipping off piece by piece. Ching Xio did not expect that Lin Feay would actually take the initiative like this. As the girl before him gradually removed the clothes covering her body, an incomparably beautiful scene unfolded before his eyes. That figure, which so many people dreamed of, was now completely revealed in front of him. Even Ching Xio could not help but praise in his heart, this was a rare treasure. "Please, Mr. Qing, do not refuse." The girl lowered her head shyly, then directly threw herself into Ching Xio's arms. Ching Xio naturally did not refuse. All the more since such a beautiful woman came to him on her own. If he rejected her, could he still be called a man? A spring night's moment is worth 1,000 gold. Afterward, Lin Feay nestled in Ching Xio's arms like a spoiled little cat. To hand over the thing she had treasured for so many years without reservation to the person she loved, nothing could be more precious to her. Ching Xio, satisfied, held the woman in his arms tightly. He had not expected that Lin Feay, though a virgin, was actually well versed in all kinds of skills, making him feel great pleasure just now. "Mr. Qing, were you satisfied just now?" "Of course. I didn't expect you, little girl, to know so much." Hearing this, Lin Feay's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet Ching Xio's eyes. Do you think poorly of me now? Do you think I am frivolous?" Ching Xio laughed and said, "Of course not, only a little surprised. Although Yar has never had personal experience, I often hear the sisters in Tuyu Pavilion talk about love in many aspects, and how to please. After hearing so much, naturally I knew what to do." Ching Xio sighed in his heart. He truly had found a treasure, and it even saved him the trouble of special teaching. If Duke Qing likes it, Yar is willing to be a slave and servant for life, to serve you and let you be happy every day. But once we arrive, won't you want to see your elder sister as soon as possible? Hearing Ching Xio mention her family, Lin Feay froze slightly. Clear tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Obviously, Ching Xio's words stirred up her years of longing for her family and the hardships she had endured. But she still did not want to spoil Ching Xio's joy. She secretly wiped away her tears and forced a smile at him. "It doesn't matter. Tomorrow you and I will arrive in Chang'an City. You will see her very soon." "Thank you." Lin Feay gently kissed Ching Xio's cheek, then slowly got up, shyly pointing at the place of giving birth to children. "Do you still need Yar to serve you?" "Of course." No more words were needed. This night was once again cloud and rain at Mount Wu. Near dawn, the exhausted Lin Feay finally could not endure any longer, and directly fell asleep in Ching Xio's arms. To endure with Ching Xio for a whole night, this Lin Feay was truly no ordinary girl. When Lin Feay heard from the people sent by Ching Xio that there might be news of her own younger sister, she immediately could not care about anything else. Even though she was in the middle of discussing an extremely important business deal with a merchant from the western regions, she ignored it and immediately ordered a horse prepared to head toward Luoyang. Although the villagers of Sanha village repeatedly persuaded Lin Feifei to stay in Chang'an City and wait for Ching Xio's message, she was already too anxious and could no longer care about that. Thank you, fellow villagers. It is not that I do not trust Mr. Qing's handling, but I want to contribute even a little of my own effort. Mr. Qing has already done so much for me. If I depended on him for everything, I would truly feel guilty. Lin Feifei's carriage arrived at the front of Sanha village. Looking at the elders who came to see her off, she patiently persuaded them not to follow any further. Be very careful on the road. If you encounter bandits, as a woman you will not be able to deal with them. Yes, on the way you should find some bodyguards to escort you. If Lin Yar hasn't returned yet and you meet with misfortune, how will we explain it to Duke Qing? Lin Feifei felt very grateful for the concern of her fellow villagers. After thanking them, she ordered the carriage to set out. But just after the carriage moved less than half a li, not even crossing the small bridge at the village entrance, the driver suddenly pulled the reins and stopped. What's wrong? Why are we not leaving yet? Lin Feifei, a little anxious, couldn't help but urge him. Miss Lin, please look. The driver called out excitedly, pointing at the small river bridge at the village entrance. Look whose carriage that is. A very grand carriage leisurely crossed the small river bridge, heading directly toward the village. At a glance Lin Feifei recognized it. It was Ching Xio's carriage. Duke Qing has returned? Lin Feifei quickly got down from her carriage. At the same time, Ching Xio's carriage also stopped. As the curtain lifted, a slender young woman carefully stepped down from the carriage, looking around in confusion. When Lin Feifei saw the girl, her heart tightened, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This is... She cautiously approached a few steps, her movements light, as if afraid to disturb everything around her, as if afraid this long-dreamed-of scene would vanish. The more clearly she saw the girl's face and figure, the more her heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. Is it you, Yar? Lin Feifei spoke, her voice choked and hoarse. The girl silently met her gaze. As their eyes met, an indescribable closeness and emotion rose in both their hearts. Even though they had not seen each other for so many years, even though their appearances had changed greatly, they still knew, the one standing before them was the family they had searched for countless times in dreams and in reality. The only family they had left in this world. Sister. The girl's tears flowed freely as she rushed forward and embraced Lin Feifei tightly. The sisters did not cry out loudly as one might imagine, but held each other and silently wept. For them, to be able to meet again in this lifetime was nothing less than a miracle. Ching Xio did not step out to disturb them, but sat quietly in the carriage watching the scene. Duke Qing, those sisters owe you a debt they can never repay in this lifetime, Guzi said with a hint of teasing. It is not a problem if they cannot repay. What I fear is that there is nothing to repay with. Ching Xio looked at Lin Yar's back and smiled faintly. After all, this girl had already given everything of hers to him as thanks. At this moment, Lin Feifei suddenly realized, she had not yet expressed her gratitude to Ching Xio. Yar, wait here for a moment. But Lin Yar refused to let go of Lin Feifei's hand no matter what. With no choice, she could only lead her younger sister together to the carriage. Mr. Qing, this great kindness and virtue you have shown us sisters, we could never repay it even in a lifetime. From now on, if there is ever anything you need from me, just say it. No matter the price, I will pay it. Lin Feifei spoke with firm determination, while Lin Yar lowered her head shyly. She had already begun repaying Ching Xio? A small effort, after all I didn't spend much energy. Just think of it as a trip to relax. You don't need to always keep it in mind, it was a small matter. Ching Xio spoke so lightly, but in Lin Feifei's ears it only made her feel more ashamed. Ching Xio had given them such great help, yet he did not seek any return. How about you come to my home first and sit for a while, have a cup of tea at least. You must be tired after just coming back from Luoyang? Lin Feifei still wanted Ching Xio to stay longer, but he did not agree. I still have other things to handle now that I've returned to Chang'an City. When I have free time later, I will visit your home. For now, just stay with your younger sister for a while. After Ching Xio gave instructions, Guzi drove the carriage away. All right? Lin Feifei looked at the departing carriage and felt a little disappointed. Sister. Lin Yar held her sister's hand tightly, and the elder hugged her lovingly. Yar, what do you want to say? Whatever you want, sister will agree. When they embraced, Lin Feifei couldn't help but think of all the hardships they had suffered since childhood, and her heart turned sour again. Luckily, all of that had passed. Now your sister has some wealth, we no longer need to live the bitter days we had before. From now on, I will support you, prepare a rich dowry for you, and marry you to a husband who will treat you with endless kindness. As Lin Feifei said this, she couldn't help but smile, pinching Lin Yar's little face. At this moment, she had only one thought in her heart, no matter what, she had to let her lost and found younger sister live a life of happiness. What is sister saying? Lin Yar lowered her head shyly, but with some expectation asked, Mr. Qing, does he have a family? Lin Feay was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what was on this little girl's mind. You've taken a liking to Mr. Qing? But it's no wonder, with a gentleman like him, who wouldn't? Sister. Her thoughts revealed, the young girl's face instantly filled with shame. When Ching Xio returned to Chang'an City earlier, he had already heard that a strange merchant from the western regions had transported several carts full of trees into the city. Ching Xio immediately knew it was Lang Shining bringing the oak trees, so he ordered the carriage to go quickly to the oak grove. When Ching Xio arrived, Lang Shining had already been waiting there for a long time. His face was full of nervousness, and he kept pacing back and forth. This time he had transported more than 600 oak trees, and with the cost of care during transport, he had nearly invested all his fortune. He had waited several days in Chang'an City without Ching Xio's return, which made him very anxious. If these oak trees were not planted quickly, who knew how many would die, and the losses would be countless. You have finally returned. Seeing Ching Xio step down, Lang Shining quickly came forward. I have been waiting for you for 5 whole days. I'm sorry, I just had to go to Luoyang. Ching Xio looked over and saw that the more than 600 oak trees were neatly placed on the carts, and their condition was still not bad. But some had already begun to show weakness. It seemed that if he had come a few days later, some would have died. As you see, this time I brought 645 oak trees, with at least 90% survival. This time I transported nothing except oak trees. Lang Shining hurriedly showed them one by one to Ching Xio, who looked very satisfied. He called all the estate's tree planters, ordering them to unload and quickly plant all the oaks. This time you've worked hard. You can come to my residence anytime to collect the payment. Next time, I'll trouble you again. Hearing this, Lang Shining finally let out a sigh of relief. He desperately needed this payment to stay afloat. If Ching Xio made him wait a few more days, he could not endure it. It's nothing, being able to serve Duke Qing is also my honor. And besides the oak trees, I also specially brought back some local spices from the land of Tianzhu. I don't know if you like them, but please accept them. At his call, several attendants carried over large sacks, each filled with different spices. The strange and strong smells rushed out, nearly making Ching Xio cough. He signaled them to open the sacks so he could examine them carefully. Most of these spices were not seen in the Tang dynasty, but Ching Xio was not unfamiliar with them. Most he could name, though some were too strange, ones he had never seen, and their smell was too peculiar, which he did not like. Many of these flavors, not just him, even if spread around, ordinary Tang people probably would not accept them. After all, these were the tastes that people of Tianzhu liked, very different from the people of the Central Plains. This is... Ching Xio suddenly found a sack filled with yellow blocks. He picked one up, and even before bringing it to his nose, a very strong aroma rushed out. Good heavens, this smell was far too familiar. Curry? No, not exactly. Although the smell was very similar to curry, there were still essential differences. Especially that this thing's scent was too strong and harsh, not as mild and acceptable as curry. You recognize this? The people of Tianzhu don't care whether to call it curry or not. Each household makes it differently anyway. Lang Shining explained. Curry originally came from India and Southeast Asia, made by simmering many local spices together. These things were clearly an early form of curry, but not yet perfected as in later generations, still needing much improvement. Did you bring the preparation methods for this? Haha, I had guessed you might like it, so of course I prepared it for you. Lang Shining had already made preparations. He took out a small booklet and respectfully presented it to Ching Xio. This is what I collected from many households in Tianzhu, dozens of ways to cook it. You can try each one and see which taste you prefer. Thank you. Ching Xio casually took the booklet. He found that Lang Shining had even thoughtfully written a Chinese translation for comparison. This matter was done well. As for the money you owed me for buying tires earlier, it is now all cancelled. Ching Xio flipped through the booklet and casually erased all his debt with one sentence, making Lang Shining overjoyed. Thank you, Duke Qing. From now on, whenever I do things for you, I will be extra careful. Whatever you like, you can tell me anytime and I will prepare it for you. He immediately resolved that even if he spent his entire life, he had to tightly cling to Ching Xio's support. This man had given him far too much favor. Ching Xio did not look through much before putting it away. At a glance he could tell that the spice recipes were incomplete. He planned to study them later. This is... Even before a bag full of spices was brought close, Ching Xio smelled the sharp aroma drifting out. This smell was very different from the balanced and mild spices commonly used in Tang. Within the somewhat pungent smell there was a trace of spiciness. At first it made one cough, but once accustomed, the scent felt extremely enticing. It even made people want to smell it again and again. The more they smelled, the more addictive it became. Opening the bag, it was just as Ching Xio had thought. Black pepper. Ching Xio looked at the round grains inside the bag and the familiar aroma, and he couldn't help but laugh. Black pepper? So that's its name. Lang Shining thought for a moment, but these grains are all green, not black. Peppercorn was the name Tang merchants first gave it when they discovered it. Later, that name was replaced by black pepper. Freshly picked pepper was green. Only after special processing, removing the moisture while keeping most of the essence, would it turn black. That was also the time when its aroma reached its strongest. Because of its origin and limited production, pepper was considered a valuable spice in China, but it was not very popular. The reason was that Tang already had too many spices suitable for cooking, and pepper did not match well with Chinese cooking methods. But in the West of that time, compared to the Tang who had perfected countless cooking techniques, their methods were still primitive. Especially with meat, they did not know how to remove the fishy odor with cooking. They only roasted or fried large chunks of meat, not suitable for other seasonings. Such crude methods, however, were exactly what could bring out the flavor of black pepper to the fullest. Black pepper's aroma matched plain meat without other spices very well, covering up the bad smell. It directly lifted Western meat dishes to a higher level. So once black pepper spread in the West, it immediately became a hot commodity. Since the Western climate could not grow black pepper, it could only be obtained through Arab trade. Its price there was shocking. At some times, the price of gold in the West was lower than black pepper. Grains the size of rice were sold one by one. Even the great drive behind early Western ocean voyages was to reach India to find cheap black pepper. Clearly, in this era neither East nor West had mastered refining it, so its value had not yet appeared on history's stage. Ching Xio held a handful of green pepper in his palm, smiling. What he held was not seasoning, it was gold. If you are interested in this, next time I trade I can bring you more. Anyway, this thing isn't expensive. Not expensive? Ching Xio was surprised. The locals never use it? Yes, although it smells strong, if added to food it tastes bitter and astringent. Locals only use it to repel insects or keep houses dry. It's not used much. Ching Xio was delighted. That meant he could buy it at a very low price. Of course, if you want, I can also get you some seeds. The Central Plains climate was not suitable for pepper. Ching Xio was about to refuse. But suddenly he thought of something: vegetable greenhouses. If people could artificially change the environment to be warmer or cooler, simulating what plants needed, maybe black pepper could be grown in China. Although Ching Xio had no plastic for greenhouses, he could use underground cellars to keep the temperature stable. This method had been tried before. In Mid-Tang, some officials had planted vegetables in cellars to serve fresh food to inspectors in winter. Ching Xio ordered Erguzi to bring him paper and brush. Quickly he wrote down everything he needed. Next time you go out for trade, bring fewer oaks, but these things must be prepared for me. Don't worry. Lang Shining took the list. Most items were spice seeds and fruits or vegetables special to the Indian regions. You are interested in their foods again? To be honest, though India has many products, in terms of food it is far below Tang. That's because they don't know how to use them. If Tang can add their products, what can be created will be far more than you imagine. Ching Xio did not explain further, and Lang Shining did not ask more. Originally Ching Xio planned to urge the workers to plant the oaks quickly. But when he entered the oak grove, he found that the usually moist soil had become dry. There were even cracks in the ground, and the rubber yield from the oaks had dropped a lot. Why haven't you been careful with irrigation recently? Didn't I remind you that oaks fear dryness most? The tree planter was so frightened his hands trembled. He quickly explained. We did as you told us before, but lately the weather has been warm, and the river water keeps drying up. There isn't enough for irrigation. Sometimes we have to fetch water from far away, and now just watering takes several times the effort it used to. Hearing this, Ching Xio suddenly remembered that when passing the river earlier, he had seen some areas already dried up. So soon it's coming? Ching Xio thought of the locust plague that would break out this year. Locusts often came together with droughts. Some experienced farmers had already seen that this year would be a dry year. That meant when drought reached its worst, the locusts would surely arrive as well. If the locusts came, Ching Xio immediately gathered all the tree planters and warned them. Everyone, from my observations these days, this year there will surely be locusts. If reduced water lowers yield, that is minor. The most important thing is to protect the oaks from being eaten by swarms of locusts. At his words, everyone was shocked. Locusts coming soon? How could there be no signs yet? Are you really certain? Right now there are no signs at all that a locust plague is coming. This year is indeed dry, but everything else looks normal. It doesn't seem like a major disaster is about to arrive. The tree planters murmured among themselves. Clearly, they did not quite believe Ching Xio's words. They were all experienced farmers, used to observing signs of natural disasters. From their experience, locust plagues usually came in the height of summer, when it was hot and dry. In spring, the temperature was not high enough for locusts to hatch from their eggs. Even if the larvae crawled out, they would need time to grow before forming a swarm large enough to cause disaster. Now that spring was only halfway through, it simply was not the time for locusts to develop. I don't care what you think. Just follow my orders. Ching Xio ignored their doubts and gave one firm command. The tree planters immediately fell silent, waiting for his instructions. In the eyes of these common folk, Ching Xio's authority was extremely high. If he said locusts would come, then most likely they would. During this period, you must focus on killing locust larvae near the oak grove. Especially dig into dry soil, locusts love to lay eggs there. Once found, crush them immediately. Also, buy more chickens, ducks, and geese. Set them free around the oak grove so they can eat as many locusts as possible. While thinking, Ching Xio shared every method he could think of to stop the locust plague. These fairly scientific methods greatly surprised the experienced planters. They hadn't known such ways could prevent locust plagues in advance, and they sounded quite effective. Ching Xio sighed inwardly. If only he had a large supply of pesticides now? With the extremely low resistance of insects in this era, the effect would be overwhelming. But pesticides were purely industrial products, and with Tang's current productivity, they could not be made. If you want any harvest this year, tell your neighbors to use these methods too. At least they can protect part of the crops. Thank you, Duke Qing. The people accepted his orders and left. Duke Qing, these methods sound effective. Why not have the court promote them widely? Even though some officials doubt you, surely no one would oppose simple and useful prevention methods? Urguzi couldn't help but ask. Useless. Ching Xio gave a bitter smile. These methods can only protect crops in a small area. But locust eggs are laid across hundreds or even thousands of li. Every inch of Guangzhong soil may hide them. How much manpower would it take to destroy all the eggs? Before half the work is done, the plague will already have begun. Urguzi froze. From Ching Xio's words, locust plagues could not be stopped at all. But thinking again, whenever locust plagues came in the past, didn't the people always just endure it, even kneeling to beg the swarms not to eat their fields? Urguzi felt regretful. If even Ching Xio said nothing could be done, then truly nothing could be done. The next day, at morning court. Duke Qing, are the affairs of your residence busy lately? Li Er unusually mentioned Ching Xio at the start. Not too busy. Does your majesty have something you want me to do? Indeed. I recently sent men to investigate among the people and observe the land. It seems this year will be dry, and harvests will not be good. At the same time, Duke Lu's army is campaigning beyond the pass, and supplies cannot fall short. But in Guangzhong, stored grain is already hard to maintain. Hearing this, Ching Xio understood. Li Er intended to transport large amounts of grain from Jiangnan to Guangzhong, at least to survive the current drought. Your Majesty wants me to oversee the grain transport? Yes. But I have already assigned officials to handle the details. You only need to supervise their work and adjust when needed. Li Er's words made it clear, Ching Xio need not do anything himself, only carry the title of overseer and go south. As long as the job succeeded, there would be merit and reward. Normally such posts went to officials desperate for achievements to rise in rank. Yet this time it was given to Ching Xio. But Ching Xio quickly understood. Li Er wanted to use his name to steady the hearts of Jiangnan. Think about it, if even the capital and Guangzhong were short of grain, even with drought as the reason, it would still make Jiangnan uneasy. Especially since not long ago the Sui dynasty had fallen, after years of heavy taxes and forced grain collection. Large-scale grain levies could easily panic the people. But if Ching Xio oversaw it, with his reputation among the people of Tang, their fear would be greatly eased. If Duke Qing handled it, the people believed it could not be bad, sometimes even a blessing. This had already become the most widely accepted view among the people. So indeed, this task was his alone to take. Of course, Ching Xio would not refuse. If he succeeded, his prestige in Guangzhong would grow further. I obey. Just as Ching Xio accepted, Li Er suddenly added, when you go to Jiangnan, remember to visit the shipyard. I heard your treasure ship is nearly finished, soon to form a fleet. Ching Xio remembered the fleet project he had arranged months earlier. That it could be built so quickly showed the Jiangnan shipyard's great efficiency. But some grew worried at these words. Gao Shirlian stepped out to remind, Your Majesty, with Guangzhong about to face poor harvest, transferring so much grain from the south may leave local reserves short. Shouldn't we pause the campaign against Hua? Especially suspend the treasure ship construction, and wait for future harvests to continue. Though Gao Shilian often opposed Ching Xio, this time his objection showed no personal grudge. What he said was exactly Li Er's concern. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Er carefully reconsidered the situation. He was already thinking of pausing the conquest of Japan. Scholar Gao's advice is indeed good. Ching Xio suddenly smiled and praised, even clapping his hands. Gao Shilian glared fiercely at him. The more Ching Xio praised him like this, the more Gao felt he was being mocked. But, let me say first, what I'm about to say has no other motive. It is only for His Majesty's sake. Ching Xio's words piqued Li Er's interest. Scholar Gao only thinks of the account before his eyes. But if you could place your vision further, look farther ahead, you would know that governing a nation is not just about a little rice, oil, and salt in front of you. Although Ching Xio spoke politely, almost every word was like scolding Gao Shilian to his face. And what could cut a politician deeper than being called short-sighted? Duke Qing, what grand words! You say your vision is long, yet if you trip over a stone right in front of you, what use is looking far? Gao Shilian could not hold back his anger. Ching Xio ignored him completely. Instead, he looked directly at the emperor and said loudly, "Your Majesty, if you wish for Tang's neighbors not to stir up disputes and cause trouble, making the situation worse, then you must never act as Scholar Gao suggests." The emperor frowned. He glanced at Gao Shilian, whose eyes were cold with anger, and asked, "Why do you say so?" Clearly, the emperor leaned somewhat toward Gao Shilian's opinion. After all, only those who manage the household know how costly daily needs are. Tang had only been stable for a year or two. If there were grain shortages and overuse of the people's strength again, how could they stop memories of Sui's chaotic end from resurfacing? He was more concerned with driving the current carriage steadily without overturning than with long-term risks. Your Majesty, though this year locust plagues will strike Guangzhong and the Central Plains, the Southlands, Hedong, and Hebei should still be harvest years. With those granaries to stabilize Tang, even military supplies for external wars will be enough. Only we will not have as much surplus as in past years. The emperor looked troubled. That may be so, but who can say what next year will bring? If Guangzhong is still dry, if even the south suffers disasters, with no stored grain, how will we cope? Ching Xio knew well that next year both north and south would be a bumper harvest. But what use was telling the emperor? The locust plague already had clear signs, yet half the court doubted. If he spoke of next year's grand harvest, it would be meaningless. This question also made all the officials uneasy. Whispers spread across the hall, most supporting Gao Shilian's view. In truth, by all logic, reducing foreign wars seemed the best choice. Gao Shilian felt proud, casting a triumphant look at Ching Xio, as if to declare victory. Finally, a chance not to be pressed down by Ching Xio. Ching Xio knew more words would be wasted. So he simply skipped over the emperor's question and instead asked him, "Your Majesty, are you not curious why I so strongly support continuing external campaigns?" At once, all attention shifted to him. Even Gao Shilian grew curious. "I do not understand," the emperor shook his head. If a general or the Ministry of War had demanded campaigns, it would be obvious, they benefited from war. But Ching Xio had no personal gain from war. Just as I said before, if we stop foreign campaigns now, we may survive the present for a while, but afterward we will suffer twofold backlash. Ching Xio suddenly looked at Gao Shilian. "Do you know how many neighboring states Tang has? Perhaps a dozen or more. Why ask this? Then tell me, among those states, how many covet Tang's borderlands and are always ready to invade and plunder?" "At least half." Ching Xio paused, then pressed. "If they covet our lands, why to this day have they not attacked? Isn't it obvious? Because His Majesty governs wisely, our virtue is strong, and our army is mighty. That's why no one dares act rashly." Gao Shilian even seized the chance to flatter the emperor. "So you know it is for this reason. Then why did you foolishly suggest stopping our wars?" Ching Xio suddenly turned his words, scolding Gao Shilian mercilessly, leaving him stunned. "Precisely because since Tang's founding we have fought abroad and always won, always victorious, that display of power makes the world restrain itself. But if this year we suddenly cancel the loudly proclaimed campaign against Hua, and at the same time other nations hear that Tang is struck by natural disaster, both together will surely make them think Tang is weak and powerless. Then how will they act?" That was enough. Those who could understand, would. Those who could not, more detail was useless. And the emperor, with his supreme vision, immediately grasped Ching Xio's meaning. As long as strength remained, even if internally plagued by crisis, Tang must still show a fierce face outward, to deter the enemy. The weaker you appear, the more enemies believe they have a chance. If so, Tang's borders might erupt in wars everywhere, and resisting them could cost far more than a campaign against Hua. Duke Qing speaks truly. Goguryeo has long-eyed Liaodong. If they thought we were weak, they would not miss the chance. The northern Turkic tribes are still waiting for revenge, they too would seize the chance. Even Gaochang and Lulan in the western regions have long had rebellious hearts. The officials all began voicing their own worries. Only now did they realize how far Ching Xio's vision reached, far beyond their narrow sight. Compared to his strategy, they truly were just fools staring at daily food and firewood. At this, Gao Shilian had no face to continue. He knew he had utterly lost today's debate, lost completely, with no recovery. Even he himself felt Ching Xio's words made perfect sense. How could he argue further? He withdrew silently to his place, face full of embarrassment. The emperor furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. His admiration for Ching Xio grew another level higher. Duke Qing, you are truly my Xiaohe and Kongming. The emperor sighed. Without Ching Xio's counsel, he might have made another grave mistake. According to your words, Duke Qing, what should be done next? The emperor leaned forward, eager for Ching Xio's reply. Fight. Ching Xio's reply was very direct. Not only fight, but fight hard. Strike once with power, so that you don't suffer 100 strikes later. It must be loudly declared everywhere that this year Japan must be taken. Spread it so all know, shake the heavens and earth. Even if in the end we fail to seize Japan, at least people's hearts will be shaken, and enemies will not dare to invade lightly. Li Er nodded slightly. In his heart, he was already leaning completely toward Ching Xio. If not for a few lingering concerns, he might have decided right then to adopt Ching Xio's plan. Your Majesty is still worried about supplying food for the expedition against Japan? Ching Xio pierced Li Er's concern with one sentence. Li Er nodded. Yes. This sea route is too long. Much grain will be wasted along the way. It will be more difficult than any ordinary campaign. That problem is the easiest to solve. Ching Xio smiled. Before coming here, he had already thought of this issue. Li Er's frown turned into curiosity. He quickly asked, how? Does Duke Qing have a way? Yes. Ching Xio gave a simple answer, but said nothing more. He only smiled faintly at Li Er. Seeing this, Li Er understood at once. This was not something suitable to discuss in open court. But judging by Ching Xio's confidence, it must be a good method. Li Er waved his sleeve, and the eunuch beside him understood immediately. Court dismissed. Not long after court ended, Li Er received in the Taiji Hall a memorial from Ching Xio. In it was written the best plan for solving the food supply problem for the campaign against Japan. Ching Xio wrote that transporting food from Tang to the front line over such distance would waste astronomical amounts. Out of 30 bushels shipped, not even one might safely reach the front. The best solution was to obtain supplies locally. Since the army would set out from Silla, and Beech's ports were close, they could obtain grain directly from Silla and Beech, but not by purchase. When the army marched, they only needed to promise both states great future benefits. After Japan was taken, open seaports for trade, allow them to set up commercial posts in Japan, and buy farmland there. On these conditions, they would willingly provide supplies for free. With Tang's prestige and reputation of always victorious campaigns, they would surely agree. This was also why Ching Xio insisted Tang must always maintain an offensive stance abroad. With outward expansion as deterrence, Tang could obtain huge benefits from allies at minimal cost. Ching Xio truly is a divine man. Putting down the memorial, Li Er sighed. Ching Xio was skilled at gaining everything with nothing. Attend me. Draft an edict at once, send it by sea as quickly as possible to Silla and Beech. While Li Er prepared the edict, Ching Xio was also preparing to go south to Jiangnan to arrange grain supplies. After handing over some matters at his residence, he still could not bear to part with the little girl Qing Ruyuan. The child seemed to know he was going far away, clutching his finger and crying loudly, unwilling to let go. Little one, when I return from Jiangnan, I will bring you special gifts. Be good. Ching Xio gently stroked her forehead until her crying slowly calmed. Her big watery eyes stared at him, as if to look at her father as much as she could before he left. Husband, how long will you be gone this time? Will it be months again? Su Xiaochun's eyes were full of sorrow, seeing her husband about to leave. When have I ever been away for months? Even if more than a month, I would never accept such a task from His Majesty. Putting his daughter down, Ching Xio smiled. This trip will not exceed half a month. Don't worry. But husband, you still must arrange grain. If both water and land routes are used, it takes 3 months at least, half a year at worst. How can you return in half a month? If it were others, it would indeed take that long. But I do not need to. Ching Xio smiled faintly. If things done under his name still needed so much effort, that would truly be a waste of time. At the same time, while Li Er struggled with the court's problems, Hou Junji had already led his army out of Yanmen Pass, marching straight toward Tuyuhan. Shui Wanche thought that leaving the pass meant immediate battle, but once outside he realized. All around was endless desert. Not a single enemy in sight. When great winds rose, sand darkened the sky. They couldn't even tell direction. Then Shui Wanche finally understood. Outside the pass, the most important thing was not battle, but survival. Leading tens of thousands through desert without losing direction, without losing morale, finding water and safe campsites, that was the greater skill. That night, Shui Wanche sat by Hou Junji, staring blankly into the fire. Compared to his fiery spirit before the campaign, now his energy was gone. What is it, don't want to fight anymore? Hou Junji asked with a faint smile. Don't joke. If we found the enemy and fought now, that would wake me better than anything. Shui Wanche gave a bitter laugh. But so many days and not even a shadow of them. But it's strange, clearly we are in Tuyuhan's land. Why don't they fight? Not even a small resistance? Hou Junji asked back, their troops, strength, and nation are far weaker than us. Why should they fight? Would you, if facing an unbeatable enemy, throw your life away? Shui Wanche fell silent. He thought, indeed, he had never faced a truly hopeless situation. Even in Lingnan, with only 2,000 men, if Ching Xio ordered, he would have charged without fear of death. I know you are a warrior who disregards life and death. But you must not measure the enemy by your own heart. Especially these desert nomads. If they can fight, they ambush. If they cannot, they flee. After all, unlike Han people, nomads need not farm or build houses. Roll up their tents, put them on horseback, and they can go anywhere. Shui Wanche frowned. Now he understood why conquering Tuyuhan, though weak, was taken so seriously by Li Er. Just then, a scout rushed back with news. The place where Tuyuhan people worship heaven has been checked. The whole tribe has already moved away, leaving nothing behind. Even their tracks were wiped clean. Now we have no idea where they fled. The report made Hou Junji frown deeply. If Tuyuhan could even abandon their place of heaven worship, it meant their escape direction was now nearly impossible to predict. Continuing pursuit had only two possible outcomes. First, going deeper into unknown lands, finally falling into a long-prepared Tuyuhan ambush, suffering heavy defeat and returning in disgrace. Second, wandering aimlessly through the desert, until grain and supplies were exhausted, and they would have no choice but to retreat. Along the way, they might also face poison water sources and many other dangers. Shui Wanche wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he kept his mouth shut. This situation was already far beyond his understanding of war. He really could not imagine what he would do in Hou Junji's place. Shui Wanche, as I know, Tuyuhan has about 50,000 elite soldiers, with 40,000 being cavalry. This is their only real force able to oppose us. If you met them, how many men would you need with you to deal with them? Just as Shui Wanche was about to answer, Hou Junji reminded him. Think carefully before you answer. This is the northern desert, not Lingnan. Hearing this, Shui Wanche became more cautious. These northern nomads, even aside from war, lived fighting the harsh environment and wild beasts daily. Not to mention, their whole people were soldiers, any man who mounted a horse was cavalry. Their combat strength was far beyond the short men of Lingnan, who only fought snakes and insects. 5,000. 5,000 would be enough. After some calculation, Shui Wanche answered firmly. But General, I will need all of Duke Qing's household troops and retainers with me. Hou Junji nodded slightly. 3,000 less than I expected. Then I will give you 6,000 cavalry. From tomorrow, we will divide our forces. You will pursue northwest. I will pursue due north. If you encounter Tuyuhan's main army, stall them as much as possible, report to me at once, and never try to destroy them on your own. Shui Wanche immediately answered, no problem. Write a military pledge. Hou Junji's face hardened. I want you to write a pledge. If you meet Tuyuhan's main force, you must not fight a decisive battle. You must stall, delay, and report in time for our army to join up. Hou Junji did not doubt Shui Wanche's strength. He even felt he might have underestimated him. But he knew, individual bravery rarely decided wars. Only overwhelming armies did. He would not allow Shui Wanche to play lone hero and ruin the fleeting chance of victory. Shui Wanche had not expected Hou Junji to be so firm. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. I will write it. He asked the officers for paper and wrote the pledge with his own hand. If I disobey, no matter win or lose, I am willing to accept any punishment under military law. Ho Junji nodded. Clearly, Shui Wanche was not a man blinded only by hot blood. After this battle, Tang will have one more rising general star. Looking at him, Ho Junji felt great envy toward Ching Xio. How was he so lucky to gain such a talent directly? As long as we win this battle, I promise, you will soon lead a war of conquest yourself. These words filled Shui Wanche with excitement. Truly, even if His Majesty does not appoint you, Duke Qing and I will push for you to lead an army. Ho Junji laughed. Your achievements will one day surpass mine. But Shui Wanche thought little of that. He only felt, if he could truly reach that level, it would not waste Duke Qing's effort and expectations. If one day I could stand in court beside Duke Qing, that would bring glory to my family. From Chang'an, following the Grand Canal south to Jiangnan was many times faster than by land. Ching Xio traveled on a small boat, watching the scenery, completely at ease. It was far more relaxed than his Lingnan campaign. Every day he stood at the side of the boat, gazing at the river, feeling the damp spring breeze. He even jotted down what he saw into poems, arranging them as he pleased. The officials with him, however, were busy as if facing a great enemy. Some compiled lists and filled documents, others sighed with gloomy faces. If we mishandle this grain levy and stir up the people's anger, what then? Being scolded a little is nothing. But if local officials worry about their records and do not cooperate smoothly, delays will be trouble. Yes, success will be merit, but who can guarantee it will succeed? Their endless sighs made Ching Xio frown. It wasn't that the matter was troublesome, but their chatter disturbed his poetic thoughts. What use is your groaning here? Can idle worry solve the matter? Ching Xio scolded impatiently. If you really don't know what to do, better drink yourself drunk and sleep. Worry only when there is truly something to worry about. The ministry officials dared not argue, nor complain further. They hurriedly stood, bowed, and said they would leave to not disturb him. Sit down. I wasn't chasing you off. Ching Xio shook his head. If he let them go on like this, they'd give themselves depression. If they drowned themselves before reaching Jiangnan, he'd still have to handle the mess. Duke Qing, you are capable, you've never failed in anything. Of course you don't know the troubles of us weak little officials. Official Wang Shuj muttered softly, not too boldly. Enough. Let me speak clearly to you. I have already settled everything with Jiangnan. When we arrive with the Imperial order, local officials and commoners alike will fully cooperate, delivering grain in full measure. His words almost made them jump in place. Truly? All eyes fixed on Ching Xio in hope. His serious tone left no room for doubt. You've seen me in court. When have I ever spoken carelessly on such matters? The firm words filled them with reassurance. Their gloom turned to joy. What could be better than the leader settling everything, leaving them only to follow the process? Good, good. No wonder His Majesty entrusted this to Duke Qing. With you, it is truly reliable. Their despair vanished. All burst into laughter. The stone in their hearts was finally set down. Ching Xio said calmly. Of course, it is not as if you have nothing to do. Notify the local offices to post announcements, count the grain, and arrange transport. Don't expect me to do these things for you. Of course, of course. Duke Qing, how could you say such a thing? How could we let you waste your time on such small matters? Exactly, let us handle it. If we cannot even manage this, we would have no face to return to the capital. The officials crowded forward, smiling warmly at Ching Xio. Wang Shuj even secretly glanced at the poem Ching Xio had just written. Ah, this poem is written quite well. As expected of Duke Qing, who once outshone all at the poetry gatherings. These words were not just flattery. They were genuine admiration. The poem was unfinished, and it was not copied from some great poet of history. It was Ching Xio's own spontaneous creation. After all, Ching Xio knew all the poems of past and present. Having read so many, he could naturally write at an upper level. This poem is not finished yet, and I have not thought of a title. Ching Xio lifted his brush again. If your worries are gone, then each of you go do your work. Don't disturb me. Of course, of course. Everyone scattered at once without another word. At last, Ching Xio had a rare moment of quiet. Of course, those officials had no idea that what Ching Xio said about smoothing things out with local officials was nonsense. Before this, he did not even know the names or faces of the officials he would deal with. But one thing he did not lie about, this matter of grain collection would absolutely go smoothly, without the troubles they imagined. 3 days later, their boat reached Jiangxi. The officials thought it would be just another routine affair. But as soon as they landed, they found crowds of common people gathered to welcome them. Duke Qing, your arrival brings glory to Jiangxi. You have worked hard on your journey. Please rest well afterwards. If there is anything to be done, leave it to us. We will surely ease Duke Qing's worries. The commoners were as excited as if they had seen an immortal appear before them. Even more surprising, it was not arranged by the local offices. It was entirely spontaneous. The only reason, because Ching Xio had come in person. Even Ching Xio himself was surprised. He knew his reputation among the people was great, but this level exceeded his expectations. But perhaps it was not too much. After all, he had enabled the people to buy high-quality refined salt for only 20 to 30 coins. That they built ancestral halls for him was no exaggeration. With the crowd escorting them, they barely managed to squeeze into the prefecture office. The governor of Jiangxi, seeing the commotion, first thought it was a rebellion. Only when told it was Duke Qing did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Duke Qing, forgive us. The people's enthusiasm was too great, our prepared welcoming team could not even get through to the riverside." Afraid of blame, the governor quickly apologized. "Please, come to the prefecture. I have already arranged the best cook in Jiangxi for you. No need for useless words. Speak of the important matter." Ching Xio wasted no time. He directly explained his task of collecting grain in detail. The governor listened quietly. When Ching Xio finished, he cautiously said, "Since Duke Qing commands, of course I will obey. But the court will not seize grain without return. Next year, all collected grain will be returned in full, without delay." This was a condition Ching Xio had secured from the emperor. He did not want his reputation ruined. What was taken from the people must be returned. He even swore before the emperor, if next year was not a harvest year, he would repay from his own wealth. "But I fear the people may not cooperate, since they know Guanzhong has suffered disaster." "You need not worry about that." Ching Xio cut him off. "You only need to spread my name. Let the people know that I am the one leading this grain levy. If there is still trouble, it will not be your concern." The governor could not understand why Ching Xio was so confident. But since he had made such a promise, what more could he say? The next day, the announcements were posted across the city. The levy was called War Contribution, meaning grain to support the campaign. The governor himself had little hope, but unexpectedly, just as Ching Xio had said, when the announcement named him, the people of Jiangxi eagerly handed in their surplus grain. There was no need for supervision. At every office, people delivered their grain honestly, without a single measure missing. The capital officials traveling with them were overjoyed. Truly, just as Ching Xio said, they had nothing to worry about. Among the people, his name alone was enough to ensure their full support. The governor of Jiangxi was amazed at how smoothly things went. He went to Ching Xio's lodging to share the good news. But he found only servants cleaning. The place was already empty. Duke Qing left early this morning by boat, with officials and attendants, saying he must quickly go to Jiangdong to collect grain. Such an important matter, and he did not even notify me. The governor slapped his forehead. But thinking again, perhaps from the start, Ching Xio knew his name alone was enough to guarantee success. No wonder people say Duke Qing is a man like a god. Even His Majesty admires him. Today I see it is true. As always, Ching Xio sat by the boat's edge, writing poems, occasionally receiving documents from officials. In Jiangxi, the people eagerly provided grain, with no complaints. In Hunan and Hubei, word has spread, and the people are preparing to respond. In Jiangdong, everything is ready. The young clerk read the reports one by one to Ching Xio, filled with joy. Jiangdong. Ching Xio stopped writing. "Are we going to Jiangdong for our next stop?" "That's right. The local officials have already made preparations to receive us. Change the route. I'm not going to Jiangdong. We're heading straight to the Jiangnan shipyard in Songjiang Prefecture." Ching Xio ordered without even lifting his head. The junior official was puzzled. "Songjiang Prefecture? But you don't have any grain collection tasks there." "I'm not going there to collect grain. I'm going to observe the progress of the treasure ship construction." Only then did the junior official understand Ching Xio's meaning, and he became visibly anxious. The crucial grain requisition mission isn't even completed yet, and Ching Xio actually wants to do something else? "You all can go collect the grain. Why do I need to go too? It's just a waste of time." Ching Xio picked up the rice paper and lightly blew on it to dry the ink. He smiled slightly, clearly very satisfied with the poem he had just written. "Just say it's my order. There's no need for me to show up personally." By now, Ching Xio had already seen the influence of his name throughout the Tang Empire, and he was even more unwilling to waste time. Otherwise, wouldn't it delay the promise he made to Su Xiaochun to return to the capital within 10 days? "But I'm worried we might not handle things well. After all, we're not like you. If anything goes wrong, the responsibility is mine. It has nothing to do with you." Ching Xio waved his hand impatiently. "Once we get up ahead, immediately have the officials get off the boat and send them to Jiangdong. We're turning directly to Songjiang Prefecture." Yes, sir. With Ching Xio vouching personally, the junior official stopped hesitating and immediately began giving orders. That's how bureaucracy works. People don't fear complications, only being blamed. If someone is willing to take full responsibility, then everyone works hard without passing the buck, often even more diligently. Near noon, the ship docked to drop off the officials and then turned straight toward Songjiang Prefecture. Looking at the receding shore, Ching Xio suddenly thought of Lingji, who was still in Silla at that moment. He won't have to wait much longer. Once the ships are ready, the army can quickly follow and strike Japan. Ching Xio murmured to himself. What he didn't know was that Lingji hadn't been idle in Silla either. He had scattered all his troops into smaller groups, attacking Japanese merchant and fishing ships across the East Sea like pirates. The Japanese didn't even dare sail past the sea's midline and were stuck on guard, fearing Tang forces would reach the Japanese mainland. But those days of defense wouldn't last much longer. Before seeing it with his own eyes, Ching Xio only knew about the treasure ships from Ming Dynasty historical records. Though the books described the ship size, and surviving blueprints recorded their structure and dimensions clearly, none of it compared to the shock of standing before the real thing. Looking at the completed fleet of treasure ships, he couldn't believe this was a product made before the Industrial Revolution. Those massive ship shadows, towering into the sky like sleeping giants, lay silently in the harbor. Under the sunlight, their shadows covered most of the shipyard, and it was hard to imagine these structures were entirely wooden. This thing absolutely qualifies as an ancient aircraft carrier. Ching Xio thought. Lord Qing, I truly don't know how you designed this. I can't believe something so huge was built by us. Though the ship was created by Yang Jui and his craftsmen. Seeing it in person, even he found it hard to believe they really made it. Let's get on and take a look. Unable to wait, Ching Xio boarded the 3-level treasure ship and carefully examined it. He found the interior far more spacious than he had imagined. After the inspection, he was truly satisfied. It only lacked a steam engine. Standing on the treasure ship and looking over the whole shipyard felt like standing on a sky island looking down at the earth. The Songjiang shipyard looked as small as a palm-sized object, showing just how massive the treasure ship was. It's not enough. I'll have someone bring some cannons from Chang'an. Install them one by one onto the treasure ship. Getting off the ship, Ching Xio was clearly pleased. It had met his expectations. Thank you for your approval, Lord Qing. If you're satisfied, then all our rushed work wasn't in vain. To finish the ship ahead of schedule, they hadn't even taken a break during the new year. But for them, it was worth it. Creating this epic-scale vessel was worth dying for. Ching Xio nodded slightly. He clearly recognized their effort. You've done very well. As for the blueprints of the treasure ship, don't worry, sir. Once all the ships pass inspection and head to the front lines, I'll immediately return the blueprints to your residence. And I'll make sure no one leaks even a part of them. Ching Xio paused. You misunderstood me. The blueprints are for you. Not only should you keep them safe, but you must also make as many copies as possible and spread them across the land. Let every shipbuilder, even house builders, be able to see these blueprints and understand their structure. Yang Jui's rough, weathered face was full of shock. He looked at Ching Xio in disbelief, even thinking he had misheard. Something this secret, you want it widely distributed? Not just widely, but as far and as broad as possible, so it survives for generations, even hundreds of years from now. Let craftsmen continue improving on this, so that even more powerful treasure ships are built in the future. Ching Xio's grand vision left Yang Jui completely in awe. You see, shipbuilders like them wouldn't even pass on secrets to their daughters, only to sons, and even minor techniques were closely guarded. But this kind of secrecy often led to skills being lost after a few generations, losing their essence or disappearing altogether. Many ancient skills were lost this way. By the Ming and Qing, even basic shipbuilding lagged behind the Sui and Tang dynasties. But Ching Xio wanted everyone to know the secrets, so they could be passed down forever. If a skill can't be continued, what's the point of keeping it secret? Taking it to the grave is even more pointless. I hope you understand that. Ching Xio spoke calmly, but his words carried weight. At this moment, Yang Jui suddenly came to a realization. He understood in his heart how rigid and foolish he had been before. Someone like Ching Xio truly possessed great wisdom. One conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. Old Yang here finally understands what to do from now on. Many thanks to Lord Qing for your guidance. Yang Jui bowed respectfully to Ching Xio, but the latter just smiled and motioned him to skip the formalities. You're already so old, bowing to me might shorten my life. Thus, the matter of the treasure ship was finally settled. Ching Xio stayed for another 2 days to inspect the operation and structure of the treasure ship and, after confirming there were no issues, boarded a ship back to Chang'an City, leaving Songjiang Prefecture. After installing copper cannons, these treasure ships would head to Silla and become powerful weapons for Li Ji's campaign against Japan. After Ching Xio's departure, Yang Jui gathered all the craftsmen and told them what Ching Xio had said about the blueprints before leaving. As expected, after hearing the news, the craftsmen all cheered excitedly. Lord Qing is truly righteous. No wonder his name is known far and wide, only someone like him can be a duke. We've lived all these years for nothing, we can't compare to him in many ways. Being able to openly take these top-secret blueprints was a huge temptation for anyone. Yang Jui looked at everyone and smiled. Now that you all understand Lord Qing's choice was the right one, why don't we follow his example as well? For example, our shipbuilding skills, if we spread them without reservation and more people learn our craft, would we still fear it dying out? Yang Jui's words really made them think. If widely spread, they feared teaching apprentices who would then starve the masters, that their livelihood would be threatened. I know what you're all worried about. But we've been building ships for decades, could we really be surpassed just because we share our skills once? On the contrary, if our descendants improve upon our techniques, they could build even bigger and better ships for the Tang Empire and for the people. Wouldn't that be a great blessing brought by us? With Ching Xio taking the lead in Yang Jui's persuasion, everyone finally came to understand. Later, they did exactly as Ching Xio had hoped, spreading their skills and the preserved blueprints widely among the people. They even shared some previously undisclosed experiences and structural methods, which caused a sensation in the entire shipbuilding industry of the Jiangnan region. With these leading figures setting an example, others weren't willing to fall behind. They all brought out their best techniques to share and compare with each other. For a time, shipbuilding across the Tang Empire flourished. So you just came back directly? Li Er looked at Ching Xio, who had returned to report, and was so surprised he didn't even notice the ink had smeared the paper in his hand. Those trivial side tasks can be handled by them. Why should I meddle and waste my time? Even if just for their official hats, they'll make sure things get done. Li Er was still a bit uneasy. Lord Qing, you've misunderstood. My intention wasn't for you to supervise them, but to use your reputation to motivate the local governments and people. If you're not there. Before he finished speaking, a memorial was delivered outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Report from the grain officials of Jiangnan. Bring it in. Li Er opened the memorial. It was about the grain collection in Jiangnan. In it, they explained the situation to Li Er and promised that the grain collection would be completed ahead of schedule. At the end, they praised how effective Ching Xio's name was. Just mentioning him was enough to collect grain from the people without hearing a single complaint. Li Er was amazed. Looking again at the smiling Ching Xio? Even he had to admit, Ching Xio had earned his respect. Letting Lord Qing handle this was indeed the right choice. If I'd known earlier, you wouldn't even need to leave the capital. Not quite. I still needed to show my face, or else if the people didn't see me, wouldn't they think the court was lying? Ching Xio's words implied a warning to Li Er, don't casually use his name to issue orders. Unless he showed up personally, no number of commands issued under his name would carry real weight. You're afraid I'll ruin your reputation among the people, eh? Don't worry. Li Er put away the memorial, finally relieved. As for this year's harvest? He didn't need to worry either. If they really couldn't collect enough, Ching Xio would pay for it out of his own pocket. But you returned at the right time. I just so happen to have some matters. Let's talk about it later, Your Majesty. I promised my family I'd return within 15 days. After I rest, we can talk again. Ching Xio didn't even wait for Li Er to finish. He waved his hand and got up to go home. Li Er awkwardly put the document away. But thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. For someone to have such a reputation and still not raise Li Er's suspicion, that could only be Ching Xio. If it had been anyone else with that kind of public influence, Li Er probably would have immediately charged, dismissed, and permanently confined them in the capital. But Ching Xio was different. He had already learned from Yuan Tiangang that Ching Xio was an auspicious sign for the nation's prosperity. If there's any more trouble in the future, just give it to Lord Qing. With his public reputation, he can handle it all with ease. At dusk, Ching Xio had just finished doting on Xiao Yuaner and was heading back to his room. But as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw 6 beautiful women inside, dressed seductively and wearing bright makeup, waiting for him. As he entered, all 6 pairs of eyes locked onto him, burning with desire, as if they wanted to devour him alive. You all, what is this? Ching Xio frowned. He remembered tonight was supposed to be only with Zhang Sun Pingting. Husband, you've spent a whole month with elder sister. You've been neglecting the rest of us for too long. Li Yuchan gracefully came up to Ching Xio, reached out her jade hand to intertwine fingers with his, and pulled him slowly toward the bed with a teasing smile. As soon as he sat down, the other 5 wives surrounded him from all sides, leaving no room to escape. So how about tonight, husband, you dote on us all and make up for the lost time? Anyway, husband has plenty of energy. It's too much for just Sister Cui to handle. We sisters should all take part together. The 6 wives' laughter rang like silver bells, and after the lights went out, the room was filled with playful chaos. East of Tongguan, near an important route out of the pass, there was a small village. Although this village was located on a main route, it was very small, and the land was not fertile. The few hundred people in the village lived only by guarding those few thin fields. The ambitions of princes and nobles inside Tongguan, as well as vast strategic plans, had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to live their small lives in peace. On this day, under the blazing sun, the strong men in the fields took off their shirts, tied them around their waists, and waved hoes with bare arms, working while chatting and laughing. Have you heard? Our farmland taxes are about to be reduced. A few days ago, my wife went to town to buy cloth and got the news early. Really? Taxes will be reduced? They say the Turks in the north were driven away, so the border no longer needs heavy guarding. Not only are fewer military funds collected, but the corvée for transporting grain is reduced too. We don't have to wait to be conscripted all the time. Wow, the court is really wise now. Think of that emperor of the Sui before, he really tormented us to death. So this winter we can rest peacefully, without being suddenly called away to serve the emperor. Everyone was laughing and chatting, completely unaware that in the distant sky, a dark cloud suddenly appeared and slowly approached. Huh? Why is the sky dark? They suddenly felt a coolness, the blazing sunlight had disappeared without reason. Looking up, they saw a cloud covering the sun. But this cloud was not ordinary, it was not a cloud at all, but something covering most of the sky, and from the other end, its limit could not be seen. Buzzing. The cloud seemed to grow on its own, blocking the sun, quickly spreading across the sky. In their sight, it grew bigger and closer, and they could even hear a buzzing whisper from inside. Though the heat was less than before, sweat poured down their bodies even more, the cold sweat of fear. They finally saw clearly, it was not a cloud, but countless yellow locusts with hideous appearances and foul smell. The locusts gathered in such numbers that they blotted out the sky. There was no way to see the end of the swarm. A locust plague is coming. Their startled shouts were instantly drowned by locusts diving down from above. Then came endless buzzing and wing beats, covering everything in heaven and earth. The crops in the fields, along with the men farming, were all swallowed by the locust sea. The frenzied locusts feared nothing. Anything they could bite, they devoured without exception. The terrified screams of people rang out without pause. At last, after about half an hour of destruction, the swarm flew back into the sky, and the sun once again shone on the land. But now, not a single intact stalk of grain remained. From roots to leaves, all had been eaten, nothing left. The farmers in the fields were covered with wounds from locust bites. Although none were deep, the sight of bloody injuries was horrifying. The locust plague has come. Freed from the swarm, people looked at each other in shock. From each other's faces and eyes, they read only fear. Then they collapsed one by one to the ground, hearts left with only despair. All their harvest this year was gone. This also meant that the locust swarms entering Guangzhou would likely leave no fields unharmed. The news of locusts entering the land spread among the people faster than the insects flew, across all of Guangzhou, and then throughout the whole empire. Wherever the locusts passed, whether farmland crops or forests, nothing was left uneaten. In many villages of Guangzhou, only bare trees and empty fields could be seen. The farmers whose crops were eaten had no tears left to cry. The whole year's income and food were gone. Tenant farmers who farmed the nobles' land had no harvest, and could not even repay the next year's rent or interest. In many places, people tried hard to stop the locusts, but their primitive and laughable methods were worthless against millions of insects. While the people suffered, Emperor Linger was stunned by one report after another about locust plagues. All farmland in Guangdong has been devoured, next year there will be no harvest. All the people north of the Qinling Mountains have abandoned land and fled, next year there will be no harvest. In Heshi outside the pass, locusts even eat the rotten corpses of refugees, next year there will be no harvest. When Emperor Linger's trusted ministers finished reading all the reports, he saw their faces were grave. Although the reports were sent to Ching Xio, he did not even look at them, he knew too well the power of locust plagues, nothing more needed to be said. Dear ministers, I called you suddenly because I had no choice. This locust plague came so suddenly, I truly haven't thought of any good solution. Linger's eyes were full of anxiety. He had fought battles and governed for years, never meeting an enemy he could not deal with. Whether sudden raids in Ratwolf Valley, or strong Turkic armies at the border, even on the eve of the Xuanwu Gate incident, he had never been so worried. As for farming, he knew little. He had never seen a locust plague of such scale, so naturally he didn't know how to handle it. Moreover, in all the histories he had read, no dynasty, strong or weak, had any solution to locust plagues. They could only endure, hoping the next year would be a good harvest to make up for the loss. For Linger, who always solved everything with iron hand, this was truly unbearable. All the trusted ministers turned to look at Ching Xio together. Once again, he had predicted it. This man was like a god. Lord Qing truly has foresight. We should not have doubted you in court that day. Virtuous son-in-law, how did you know a locust plague was coming? The ministers all asked at once, feeling Ching Xio was more and more unfathomable. I never expected you to believe me before. But now the facts are here, we must think of solutions. Talking is useless. Ching Xio ignored them and spoke directly to Linger. Your Majesty, the locust plague has already broken out, it cannot be avoided. What we can do, first, reduce losses, second, try to contain it. If we can keep it in Guangdong, do not let it spread through Guangzhou. Even if it spreads through all the interior, we must never let it go beyond the pass to harm Jiangnan or Shu. Everything Ching Xio said was reasonable, and this was also the only feasible method at present. You are right, Lord Qing. If you have any good ideas, just bring them up. As long as they can stop the locust plague, I will follow everything. Li Er immediately agreed. Do the rest of you ministers have any good methods? You may all bring them up one by one. If you can't give examples now, you may write memorials later. The others looked at each other, but for the moment, they truly had no good plan. Although they were experts in governing and handling state affairs, when faced with such a natural disaster, they could only propose vague general strategies, not specific solutions. Thinking it over, it seemed only Ching Xio's methods were usable. We believe Lord Qing's words are reasonable. The few of them all looked at Ching Xio at the same time, speaking the most obvious nonsense. Li Er could not help but feel disappointed. At such a critical moment, the only useful suggestion still came from Ching Xio. But Ching Xio was not surprised, he never expected these men to have good methods. If there were some way to kill all these hateful locusts overnight, then the people would not have to suffer this calamity. Li Er sighed. This made Ching Xio think of the greatest weapon against insect plagues in later generations, pesticides. But unfortunately, in this era, pesticides could not be made, not even weaker substitutes. Later I will list out methods for controlling the locust plague one by one and hand them to your Majesty. Please take them seriously. Of course. After the ministers all left, Li Er was upset, not even in the mood to read memorials. He went straight to stroll in the Imperial garden. Originally, Li Er planned to walk a bit before returning to work. But as soon as he stepped into the garden, he saw several large, fat locusts clinging to a budding flower, devouring it madly. Li Er was furious. Even my Imperial garden has locusts? Your Majesty, calm your anger, calm your anger. The sudden rage of Li Er terrified the attendants, eunuchs, and palace maids. They all dropped to their knees, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. We tend to the garden every day. We truly don't know when these locusts flew in. Yes, if we had noticed, we would never have let them stay until your Majesty saw them. Please calm your anger. Clearly the locust plague hasn't yet reached the area around Chang'an. We don't know where these locusts came from. Li Er ignored their pleas. He strode forward, grabbed a locust, and smashed it to the ground. With that smash, the locust's body stiffened and died. Li Er, furious, shouted, "You pests! To satisfy your momentary hunger, do you not know how many common people you will harm, cutting off their food and harvests? All of you deserve death. If I, lacking virtue and ability, brought heaven's wrath and disaster, then just eat my own heart, liver, and lungs. Do not devour the people's crops." While cursing, Li Er suddenly took a fat live locust and swallowed it whole. The palace maids and eunuchs were stunned. The emperor was too ruthless. Return to the palace. Li Er's face was gloomy. He had no interest in strolling anymore, and with a wave of his sleeve, he returned to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. In that short moment, Li Er suddenly understood something. Since he took the throne, everything had gone poorly. By only the second year of Zhenguan, disasters had come one after another. If not for Ching Xio and loyal ministers, his throne could not have been so stable. What was the reason? Most likely it was because he had seized the throne by killing his brothers and forcing his father at the Xuanwu Gate, committing such an unfilial, inhumane act. As the Son of Heaven, to do such a thing against ethics naturally brought heaven's wrath and people's resentment. Back in the Sui dynasty, when rebellions broke out everywhere, rumors spread that Yang Guang's persecution of his brothers doomed his reign to end quickly. And now, with drought and locusts, Li Er could not help but think. Attend me, draft a self-blame edict for me. Ching Xio was busy thinking of how to suppress the locust plague, writing down methods one after another. At a key moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Xiaochun walked in hurriedly, looking anxious. Xiaochun, you came at just the right time. I was just at a key point when you interrupted. Ching Xio put down the brush, shrugged helplessly. Ah, truly sorry, husband. Su Xiaochun's face was full of guilt. Ching Xio was puzzled. Usually Su Xiaochun always knocked before entering. She rarely rushed in like this. Clearly something urgent had happened. No matter. What is it? Su Xiaochun quickly said, His Majesty has issued a self-blame edict. It has just spread through Chang'an. Hearing this, Ching Xio was stunned for a while. Then he realized, the first thought was, this guy is still obsessed with that heaven and man resonance theory. Most likely, with disasters coming one after another, he thought of all kinds of bad things, worrying so much he even issued a self-blame edict. Before Li Er, even counting the small states of Wei, Jin, and the 16 kingdoms, emperors who issued self-blame edicts could be counted on one hand. How terrified and uneasy must Li Er be now? Apparently all that scientific knowledge Ching Xio had taught him, he swallowed like food but didn't truly digest. I told His Majesty many times before, he. Forget it. Ching Xio was truly angry for the first time. Clearly Li Er was a wise and mighty ruler. He even mocked Qin Shi Huang's foolish desire for immortality. Yet he still could not escape the thinking of this era, filling his mind with superstition. Husband, don't be upset, but this matter is too important, so I came to tell you specially. I know. Ching Xio put away the memorial, and after thinking, decided to go check his oak forest. This plague spread too widely. He worried the oak forest he had built with such effort might also be destroyed. Just outside his mansion, Ching Xio saw common people gathered everywhere in Chang'an, watching as notices were posted. Scholar Zhang, you can read it for us. Nonsense, this is His Majesty's self-blame edict. Only officials can read it aloud. If I read it here in public, I'd be killed. A self-blame edict? Why would such a wise emperor issue that? As the people discussed, a soldier of the Imperial Guard stepped forward and loudly read the edict to them. I have ruled for 2 years, yet I admit myself lacking in virtue and ability, unable to govern well, provoking heaven's anger and the people's resentment, causing heaven to bring punishment. In this self-blame edict, Li Er nearly scolded himself from every possible angle. Of course, the most taboo Xuanwu Gate incident was not openly written in, after all he still needed to keep face. His Majesty is truly humble and willing to accept advice. Even though this strange disaster has nothing to do with him, he still writes a self-blame edict to seek to calm heaven's anger. Only, we do not know whether this disaster really has anything to do with heaven's will. If this self-blame edict could really make heaven withdraw the locust plague, that would be good. The people's worries could not be dispelled. After all, having just lived through the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, they still remembered clearly the hunger and insecurity of those days. Let's go. Ching Xio put down the curtain and spoke faintly. Ching Xio had already mentally prepared for losses in the oak forest, but what he saw with his own eyes still shocked him. To protect the oak forest from being eaten by locusts, the forest guards had actually used a large number of fishing nets to cover all around the forest, layer upon layer, leaving only very tiny holes. Only sunlight and air could pass through. Even though locusts chewed the bark of surrounding trees, very few could enter the oak forest. Compared to the bare surroundings, this oak forest was the only green left in the area. You did well. But where did you get so many fishing nets? The forest guard smiled. It was simple. We went around nearby villages, knocking on doors to borrow nets. As soon as we mentioned your name, they all immediately brought out their nets for us. Luckily this oak forest is not too big. If it were as large as the surrounding forests, we could not have kept it so well. Looking at the guards' tired faces, some so exhausted they could not stand, Ching Xio was moved. You have truly worked hard. I will give you some reward. For now, do not bother collecting rubber, just focus on keeping the oaks alive. Thank you, Lord Qing. With this promise, their hard work these past days was not in vain. At this moment, an older guard stepped forward and carefully asked Ching Xio. Lord Qing, may I ask, could the silver you gave us be changed into rice, wheat, or millet instead? Ching Xio recognized him. His name was Li Dao, originally a villager of Xiashang village. Why grain? With silver, you can exchange for more things. Even though locusts and droughts have affected things, there is still plenty of food on the market. Why not just buy some quickly? Although Guanzhong already knew of the locust plague, it had only just begun. Messages in ancient times spread slowly, there was still half a month's time to prepare. You must be joking. In recent days, the rice shops have had no rice at all, not even buckwheat husks left. Li Dao sighed, nearly crying on the spot. Since his land was taken by Ching Xio, he had been given compensation in silver. But when food runs out, silver cannot be eaten. No rice for sale? Ching Xio was stunned. The common people might not know, but he did. In Chang'an City, even ignoring government granaries, the merchants' grain stores were enough to feed the city for 2 years. How could it be sold out in just a few days? But soon he understood, the grain merchants were taking advantage of disaster to profit. I understand. From now on, you may collect grain directly from the Duke of Qing's residence. Not only you, all of you here, if your families lack food, you may take grain as payment. If not enough, you may take advance. Thank you, Lord Qing. Everyone was moved to tears, Ching Xio had saved their lives. Ching Xio's expression darkened as he glanced at Erguzi, who immediately understood. After we return, I will investigate this matter and report to you. I want results tonight. Do not delay my court tomorrow. Erguzi responded quickly. Just then, the sky was suddenly covered in shadow, blocking everything. Even Ching Xio looked up, he saw dense clouds covering the heavens and the sun. They're here again. Hurry, brothers, pull up the nets. Don't let locusts in. Seeing the plague come again, everyone rushed to raise the nets to block them. Ching Xio thought for a moment, then ordered a guard to take him to nearby fields. He wanted to see for himself how badly the farmlands had been destroyed. The locusts fell like a storm, swarming into the fields to devour the already weak seedlings. They would not leave until every grain stalk was eaten. Even when villagers weakly tried to drive them away, it was useless, the locusts even bit back at people. What are you doing? Do you think just driving them away will work? Ching Xio could not bear it anymore. He stepped forward and shouted to the villagers. Don't you know you can light fires near the fields and use smoke to drive the locusts away? It's Lord Qing. Everyone's attention shifted instantly. When they saw it was Ching Xio, they all wanted to kneel, but he stopped them. Don't kneel. Did you hear me? Now, light the torches and use smoke to drive them away. But no one moved. They just stood there, staring at each other. Do you not know how to light fires? Or do you not care if your crops are eaten? Ching Xio frowned. A villager stammered. Lord Qing, of course we care about the crops. But with smoke, many locusts will surely be burned to death. Ching Xio was even more puzzled. These locusts are eating away your year's harvest, maybe even killing you with hunger, yet you pity them? But his words only brought bitter looks. Of course not. But don't you know? Everyone says the locusts are heaven's punishment for us commoners. Yes. If we burn them, that's resisting heaven's will. Disaster will come upon us. Better to endure for now. Once the locusts pass, maybe we can plant a second crop. The villagers spoke miserably. But when they saw Ching Xio's face darken further, they all fell silent. Ching Xio's expression grew grim. Where did you hear this talk? We don't know. But everyone says so, so it must be true. This answer was truly absurd. Ching Xio did not waste words and ordered on the spot. Everyone, go home at once and bring 3 bundles of dry grass. Surround the fields with them and set fire to smoke out the locusts. Whoever dares not obey, let me tell you, today, even if this is a heaven-sent disaster, it has nothing to do with you. I alone will take responsibility. These words immediately stunned everyone, and Ching Xio's reputation left them with no choice. They hurried back to fetch dry grass, arranging it around the fields as Ching Xio had commanded. Light the fire. At the order, the villagers all held torches, but none truly dared to ignite the dry grass. Clearly, they still feared the rumors. Enough. Ching Xio lifted his chin in signal. One household guard understood, grabbed a torch from a villager, and threw it directly into the dry grass. In what should have been a damp spring, the great drought had left almost no moisture in the hay. As soon as it was lit, the flames spread like a fire dragon across the dry piles. Seeing this, the villagers closed their eyes and, one after another, tossed their torches into the hay. Soon, blazing fire surrounded the fields. The locusts, falling endlessly from the sky, rushed into the flames like moths. They were burned at once, screeching as they were roasted by the crackling fire. The locusts in the fields, crazily devouring crops, either could not bear the thick smoke and were forced to take flight, or were choked so they fell into the flames and were burned to ash. As more and more locusts fell into the fire, the air filled with a strange roasted protein smell. The aroma immediately stirred hunger. Not only for the villagers, who rarely ate meat. Even Ching Xio found the smell tempting. No wonder, in modern times, roasted locusts were considered an expensive delicacy, which many could not afford to eat. Breathing in the strong fragrance, Ching Xio suddenly had a peculiar thought. Letting these high-quality proteins fly everywhere, devouring crops, was too much waste. If they could be sent to everyone's table, wouldn't the locust plague be solved? So fragrant. A young boy, hungry at the smell, shouted and rushed forward, wanting to grab a roasted locust to eat. Come back at once. You dare eat that thing? The villagers, though their stomachs growled at the aroma, still dared not touch a single locust. For in their eyes, these insects were heaven's punishment in physical form. Whoever ate them would suffer misfortune. Seeing this, Ching Xio knew that even if he spoke until his mouth was dry, he could only persuade them for a moment. And besides, with tens of thousands of households in Guangzhou, could he really go door to door convincing them? Let's go! Ching Xio got back on the carriage and signaled Erguzi to return. On the way, he sent guards on fast horses to investigate. Their reports did not surprise him. After you left, the villagers put out the fire again. They dared not let it burn too long. I knew it. Ching Xio sneered. The limits of the age made such ignorance deeply rooted. At morning court, anyone could see Li Er was distracted, clearly not having slept well. Understandable, the locust plague had even forced him to write a self-blame edict. With such worries pressing on him, how could he rest? Lord Qing, yesterday you said today you would present a good plan. Bring it to me. Li Er was waiting for Ching Xio's memorial, but Ching Xio only clasped his hands behind his back. I did bring it. But I think it's better to tear it up than present it. This shocked the whole court. Li Er too was astonished. Why? The locust plague is urgent, Guangzhou is about to suffer. Your Majesty, so you do know that locust plagues can be resisted by human effort? I thought your Majesty intended to rely on a self-blame edict to drive away the plague, leaving no need for me at all. These words made every minister's heart sink. Even Wei Zheng felt ashamed. Such words he would not dare say to Li Er, not even privately between just two people. My good son-in-law, Changsun Wuji broke into a cold sweat. He could not understand why Ching Xio would mock Li Er this way. But Li Er did not explode in rage as they feared, because it was Ching Xio who spoke. Had it been anyone else, would Li Er not have lashed out? Of course I know things depend on human effort. But when things are strange, there must be demons at work. There is nothing strange or not strange. Facts are always more absurd than plays. If, in every great disaster, a single self-blame edict could calm it, then how could the former dynasties have been overthrown? Ching Xio flung his sleeve, his voice cold and cutting. Pitiful. The whole court trembles, asking ghosts and gods instead of asking the people. His words rang with iron weight. At that moment, the entire court fell silent, utterly still. He had struck the sore point. They were not ignorant peasants. They knew well it was people who moved history forward, not gods. Every superstition had human hands behind it. And yet, the higher the rank, the more they clung to fate, believing in invisible powers guiding all. The court was like this, and so was Li Er. Not ask the people, but ask ghosts and gods. Li Er murmured. The gloom pressing on him suddenly cleared. He realized the self-blame edict was laughable. With Ching Xio assisting him, why appeal to the empty sky? Lord Qing is absolutely right. Li sighed. My ministers, if the self-blame edict were written now, I would indeed ask myself why I sought gods instead of asking people. Thinking further, if this locust plague truly comes from heaven, then it is to test whether I can govern it. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers replied in unison, this time, not out of flattery. Li Er's words were clear and thorough, even opening the minds of many who had believed in fate. Fang Xianling said sincerely. Your Majesty is right indeed. We should fight the locust plague by human effort, not prayers. Li Er smiled and nodded, then looked to Ching Xio. Lord Qing, bring it up. Your Majesty no longer prays to heaven? Haha, I have already thought it through. Why would you still mock me? Only then did Ching Xio produce the plan he had written the day before. Your Majesty, read carefully, each item here is an excellent method. All must be carried out, none left behind. Li Er took the memorial and carefully read it, finding that it was indeed as Ching Xio had said, the best method they had for dealing with the locust plague at present. In the memorial, Ching Xio roughly divided the methods of resisting the plague into 3 steps. The first step was defense. Since locusts often moved in swarms and did not stay long in one place, the people were to light bonfires and surround the fields with smoke when the locusts approached, forcing them to flee and preserving the crops as much as possible. The second step was eradication. The court quickly purchased large numbers of ducks and geese from the Jiangnan region and distributed them to farming households, to be released in great numbers to eat the locusts. These fowl not only liked to eat locusts but also had a huge appetite. A single fat duck a year old could eat over 100 locusts a day. Having flocks roaming the fields also deterred the locusts from coming near. After the plague ended, the fattened fowl could be sold, slaughtered, and eaten, wasting nothing. The third step was manpower directly participating in capturing and killing locusts, using nets to catch them on a large scale when the plague descended. Each method was feasible, and carrying them out was not too difficult. These were indeed the best solutions available. Follow the Duke of Qing's words. Li Feay immediately ordered that these 3 strategies be announced to the people in the affected areas, and that they be carried out at once. He truly acted with thunderous speed. Within just a few days, large numbers of chickens, ducks, and geese had been transported from Jiangnan and distributed to households, who were told to let them roam and eat the locusts. To prevent the farmers from eating the poultry themselves, local officials carefully marked each bird and carried out random inspections. Anyone caught secretly eating them was punished on the spot. Still, the Yamen clerks explained with emotion and reason, telling the farmers that once the disaster was over, all the poultry would be given to them. At that time, whether to eat or raise them would be their choice. For a time, in the farmlands and rivers of Guangzhou, chickens and ducks roamed wildly, their cries filling the skies, wiping out locusts wherever they passed. The great clouds of locusts that once covered the sky were directly reduced. Combined with smoke fires everywhere, the locusts had no place to land. Many fields still suffered attacks, but after the swarms passed, the losses were small. It was no longer like before, when the locusts swept over leaving not even roots behind. Soon, good news poured in from Guangzhou. The once fearful people realized they did not have to suffer passively, they could resist. Especially when they heard that these methods came from Ching Xio, their admiration only grew higher. Sure enough, only Lord Qing has solutions. Before, we didn't dare burn locusts, and so much of our grain was lost. Now it seems the Duke truly has great wisdom. Exactly. No wonder he called us ignorant. If we had listened earlier, we'd be better off. We thought this year's harvest was gone. Now it seems we can at least keep 3 or 4 parts. Eating won't be a problem. Praises for Ching Xio filled Guangzhou. More and more people imitated his methods, and the locusts could no longer ravage unchecked. Are you sure it's these shops? Ching Xio looked at the report Erguzi handed him, which marked several major grain shops in Chang'an. Absolutely certain. I investigated carefully before reporting to you, there is no mistake. Erguzi patted his chest in assurance. Since Ching Xio had learned days earlier that no food was being sold on the market, he had immediately ordered his men to investigate. He found that although there had been a rush of buying by residents, the grain that supposedly sold out had not gone to them at all. Instead, it had been diverted, ending up stored in the warehouses of these big rice shops. Without doubt, the supposed buyers were their own men. It was the merchants' usual trick of profiteering during disaster. Clearly, they intended to buy cheaply while prices were low, then wait for shortages at harvest, when prices soared, and sell at a huge profit. Many families had already been stripped of their wealth this way. In feudal times, such practices could ruin an entire peasant household in one disaster. I'm not surprised they did this. What I don't understand is why the court doesn't regulate it. Surely the court already forbids hoarding grain during disasters. If they do this, aren't they afraid of being caught? Erguzi was baffled. Such profiteering was a crime punishable by extermination of the clan. If the people starved, whether they rebelled or forced the court to open the granaries, in the end the state paid the price for merchants' profits. This practice was hated by all dynasties and punished severely. Don't be foolish. Do you really think just a few grain shops could afford such a large-scale scheme? Ching Xio pointed at the list. Look closer, what's the connection between these shops? Erguzi had not looked carefully before. At Ching Xio's reminder, he examined the names. Fengyang Grain Shop, Jili Rice Store. After a moment, he suddenly realized. These are all owned by the Zheng clan. By Zheng clan, he meant the Yinyang Zhengs, one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. The Zhengs did not hold many official posts in court, nor great political power. But their industries controlled grain production inside and outside Guangzhou. It was said that in Hunan, nearly 30% of the land belonged to the Zheng clan. Thus, they often controlled the pricing of grain. So this is all the Zhengs doing. With their scale, it's no surprise, Erguzi realized. Now Ching Xio finally understood who was behind it all. Though not as powerful as some other clans, they still had enough influence to carry out such a scheme easily. After thinking a moment, Ching Xio ordered the carriage prepared. He would go to the palace himself. In the central district, on a busy street, Lin Feay held many goods she had bought along the way, her face full of joy. Not because of the things themselves, but because her elder sister was with her. With her sister by her side, nothing else mattered. Taking advantage of free time, Lin Feay had brought Lin Feay to Chang'an. No matter what it was, as long as Yar looked at it twice, she bought it at once, spoiling her completely. In the end, they even had to temporarily hire some people to help carry things, otherwise the two women really could not have managed. What else do you like? Just tell your sister, I will buy it all for you. Even though there were so many things that they could hardly carry them, Lin Feifei was still full of excitement. It had truly been a long time since she had felt such genuine happiness. No need, sister. We've already bought so much, many of these things won't even be useful. It's too wasteful. Not at all. As long as you like it, even if it just catches your eye, buying it is worth it. Otherwise, who would I spend all the money I earn in business for? Seeing Lin Yar's face full of happiness, Lin Feifei was also very happy. In a while I'll take you to Baiweiju. Do you know? That's Duke Qing's property. They say the food there tastes even better than the Imperial palace meals. Lin Feifei was speaking animatedly as she introduced it to Lin Yar, but she did not notice that her younger sister's attention had already shifted elsewhere. She was staring at a carriage slowly passing along the street, her cheeks blushing, and her delicate hands clenched tightly, as if very nervous. What's wrong, Yar? That is Mr. Qing's carriage. Lin Yar pointed at the carriage that was about to disappear down the street and whispered. She could never forget, it was this very carriage that rescued her from the den of demons and gave her a new life. Mr. Qing? Lin Feifei was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, she had never had a proper chance to thank Ching Xio. Although she had once taken her sister to visit him personally, at that time Ching Xio happened to be away in the south collecting grain. Every now and then she had sent gifts to express gratitude, though she did not know whether Duke Qing had ever heard of it. But seeing her sister's expression now, Lin Feifei vaguely understood something. Yar, do you like Mr. Qing? As soon as these words were spoken, Yar's face turned bright red with shyness. She did not dare look at her sister, but lowered her head deeply and said nothing. Her appearance was already the clearest answer. Hee, don't be embarrassed. Who in Chang'an doesn't love Mr. Qing? To marry him is the dream of countless girls in the city. Lin Feifei teased her sister, of course unaware that Lin Yar had already shared a night of intimacy with Ching Xio. If not for that, Lin Yar would never dare hope she might one day marry him. Sister, I really do want to marry Duke Qing, but my status. Lin Yar's expression grew a little downcast. Seeing her like this, Lin Feifei couldn't help feeling dazed, and even more distressed. She had thought that this reunion was her chance to make up for all the suffering her sister had endured, yet even now she could not fulfill her sister's greatest wish. Yar, do you truly want to marry Duke Qing? Lin Feifei suddenly asked seriously. Yes, of course. Hearing this firm answer, Lin Feifei smiled. Then leave this matter to your sister. Yar looked at her sister in surprise. Really, is it possible for me? Why belittle yourself? My little sister is as beautiful as a fairy. Who in all of Chang'an could compare with Yar's looks? Lin Feifei fondly pinched her sister's cheek and said with a smile, Duke Qing will definitely like you. Then I'll trouble sister with this. Lin Yar smiled happily, thanking her sister in a soft voice. This heartfelt laughter made Lin Feifei ache with love. She made up her mind, even if it cost her entire fortune, she would find a way to make Ching Xio look at Lin Yar again. Come, let's go to Baiweiju first. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. You want to buy grain from the National Treasury? Li Er did not expect that Ching Xio's sudden visit to the palace was for this. Yes. And I want quite a large amount. Your Majesty, please sell me as much of the reserve grain as possible. Ching Xio thought for a moment, then added, Your Majesty need not worry. I will pay the normal market price. Li Er studied Ching Xio carefully. With the latter's wealth and industries, he hardly needed to resell grain for profit. Duke Qing, I have always trusted you, but if you openly intend to break the law, you put me in a difficult position. Your Majesty misunderstands. I am not buying the grain to resell at high prices, but to sell to the people who cannot buy food, at fair market price. Your Majesty knows that food is scarce in the market now. Even with money, they cannot buy any. I cannot bear to see the people starve. This made Li Er even more doubtful. He knew Ching Xio's character well. He did indeed have a heart willing to help the people. But he was not one to give charity without gain. He usually found ways to do good while still making profit. If he truly gave without taking, even paying from his own pocket, that would not fit Ching Xio's usual character. Is this really true? If I hoard the grain for profit, then let your Majesty punish me at that time, is that not fair? At this, Li Er stopped arguing and agreed at once. After all, if the people lacked food later, the court would have to give it out freely. If Ching Xio was willing to spend his own money now to save the people, it saved the court a great sum. Just tell me how much you need, I will provide it all, of course, on condition you pay, hee. Li Er slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip. But when his eyes fell on the amount of grain written in the memorial, he instantly spat out the tea. Are you serious? The amount of grain listed was nearly equal to the entire Tang Empire's annual grain tax. Even if it were to be distributed to the people, there was no way such a vast amount was needed. I have calculated it. After subtracting this year's necessary expenses, the treasury's reserves are just enough. Only then did Li Er realize, Ching Xio had already made his calculations long ago, with his eyes on the treasury's grain. This year is certain to be a disaster year. Reduced harvest is inevitable. And with constant border wars, how can the court leave no reserves? Even if I gave it all to you, such grain would still not be enough to relieve the people. Ching Xio smiled. Your Majesty need not worry about that. I have my own plan. Li Er was determined not to sell him so much, and was about to refuse. Your Majesty need not worry. How about this? I guarantee that 6 months from now, I will return all this grain to the court, at the same price, not a coin more. What do you say? Li Er grew even more puzzled. If you sell it all to the people, how can you possibly give it back in equal amount? Bring in grain from Jiangnan? Wouldn't you lose heavily? You need not concern yourself with that, Your Majesty. Ching Xio's smile was calm. If I am doing this, naturally I have my reasons. Very well, since this is your decision, I will trust you. Li Er did not say anything more and agreed on the spot. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Later I will send people to deliver the corresponding amount of money together. The next morning at court. Long live the Emperor. As soon as Li Er sat down, several officials from the Ministry of Revenue immediately mentioned that the grain in the Tang treasury could not possibly support such a large purchase by Ching Xio. Your Majesty, if this year were a good year it might be easier to discuss, but this is bound to be a year of great disaster. Taxes will not all be collected, so how can we take out so much grain? That's right. We do not know what Duke Qing will use all this grain for, but we still suggest he reduce the amount, by half at least. Not just half. Even producing 30% of what Duke Qing requests would already be very difficult. These officials of the Ministry of Revenue each complained one after another. In the end, they just wanted Ching Xio to buy less grain. Hearing their complaints, Ching Xio was not anxious. I already calculated before how much grain the state granaries can provide for me to buy. And the remainder will still be enough to cover this year's needs. Moreover, after 6 months I will return this grain to the court. Even though he said this, the officials clearly had no intention of giving in. Daizhou put on a bitter expression. Although the treasury still has reserves this year, Duke Qing is not an official of the Ministry of Revenue, so you don't know how great the expenses are. The grain is already not as much as you think. Ching Xio nodded as if suddenly enlightened. Ah, I see. It seems that since I do not manage the household, I do not know how costly rice and firewood are. In that case, I am very curious where all this consumed grain has gone. Why don't we calculate and check it here and now in court? If no one in the Ministry of Revenue has taken any for themselves, then not even a single grain of millet should be missing, correct? These words left Daizhou speechless and embarrassed. For those in such high positions, especially in a rich post like the Ministry of Revenue, there was no way anyone had no stain at all. Expose it under the sun and something would always show. Of course, as long as it was not too much and did not affect the bigger picture, Li Er often turned a blind eye. But if everything were revealed openly in court, before all officials, how could Li Er still pretend not to see? But Duke Qing promised to return the grain after 6 months. How can we fully trust this? Please do not blame us for our doubts. In our position we must consider more carefully. Daizhou wisely avoided Ching Xio's sharp question and instead chose this point to counter. Haha. Ching Xio suddenly laughed out loud, then turned his eyes to all the civil and military officials below. That look made everyone's scalp tingle, as if something unpleasant was about to happen. Do you all still remember a few months ago when I made a bet with you about the Locust plague? The court fell completely silent at these words. They suddenly remembered that they had placed wagers, hoping to multiply their money dozens of times and earn some quick fortune. Clearly, the Locust plague had arrived as expected, and they, the entire court of officials, had lost their bet to Ching Xio, and lost terribly. I really can't understand how Duke Qing's judgment was so accurate. Ah, that money I wagered. Forget it, forget it. From now on I will never dare to gamble with Duke Qing again. Almost all the officials had bet against Ching Xio, except Ho Junji. Even Changsun Wuji wanted to vomit blood. Back then he even tried to persuade Ching Xio, but somehow ended up betting money himself. Since everyone remembers the matter of the Locust plague, let me say, I have always been this accurate in prediction, and I have never broken any promise to the court. So why now do you not believe I can return this grain in 6 months as I said? These words, loud and firm, could not be refuted. The facts themselves proved it. To reject him would be like slapping their own faces. This matter will be carried out as Duke Qing says. Do not make things difficult for him. At last, Lier spoke, completely silencing Daizhou. Yes, Your Majesty. Then we will follow Duke Qing's plan. Daizhou glanced at Ching Xio without confidence, then quickly looked away. Ching Xio smiled slightly. This Daizhou, a mere minister of revenue, still wanted to argue with him? After court, Ching Xio also collected the gambling deposits he had left earlier with Lier. When he first opened the betting, he had not calculated carefully. But now, in hand, he realized that the deposits from all the civil and military officials were actually such a large sum. Compared to his total bill for buying grain, it was not a small share at all. I truly must thank them for helping with this. Ching Xio smiled knowingly and, of course, kept all the money. Of course, not all officials ended up as losers. There was only one exception, Ho Junji. Back then, he probably was not trusting Ching Xio, but rather, when everyone else doubted him, he stepped out just to win Ching Xio's favor. Unexpectedly, he also gained a fortune from it. Ho Junji, I hope this time you truly learned how to choose a side. Ching Xio thought of history and smiled meaningfully. A few days later, suddenly grain appeared for sale again in the markets of Chang'an. Rice, flour, millet, wheat, everything was available, and the prices were not the outrageous black market rates, but absolutely fair. The news exploded across Chang'an. Soon not only the city's residents but also villagers from outside rushed in with baskets and containers to buy. But strangely, this time the shops selling the newly available grain were not the large rice stores, but rather medium-sized or even small scattered shops. Even so, with unlimited supply, people still scrambled like mad. The streets of Chang'an were overcrowded, people pushing and jostling in long lines. Without guards to maintain order, fights would have broken out. No matter how much was sold, a new batch soon appeared. The shops only closed at curfew. Come again tomorrow. As much as you want, and we guarantee the price will not rise. That's right. As long as you have silver, there will be enough for you to eat. These words lifted the spirits of those who had failed to buy food that day. At last, they no longer feared a shortage for the coming half year. The people rejoiced, but clearly not everyone was rejoicing. Especially not the grain shops backed by the Zheng clan of Xinjiang. At curfew, the Zheng clan's grain shop was still brightly lit. Although there were many large grain shops in Chang'an, they were all just branches of the Zheng clan's grain business. Those who truly understood the grain trade in Chang'an all knew that only the Zheng clan's grain merchants really decided the price of grain in the city. In the discussion hall, the head of the family, Zheng Jinka, tapped impatiently on the table, watching the people before him argue endlessly, their noise becoming more and more annoying. I already said you people are careless. The family head really trusted you too much. You couldn't even keep watch on the grain outside the passes. Grain really has been brought in, and you didn't get a single piece of information. Nonsense. My spies cover all the major roads, and I never heard of grain being transported in from outside. Did you see any caravan pass by the gates of Chang'an? Then how do you explain why so much grain suddenly appeared in Chang'an? Did it fall from the sky? What's there to argue? Maybe it's just stockpiled grain that they hadn't sold before. Ridiculous. If that were the case, why didn't they sell it at a higher price? Why sell at a fair price to commoners, wasting it? Zhang Jinka stopped tapping his hand. Gentlemen, have you argued enough? His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire room. No one looked as red-faced and disheveled as before. At this moment, they all became much calmer and more serious. I gathered you here not to argue who is right or wrong, but to solve the problem. For hundreds of years the Zheng family has faced troubles thousands of times worse than today. If every time we argued like this, the Zheng family would not have survived until now. His steady tone completely overpowered the room. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Ching Xio, how is the verification of that grain? Zheng Jinka looked at the man beside him, the one who had just been the most arrogant in the quarrel, clearly second in rank only to Zheng Jinka himself. Family head, that grain was stored for about 2 years. It is not newly harvested grain, but stockpiled from before. Zheng Xio quickly replied, it seems when we swept the market before, we still missed a few fish slipping through the net. At these words, a round of disdainful snorts sounded, but one glance from Zheng Jinka silenced them at once. Have you tracked the source of this grain? Zheng Xio said nothing. Another man, who had argued with him earlier, Zheng Tiexin, quickly spoke up, and no, but if you give me one more day, family head, I promise I will trace every single grain of millet to its source. No need. The source is not important. If you can't get things done, don't waste time on small matters like this. Understand? These impatient words made Zheng Tiexin break into a cold sweat. He nodded quickly in reply. Starting tomorrow, don't let a single grain fall into the hands of the common people. Whatever they offer, buy it all. Keep buying until curfew, without stopping. You won't fail at this, will you? Zhang Jingke's gaze swept over them again. They immediately shouted in unison, absolutely not. Good. He nodded slightly, then smiled faintly. This is actually good for us. When the aftermath of the locust plague shows itself, the more grain we hold, the more profit we will make. These words finally eased the tense mood in the hall, and the crowd dared to smile again. That's right. Compared to the Zheng family's foundation, whatever grain he has to sell will never be enough. Tomorrow I'll have the shop clerks all change clothes, to make sure those commoners can't buy a single bit of grain. West Branch Shop, do you still have money? Want me to lend you some? Get lost. We have plenty of money, don't need your help. Zhang Jingke ignored them. He slowly stood up and left the hall. The others dared not linger and also left immediately. That very night, these shopkeepers and guild leaders all began their preparations. The next day, the commoners who rushed early to the grain shops were shocked to find that at every store selling grain, the line stretched an entire street in length. Every shop with grain for sale was like this, without exception. And the people in line were strange. They waited patiently without the slightest sign of irritation. They were silent, their movements uniform. When the grain shop doors opened, the clerks inside were terrified by the long line. It was too exaggerated. Stranger still, those at the front of the line immediately asked to buy huge amounts of grain. It was no exaggeration to say they were buying as if for wholesale. The clerks dared not decide and quickly reported up the chain, asking whether to impose a limit per person. The reply came quickly. Raise the price by 50%. When this news spread, the ordinary people further back in line were furious. Yesterday they had been promised the price would never rise. How had it suddenly increased so much today? What kind of shop is this? No honesty at all. Too bad I didn't buy yesterday, ah. Let's go, let's go. Damn it, is this how you do business? Half of those at the end of the line left in disappointment, cursing as they went. Anyway, with such a long line, their chances of buying grain that day were slim. Now, with the price hike, they had no patience to wait. But though those people left, the ones who had queued since early morning did not withdraw, not a single one. Not even a complaint. The price is up 50%. Buy if you want, leave if you don't. The shop clerk's attitude had also changed from yesterday's eagerness to arrogance. But these buyers did not complain. After a brief whispered discussion, they declared again. Buy as much as possible. One side eager to sell, the other eager to buy, the grain shop's business was blazing hot the entire day, until curfew. Of course, aside from the common people, both sides were very satisfied. And so, day after day, half a month passed. The grain shops still had massive amounts of grain to sell every day, without decrease. But the number of those strange buyers gradually lessened. At last, more and more ordinary people managed to buy grain. They were pleasantly surprised to find that once those strange buyers stopped queuing, the grain prices fell back down again. This made the Zheng grain merchants uneasy. Zhang Jingke quickly called the managers of the various grain shops together to discuss countermeasures. You never investigated how much grain these shops still had left? After so long, how do they still have so much grain to sell? Without another word, he cursed them harshly on the spot. Faced with the head of the family's furious scolding right to their faces, Zheng Tiexin and Ching Xio truly did not dare to say even a single word. They did not even dare, as they had a few days ago, to openly talk back without restraint. Anyone could see that the family head was in a rage that could not be suppressed. At this moment, saying anything unnecessary would just invite more scolding, and he might very well vent his anger directly on them. Tell me, how much grain is still left for sale in Chang'an right now? I want to know the exact number. Zhang Jingke had scolded enough, but he had not forgotten the most critical matter. Everyone's eyes turned to Zheng Tiexin, but his head only lowered further. It was not that he had not investigated, but that this matter was sealed too tightly, and he had not been able to find out anything at all. Did you even try your best? Is there actually information in Chang'an that the Zheng family cannot uncover? Zheng Jingke stared at him coldly. We also don't know what that fellow's background is. Even if the one behind him was just a merchant from the western regions, I should still be able to clearly dig up his bottom line. Enough. Zheng Jingke waved his hand. I don't want to hear your complaints and useless words. Do you not realize that because you can't provide intelligence, we cannot take the next step at all? Who knows whether they have more grain in storage, or whether we have more money in hand? When the others heard this, they felt no sense of crisis at all. If speaking of position in the Imperial court, perhaps the Zheng family was somewhat inferior. But if speaking of money and silver in hand, the Zheng family, having done business for several generations, absolutely surpassed all other great clans. In my humble opinion, we can still keep purchasing. The grain stores in Guangzhou are limited in number. Even if he empties those warehouses, so what? At last Ching Xio dared to speak a sentence. I don't believe he can draw grain from His Majesty's own imperial granary. Even if he has the money, he cannot possibly buy from there. Zheng Jinka indeed thought the same way, just crush the enemy with sheer money, drown him with silver, and that would be the end of it. What troubled him was that this business war had gone on for so long, massive amounts of silver had been poured in, and yet they still did not even know who the opponent was. And whenever Zheng family people bought grain, the price would rise, which clearly showed the opponent knew about the Zheng family's reserves. How many more days can the silver in each merchant house support grain purchases? Zheng Jinka looked around and asked. I still have enough cash to support 5 days. The North District firm can last at least 4 days. Wanyong grain shop should be able to buy for another 8 days without issue. One after another, the people revealed their financial state. After some quick calculation, Zheng Jinka ordered. Starting tomorrow, if anyone's ready cash cannot meet 10 days' demand, immediately come to the guild hall to withdraw silver. At once everyone's spirits were lifted. Clearly, Zheng Jinka was determined to fight this business war to the end. Since the head of the family had such confidence, even if they still did not know the opponent's background, their hearts no longer wavered in fear. The Zheng family's financial strength was unmatched throughout Guangzhou. Also, keep constant watch on the current grain price. If there is any change, immediately stop purchasing and report to me at once. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. When the meeting ended, Ching Xio deliberately went to the head of the family. May I ask if it is convenient for the family head to reveal, how much liquid cash does the Zheng family currently still hold in Guangzhou? Ching Xio could not suppress the worry on his face. This question made Zheng Jinka quite displeased, but indeed there was reason to be concerned. One had to know that Guangzhou was not only Chang'an, there were cities, towns, and villages everywhere, and nearly every place's grain had been frantically swept up by the Zheng family. The expenditure of cash was enormous. It could be said the Zheng family had staked almost half of its foundation into this disaster. If this war of attrition dragged on endlessly, no one could be sure whether that mysterious opponent truly possessed an enormous stockpile of grain. This is not something you need to worry about. You only need to know that the family still has ample funds, and he cannot compare with us. But once everyone left, Zheng Jinka's face revealed a trace of worry that he could not conceal. The capital consumed in the past few days was simply too huge. If this business war kept dragging on without end, then judging by the current silver reserves, there was indeed danger. Of course, he only considered it troublesome, not fatal, nor something that could shake the Zheng family's foundation. I want to see just what resources these people have to keep dragging this out. With the Zheng family's strength, crushing you is easy. In his heart he vaguely judged that the one controlling the grain was likely not a single house. It might be that many guilds and merchants had united to oppose him. Otherwise, how could one family alone possibly have so much grain in reserve? Husband, this thing tastes so strange. Are you sure the recipe isn't wrong? The recipe still needs improvement. Anyway, let's try it first. Li Yuchan stayed by Ching Xio's side in the kitchen, carefully matching the seasonings one by one against his recipe booklet. This was the set of spice formulas Ching Xio had obtained from a merchant from Dashi named Lang Shining, spices from India, essentially the prototype of curry. Ching Xio had already made many improvements. This was their 7th or 8th attempt, but the flavor was still far from the curry of later generations. Like this? Li Yuchan ladled out a scoop from the pot. The thick yellowish curry gave off a strong smell. Compared with their earlier disastrous dishes, this seasoning was at least acceptable to Li Yuchan. At least it didn't make her want to gag. Barely. Ching Xio tasted a little, and his brows furrowed. The taste was okay, but compared to the delicious dishes of this era, it was merely a side dish to go with rice. Still not right. Maybe it needs pepper. Ching Xio recalled the pepper he had brought back but never dried, and decided to prepare it first before trying again. Just then, news came from outside the kitchen, something about the grain shop. This could not be delayed. Ching Xio handed the kitchen over to Li Yuchan and hurried out. Really now? Li Yuchan looked at the yellow mush in the pot and felt a headache coming on. They've started purchasing again? Ching Xio read the booklet handed to him, which recorded the grain in and out, and he was very satisfied. I knew they wouldn't be able to hold back. During a year of disaster, buying up grain at slightly above normal price was obviously a guaranteed profit. No merchant would refuse such an opportunity, nor could they endure resisting it. That's right. Should we keep selling? Urguzi asked. Of course we'll sell, as much as we can. If it's not enough, go take from the national granary right away. Ching Xio put down the booklet. I want to see how long it takes Zheng Jinka to exhaust the Zheng family's centuries of wealth. Ching Xio knew that only from now on could he be said to be truly cutting into the flesh of the Zheng family. What had been done before was at most just the skin. He had to cut into the bones of the Zheng family before the net could be closed. Duke Qing, I don't quite understand one thing. Urguzi asked again, since you already know that most of this grain has fallen into the hands of the Zheng family, why not raise the price higher? Raising it by just 50% isn't much. Ching Xio laughed. If the price goes too high, they won't buy. These people calculate risks and profits. You must press right up against their bottom line when harvesting. If the knife cuts too deep, it will make them alert. Urguzi suddenly understood. Ching Xio really had figured out these people's nature thoroughly. With both sides full of confidence, after a short pause this business war once again reached its climax. Every day the crowds in line were like madmen, hauling away piles of grain so heavy they could barely lift them. And outside the granary, mountains of grain were continually being sent into the shops. The scene was so unreal that to outsiders it didn't look like a year of disaster, but rather a bumper harvest year. Otherwise, where would so much grain come from? After this frenzy of trade lasted another 10 days, Zheng Jinka was shocked to discover that their silver reserves had already run dry. At this point Zheng Jinka was already considering whether to stop in time, to avoid bleeding themselves dry. But then, another shocking piece of news came from outside. The price of grain had fallen. The 50% increase from before dropped back down, returning almost to normal price. And just as Zheng Jinka hesitated for half a day, it fell by another 10%. This time he had no hesitation. At once he went to the great banks, using the Zheng family's assets in Guangzhou as collateral, and borrowed heavily. Although the amount borrowed was frighteningly large, the Zheng family's prestige in Guangzhou was unmatched, and with so much collateral no one worried about bad debt. Even merchants from Dashi joined in, lending a large sum. With this fresh influx of money, the Zheng family once again threw itself into frenzied purchasing, and the grain trade grew lively once more. Still more purchases? Lier was stunned when Ching Xio requested more grain. Surely you know the state of the Tang granaries by now. I know. There should still be an inner reserve His Majesty kept for emergencies. I want all of that grain. Ching Xio's tone was bold. This is impossible. Lier refused without even thinking. If an emergency came and there was not a single reserve of grain, it would be a disaster. Your Majesty, I have said before, within half a year I will buy it all back without fail. But you also say half a year later. Who knows what might happen within those 6 months? If within these 6 months the court faces an urgent shortage of grain, I will personally pay to transport grain from Jiangnan at great cost. All losses will be borne by me. Ching Xio made a daring promise on the spot, one that made hearts tremble. Even Lier was shocked. How could he dare so much? Of course, if Ching Xio did not know that in the coming half-year nothing would trouble the Tang dynasty, he would never be so bold. Li sighed. Duke Qing, do you realize that the grain you are selling on the surface has hardly fallen into the hands of the common people? Ching Xio nodded. It seems His Majesty also knows about the Zheng family? If I had doubts before, now that this business war is openly displayed, everything is clear to me. The room fell briefly silent. Then Ching Xio broke it. Since that is so, does His Majesty not wish to find an opportunity to bring them down? Of course I wish it. But these people have done things flawlessly, and besides. Ching Xio cut him off. Since Your Majesty has the will, in this matter you must unconditionally choose to support me. Otherwise, Your Majesty will regret it. Lier looked at Ching Xio in surprise. You mean? Ching Xio made a gesture for silence, signaling him not to speak further. Humph, this is my palace, what is there that cannot be said? Lier pretended calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Although nothing was stated openly, this cryptic exchange was enough for both to clearly understand each other's intentions. I promise you. But as you said, half a year. And what I want to see is not only grain returned, you understand. If Your Majesty has other aims, then in those areas you must also cooperate with me. They looked at each other and exchanged a knowing smile. 5 more days passed. Night fell, and the curfew began. The long lines of people from before were reduced to only a few. They dragged their grain home wearily, while behind them the grain shops, closing for the night, still had shelves full of grain. At the same time, the Zheng family guild gathered its leaders again. This time, not for debate, but for one common purpose. Patriarch, we have already mortgaged our businesses. Now we have no cash on hand. Can you give us more? You in the northern business district should wait. We at Wanyong grain shop have had no cash flow for 3 days already. Why is everyone so anxious? Don't be too unruly in front of the patriarch. Watching these men all demanding money one after another, Zheng Jinka felt the pressure like never before. The Zheng family's cash reserves were already emptied. What they had now was only warehouses full of grain. But clearly, that was not what was needed. Daily shop operations, cash flow, and the interest on previous loans, all required ready silver. Even if there were other assets, those could not generate immediate benefit to solve the urgent crisis. They could not just sell them off directly either, that would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. Besides, those assets were already mortgaged, not a tile could be sold. Everyone, do not panic. Go back first. Grain purchases will be set aside for a few days. Zheng Jinka forced calm and issued his order. His words sounded simple, but immediately raised doubts among the people. Weren't things steady before? Why suddenly stop? Those shops clearly still have lots of grain to sell. If we don't buy, then tomorrow it will fall into the hands of the commoners. Yes, if the common people have enough grain to survive the famine, then it's all over. The more they spoke, the worse he felt. Every word hit right on his sore spot. Because the first step of my plan is complete. Next comes the second step? Buying more grain is meaningless now. Give me a few days to prepare. Once the next step begins, you will understand. Zheng Jinka spoke with a solemn face, and his calm words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the patriarch still had a way. From this it could be seen that in their eyes, Zheng Jinka's position as family head was covered with a heavy filter. Even though they had already borrowed from major guilds and money houses, they still believed the family head would surely find a way to solve the problem, and that it was far from being a dead end. Only after everyone had left did Zheng Jinka finally fail to suppress the fear in his heart. He even dropped the teacup in his hand and shattered it. He immediately called in a few close confidants. How much grain is left in those shops? How many days can they keep selling? The confidants looked uneasy. We saw that most of the grain they transported into Chang'an in the past few days is still there, more than half remains, but we don't know if they will replenish afterward. They won't. Zheng Jinka cut him off, shouting hysterically, "Do you know how much grain we have bought in the past half-month? Enough for the people of Guangzhou to eat their fill for more than half a year. They cannot possibly bring out more grain. This is the end of everything." It was the first time the confidants had seen Zheng Jinka so out of control, and they were completely stunned. Was this still the family head they knew, who always planned everything calmly? From now on, watch their every move. Report to me immediately if there's any sign at all. And also, keep spreading the announcements, don't let the Locust disaster situation seem lessened. He gave out several more orders. They sounded orderly, but it was clear he could no longer control himself, and his words grew more emotional. Family head, could it be you are too exhausted lately? Nonsense. This has nothing to do with you, hurry and do as I said. Zheng Jinka's brows were tightly locked, his palms already soaked with sweat. The only thing he hoped now was that once this batch of grain was sold out, there would be no more afterward. I don't believe it, that the entire Tang Empire's granaries are all your storage. Things did indeed turn out as Zheng Jinka expected. In the next 2 days, the grain shops opened intermittently, sold out the last batch of grain, and then became quiet again. The common people of Chang'an were once again disappointed. It seemed they had to endure hunger again this year. Some farming households even prepared to leave and flee famine. The Zheng family, long under tension, finally relaxed when they saw the scene. The family head's arrangements had not been wrong after all. Ching Xio personally went to the Wanmin grain shop in the eastern district. As soon as he entered, the board shop clerks quickly stood up. "Duke Qing is here, quickly bring tea." "No need. Let your shopkeeper come see me." Ching Xio wasted no words and went straight toward the counter in the back. The clerks dared not stop him and hurried to call the shopkeeper. Before long, a thin man in luxurious clothes came with a teapot, respectfully saluted Ching Xio, and hurriedly poured tea. "Greetings to Duke Qing. What brings you to my humble shop today? You haven't revealed where the grain came from, have you?" The shopkeeper quickly waved his hands. "Rest assured. I have never said a word about anything connected to you. You can absolutely trust me. But speaking honestly, all the grain here has been sold out, and it doesn't seem like much of it reached the common people as you had expected." Ching Xio ignored his words and said coldly, "At curfew tonight, go to the warehouse outside the city and fetch grain." "You still have grain?" The shopkeeper was so shocked that the teapot almost slipped from his hand. The massive amount of grain supplied before had already made him think that was Ching Xio's limit. Now it seemed his foundation was far deeper than imagined. "Duke Qing, forgive my rudeness, could it be that your warehouse is actually the Imperial granary?" Ching Xio raised his brow. "Is that something you should be asking?" Yes. The shopkeeper realized his mistake. I'll immediately notify the other shopkeepers. At midnight we'll leave the city to fetch it. Do we still use the same token you gave us before? Yes, the same as before. Ching Xio said no more. He didn't even drink the tea before leaving. This was the way he had always managed to avoid Zheng family detection. Because of the curfew, the streets of Chang'an at midnight were completely empty, and no one would imagine grain being transported at that time. With his privilege, Ching Xio could easily arrange for people to move in and out of the city at night. Now that the Zheng family had already emptied all of its reserves, it was time to give them the final blow. The next morning, explosive news spread quickly: the grain shops had grain for sale again. And this time, the price was no longer at the normal rate, it was lowered by 30% compared to before. This was almost the lowest price since the founding of the empire, and especially in this year of great disaster, when grain was more precious than silver or gold. This time there was no interference from the Zheng family. Each shop strictly checked the buyers. They registered every buyer's name and limited the quantity each person could purchase. This directly kept opportunistic merchants outside the door, and for the first time a large amount of grain was sold at low price directly to the common people. By now, all the merchants and forces in Chang'an finally understood the arrangement. Every step was aimed squarely at the Zheng family. The Zheng family could only watch helplessly as huge amounts of grain were sold to the people. With such quantities sold, the people of Guangzhou would have plenty of reserves, with no fear of famine affecting this year's food supply. This meant the Zheng family's dream of using the disaster to sell grain at high prices was shattered. And with prices cut in half, the grain they had stockpiled at normal price could no longer be sold. This meant the Zheng family had lost completely in this business war. When Zheng Jinka learned this news, the first thing he did was order the accountants to calculate the losses. He had no time to grieve over falling into the trap. What mattered now was to know exactly how much they had lost in this war. Family head, look, this is the result calculated according to the current grain prices. The accountants laid the bills on the table, handing them over carefully, their hands trembling. Even though he had been prepared, when Zheng Jinka saw it, he almost spat blood. Even if all the grain on hand were sold at market price, it would only barely be enough to pay off all the debts owed outside. As for the Zheng family's original reserves and all liquid silver invested at the start, it was all gone. Just then, a noisy commotion came from outside. Zheng Jinka asked impatiently, "What's going on out there?" "Family head, it's the shopkeepers from each business. They've been waiting outside since early morning." Zheng Jinka exploded in anger, smashing the teacup on the floor and cursing, "What do these bastards mean? Hearing rumors and panicking? They don't trust me." He knew that the people gathered outside were here to question him on why things had come to this point. If it had been before, with the prestige of his household, they would never have dared to come like this, as if demanding justice. This meant that his position in their eyes was already beginning to crumble and slip, at precisely such a critical moment. If they really think I, as family head, have done poorly, they can come inside and question me face to face, curse me directly. Why whisper outside like petty cowards? Go tell them either get out immediately, or come in and scold me to my face, if they dare. The accountant lowered his head before Zheng Jinka's fury. "Family head, please calm down. Everyone has been following the rules. They waited outside all day without a word of complaint, only." "Only what?" Zheng Jinka pressed angrily. Just then, quarreling voices came from outside the door. "It was because we trusted you that we lent to the Zheng family. Now that this has happened, how can we trust again? No need for 1,000 excuses, bring out the money and we won't say another word. If not, then let your family head come out in person." Outside, Zheng family members were facing off with lenders and money houses, arguing loudly. If not for fear of the Zheng family's strength, the lenders would have shown even less respect. Suddenly, the gates of the Zheng Guild Hall opened, and Zheng Jinka walked out with a dark face, his gaze sweeping over everyone. After all, he was the family head. His appearance at once subdued the merchants who had come. The noisy scene instantly fell quiet. "Do you people have nothing to do? Has the Zheng family's business stopped?" Zheng Jinka coldly questioned his own clan members, and they slunk away at once. "Gentlemen, the Zheng family is not some short-lived minor power. Our influence in this trade is plain to see. Do you really think the Zheng family cannot bring out this money? Don't forget I already mortgaged many industries to you. In business, ups and downs are normal. No storm outside can shake the Zheng family. After all, they were one of the great clans of the 5 surnames and 7 clans." Hearing this, the merchants did not dare be too arrogant. "Family head Zheng, we know your clan is deeply rooted. But recently the grain you borrowed heavily to buy has collapsed in price. Can you really still repay us?" Someone in the crowd asked. Zhang Jinka flared up in anger. Isn't that nonsense? Do you want me to show you the Zhang family silver accounts? The man fell silent at once. He did not dare provoke Zhang Jinka too much. If there is nothing else, then disperse. I like peace and quiet. I am not used to so many people here. But this time the merchants did not obediently leave as they used to. Instead, they glanced at each other, none daring to step forward, none willing to be the first to leave. Who knew if this old man's bluster was hollow? So it seems you really no longer take the Zhang family seriously? Zhang Jinka had not expected this. In the past, when he spoke, the whole market trembled. Now, even these people could not be driven away. But the more it was so, the less he could reveal any fear. Still putting on a show, he said, "Gentlemen, remember well today. If disaster befalls you in the future, do not blame me for not warning you beforehand." Just as he was about to turn and go back inside, the merchants behind him suddenly stirred. He thought it was because his words had intimidated them, and he was feeling satisfied. "Duke Qing. So it was you. We failed to welcome you from afar. What brings you here? Could it be that you also lent to the Zhang family?" Only then did he realize they had not been swayed by his words at all. They were crowding forward because they had seen Ching Xio arriving from afar, and were now falling over themselves to show him respect. No need for such enthusiasm. Ching Xio waved his hand, and the crowd immediately grew quiet. "You all came here because the Zhang family has run into a little trouble?" he asked with a smiling face. The merchants only nodded awkwardly. After all, Zhang Jinka was still standing there watching. Even a thin camel is bigger than a horse, they dared not offend him too openly. "What are you afraid of? The Zhang family of Xinjiang is vast and powerful, always a leader in trade. How could they default on your loans? I have some matters to discuss with the family head. Will you all give me face and withdraw for now?" At these words, those who just moments ago refused to leave immediately agreed. "Since Duke Qing has spoken, if we still don't go, it would be improper, haha. You carry on, we will leave. If you ever need us in the future, just say the word, we won't refuse." Zhang Jinka watched coldly as the merchants left one by one. Thinking of how these same people had once shown him the same respect, he could not help but sneer. "You must be Zhang Jinka, the head of the Zhang family?" Ching Xio looked at the gloomy old man and smiled. "This is our first meeting." "Greetings, Duke Qing." Though unwilling, Zhang Jinka's rank was far below Ching Xio's at court, and he had to bow. He then led Ching Xio into the hall. After a few polite words, Ching Xio went straight to the point. "I know the Zhang family has run into trouble, and seems to need help?" "It is not trouble, just a little difficult to handle." Indeed, you are seasoned in business. Even with your cash flow cut off, you only call it a little difficult." Hearing this, Zhang Jinka stared in shock. "How do you know?" Both were old foxes. He knew that if Ching Xio dared say this directly, it meant he had already obtained precise information. Ching Xio smiled lightly. "I also know you plan to hoard grain and sell it at high prices in this year of disaster. Only, you met an opponent not easy to deal with, correct?" At this, Zhang Jinka's face darkened again. "Truly, I do not know who that man is, to have so much grain." Ching Xio said, "Is that even a question? Think carefully, across all of Chang'an, who could have such a vast stock of grain?" This reminded the old man. He thought quickly, then looked at Ching Xio in shock. "You mean, the court?" Ching Xio nodded with deliberate mystery. "Not only that. The court already knows of the Zhang family schemes. They deliberately sold grain to you in order to set a trap. Now you borrowed so much for grain and cannot repay. If you were in the court's position, what would you do next?" Ching Xio stopped there, leaving the question hanging, his tone full of meaning. Zhang Jinka's expression changed. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. "Keep pushing the grain prices down. The lower the court pressed the grain price, the more grain the common people held in their hands, and the heavier his losses would be once he sold. Even if he could wait until the price stabilized to sell, the Zhang family's worsening cash flow would never allow them to wait that long. Half a year was already the limit. But looking at the current trend of prices and the amount of grain stockpiled by the people, after half a year the price would only be even lower. You must understand, this secret manipulation by the court is precisely meant to completely crush the Zhang family, to punish you for hoarding and profiteering. If you sell all your grain now, at worst it will only wound you badly. But if you wait until the price falls even further in the future." Ching Xio looked at Zhang Jinka meaningfully, his words full of temptation. "Now?" Zhang Jinka looked at him doubtfully. He was not sure if the man was deceiving him. Although Ching Xio's position in court was extremely high, how could he make a judgment based only on this man's words? Who knew if Ching Xio was spreading false news to trick him? Besides, if he sold all his grain now, it was not just a matter of being wounded badly. That was the Zheng family's accumulation of hundreds of years, cleared out in a single stroke. Even though they still had industries as their foundation, it would take 3 generations to recover the status of one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. By then, the Zheng family would only decline step by step within Guangzhou, and might even have their wealth devoured. Duke Qing, do you have your eye on the grain in my hands? Ching Xio did not hide it at all. I am helping your Zheng family. The old fox sneered inwardly, then said aloud, this is not something I can decide alone. If Duke Qing has patience, you can wait some days. Then, if you are still willing to buy, we can discuss together. Ching Xio did not waste words. Hearing this, he rose to leave. What a pity. I had hoped to give your family a hand. It seems now the Zheng family must walk out of its trouble alone. Shaking his head, he walked out of the hall. Attend, send Duke Qing out. No need. Let your men stay in the estate. Back at the carriage, several grain shopkeepers who had been waiting hurried up. Duke Qing, how was it? Ching Xio smiled faintly. How could he fall into the trap so quickly? But this is fine, it will make him bleed more. Hearing this, the shopkeepers burst into laughter. In their eyes, Zheng Jinka had missed his last chance at saving himself. But this was not to say he was short-sighted. After all, one caught inside a trap could not see what lay outside the situation. Then may we begin the next step? Shopkeeper Ma asked cautiously. Of course. But don't empty everything at once. Do it slowly, let him feel what it means to be cut by a blunt knife. Ching Xio was not in a hurry. The net must be drawn tighter bit by bit. Move too quickly, and it might startle him. Understood. Everyone understood his meaning. They had already guessed Ching Xio's plan. He meant to completely design the downfall of the entire Zheng family. Meanwhile, the Zheng family was still lost in wishful thinking. They imagined that in a few days Chang'an's reserves would run out, and then the grain price would rise again. But the days that followed only grew more painful. With each passing day, the selling price of the shops fell another 5%, and no matter how much was sold, the stock never decreased. After a few more days, the streets of Chang'an no longer had queues for grain. Every household already had enough stored to survive the famine year. At that point, the major shops posted notices. For the next year, prices would no longer fall, but remain at this level. Even so, grain prices had already dropped 70% compared to the original. In all history, for a famine year to reach such a level was unheard of. When this news spread, before the people could celebrate, the banks and guilds were the first to erupt. They rushed day after day to press the Zheng family for repayment, even willing to sacrifice interest just to recover their funds. They absolutely refused to lend another coin. The Zheng family never thought that their scheme to harvest the famine victims would turn into a boomerang cutting them instead. Now they could not even think of repayment. Their pawnshops, taverns, shops, all the collateral industries, were besieged daily by debt collectors until they could not even do business. Everyone clamored for them to hand over properties to pay debts. Business could not go on. Even the Zheng family's own people lost their former confidence. Each day, they no longer even wished to work, but at dawn ran to the family head's estate, begging for solutions. We truly cannot go on with business. The workers refused to come. Family head, can you help us? Help me first. I cannot even open my shop. If I open, a crowd of debt collectors rushes in. Family head, think of something. Outside Guangzhou, many merchants who supplied us have already begun cutting ties. Zheng Jinka almost crushed his cane. In these days, the few black hairs left on his head had all turned white. Silence. He struck his cane heavily, shouting 3 times before the hall finally grew quiet. I do have a way. At most half a month. Before he could finish, sighs rose everywhere. Half a month? They could not even wait half a day. Just then, a servant rushed in, face full of panic. Family head, people from the guilds and banks are outside. They say today we must give them an explanation. Before he finished, the hall doors suddenly burst open, and a group of men stormed in, full of menace. Greetings, family head Zheng. Their words were polite, but their movements were rough. Clearly, they were debt collectors. As soon as they entered the hall, Zheng family retainers with clubs swarmed in from outside. The two sides faced off, neither making the first move. Do you truly think the Zheng family has no one? Zheng Jinka could bear it no longer. Since when had the Zheng family fallen to this state? He waved his hand at once. Throw them out. Do not hold back. Wait. The leader of the debt collectors quickly put on a smile. How could we think the Zheng family has no one? Only, if you injure us today, when we take it to the authorities, could you afford our medical costs? Before Zheng Jinka could reply, the man immediately took out a sheet of paper. Do not be angry yet. Take a look at this first. Bring it here. Zhang Tiexin impatiently stepped forward and snatched the paper. He glanced at it. At once his eyes went wide, and his face was filled with terror. This, where did you see this? The debt collector grinned. It's plastered all over the city. The more crowded the place, the more of them. Even the dogs at Zhuke Gate have seen it. Who posted it? Tell me who posted it. Brother Zhang, I advise you not to ask. The person who could put this out, you people are in no position to provoke. At that sentence, Zhang Tiexin trembled in fear. He handed the notice to the family head. Please look. The latter took it in his hand, and his face immediately turned pale. The notice clearly listed all the Zhang family's properties, debts, and a comparison between their assets and liabilities. Every detail. Anyone who could read would immediately see that the Zhang family's current appearance was just an empty shell. No wonder creditors were suddenly rushing in, afraid they would be too late to recover their money. Although the Zhang family still had some presence in court, it was far from enough to get these troubles wiped away. Now, it was already clear, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Who posted this? His hands shook. This meant the person's position in court was terrifyingly high, able to easily uncover all of the Zhang family's secrets. And to plaster this across the entire city, laying the Zhang family's wealth bare for all to see, left Zhang Jinka no room to bargain or negotiate. This person meant to drive the Zhang family step by step onto a dead end. Thinking back to when Ching Xio had visited, mentioning that the court was investigating the Zhang family, the last line of defense in Zhang Jinka's heart was shattered. He no longer had even hollow bravado left. The account of Minfeng Bank, we have to take it today. Otherwise, those Guangdong fields you mortgaged, we won't be polite. Don't blame us, old sir. The debt collector was arrogant. Inside, he felt thrilled. At last, he could speak so hard to a figure of such status. Even if it was just borrowing the tiger's power. Zhang Jinka glanced at the crowd of merchants and bankers behind the debt collector, all eager to claim debts. By now, even the other Zhang family members had lost their former arrogance. One by one, they slumped into chairs, unable to speak a word for a long while. They had to admit, this notice described their situation more clearly than they themselves knew. Give me 5 more days. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Zhang Jinka seemed to age decades in an instant, his voice hoarse. For the family head's sake, 5 days then. The debt collectors did not waste words and withdrew. Once they were gone, Zhang Tiexin quickly asked, do you have a plan? Didn't we stockpile a huge amount of grain? If we sell it all, it should be enough to cover, Zhang Jinka answered weakly. He said this, but who could they sell to? Now the price of grain had collapsed. Everyone could see a powerful force was controlling the price. Even if grain was dirt cheap, if someone dared buy up Zhang family stock, by the next day the price would surely drop again. No one would take that risk. Whoever tried would only become a second Zhang family. There is one person who can buy it. Zhang Jinka thought of a few days ago, and bitterly regretted not agreeing then. If he had, the Zhang family might still have had one last breath of life. The next day, while Ching Xio was studying ways to ripen peppercorns, a servant reported that Zhang Jinka himself had come to visit. Let him wait outside. No rush. Ching Xio only cared about the pepper in his hands, nothing else. Should we invite him in first? He's not some honored guest. Even if he comes in, there's nowhere for him to sit. Let him wait outside. Ching Xio knew why Zhang Jinka had come, and intended to crush his spirit a little before the negotiation. Only then would the bargaining go his way. The Zhang family was no longer glorious. Even if left standing in the sun outside, Zhang Jinka could only grit his teeth and endure. Nearly 70 years old, he stood under the blazing sun outside the gate for the whole morning before being allowed in. Greetings, Duke Qing. Zhang Jinka had tried to keep a shred of dignity, but Ching Xio did not even rise to greet him. He only pointed casually at a chair. Sit. Zhang Jinka's face twisted with mixed feelings. This was not the etiquette due between equals. But he had no choice. He had to rely on Ching Xio to survive. Since our last meeting, how has Duke Qing been? Ching Xio frowned. If you have business, speak plainly. Don't waste time on empty words and riddles. I have no time to waste with you. Zhang Jinka's face turned red and pale in turn. When had the Zhang family's head ever been treated like this? But the old man knew Ching Xio saw right through him, and he could only lower himself. Duke Qing, not long ago you said you were interested in buying the Zhang family's leftover grain. Yes. Ching Xio agreed instantly, so quickly that it stunned Zhang Jinka. He had not expected Ching Xio to be so easy to talk to. Only, how much grain do you have? About. Zhang Jinka calculated in his mind, then gave him a rough figure. Ching Xio pretended to be shocked. That much? It was buying this grain that led to, alas. Zhang Jinka sighed bitterly. As long as Duke Qing accepts, all will be sold to you at current market price. He knew he could not raise the price now. That would be like insulting Ching Xio's intelligence. In this year of famine, the least valuable thing was grain. Ching Xio put on a troubled face. I'd be willing to help, and the price isn't high. But, if my estate doesn't have that much silver ready, you'll have to wait a few days. That's fine. How many days? Without hesitation, Ching Xio held up 5 fingers. Relieved, Zhang Jinka said, only 5 days. 5 months. Seeing Zhang Jinka's stunned face, Ching Xio shrugged. This is a huge sum. Even your Zhang family had to borrow heavily to manage it. 5 months is already short. Zhang Jinka almost choked on his own breath. Wait 5 months? By then, the Zhang family would be finished. Duke Qing, surely you can think of a way. If you can help me now, I, Zhang Jinka, will forever remember this great favor. You will be our family's honored guest for generations. Ching Xio laughed secretly in his heart. You still dare to think of generations? Right now, whether your family survives this one is already uncertain. Even so, silver cannot appear out of thin air. Even if I want to sell you a favor, the money houses will not allow it. Ching Xio put on a troubled face. If the price could be lowered a bit more, perhaps I could use the ready silver I have to directly buy all your grain, which would solve your urgent problem. This. Zhang Jinka was uneasy. Lowered to how much could Duke Qing take it? About 30% below the market price. At these words, Zhang Jinka's heart sank again. The price now was already less than 30% of what they paid when they bought it. If it were lowered further on that basis, then selling this grain would mean having to sell off all mortgaged properties as well, just to cover their debts. If it came to that, the Zhang family would be left utterly bare. If the old man absolutely cannot accept, then you can find someone else. At any higher price, I cannot buy. On the surface Ching Xio seemed reluctant, but in his heart he sneered. He had already calculated exactly how to bleed the Zhang family just enough. Zhang Jinka's every move was in his hands. It is not that I cannot accept the price, only that the Zhang family members will never agree. Ching Xio immediately set down his tea to dismiss him. Then the old gentleman may seek help elsewhere. I can do nothing. Zhang Jinka gave a long sigh. He knew Ching Xio had seen through all his secrets. He had no qualification to negotiate. The excuse of not enough silver was nothing but a bargaining trick. Fine. I agree. That one answer seemed to drain all his strength. The old man collapsed weakly into the chair, his heart full of sorrow. Deal. Ching Xio smiled faintly, looking at the broken Zhang Jinka. As I understand, the Zhang family has used this trick for hundreds of years with great skill. Why did it fail now? What? Zhang Jinka answered weakly. I mean. Ching Xio looked at him coldly, his eyes showing undisguised disgust. You need not despair. For centuries the Zhang family has profited off the nation's disasters. To have lasted until now should already satisfy you. Hearing this, Zhang Jinka grew guilty. I only did business. I don't understand what Duke Qing is saying. Ha. Good. Ching Xio laughed and stood, leaving only his back. Attend, sign the contract with the old gentleman of Zhang. Ching Xio's efficiency was far quicker than the Zhang family imagined. In just 3 days, he delivered a large sum of silver to the Zhang family, allowing them to solve their immediate crisis. Then, the Zhang family was forced to handle their mortgaged and to be sold properties one by one. None of them had ever thought that the Zhang family, which had withstood the chaos of Wei, Jin, and the end of Sui like an evergreen tree, would in what seemed a sure-profit business venture lose everything at unprecedented speed. When the last debt was repaid, all that remained of the Zhang family was their old manor in Xingyang and the guild hall in Chang'an. Gathered there, the usually stern Zhang Jinka finally broke down completely, wailing in tears. I have shamed the ancestors. At this age, I lost all, squandered the family's foundation. How can I face the forefathers in the underworld? Seeing the old man weep in despair, the others thought of past glory, and compared it with their present disgrace in Chang'an streets. Grief overtook them, and they too wept loudly. If outsiders saw them, they would think it was a funeral. Zhang Tiexin, wiping tears and gnashing his teeth, said, Our ancestors built this great house. We too must take them as models and rebuild the Zhang family. Besides, we still have people in court. We will rise again. His words roused many. Yes. Our Zhang family is full of talent. One day we will regain all we lost. Those fools will regret it. As Zhang Jinka listened to their angry vows, he felt only sorrow. He was nearly 70, he would never live to see the Zhang family rise again. Suddenly, noise and heavy footsteps came from outside, then the doors were forced open. Imperial constables. By order of the court, we come to investigate the Zhang family. The Zheng family hoarded grain during famine, intending to raise prices and exploit both court and people. Arrest them all. The commander held a token and shouted. The Zheng family stood stunned. They had never thought there would be another round of reckoning now. Cough, cough. Zheng Jinka suddenly gasped violently, coughed hard, then spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed from his chair. Family head. Everyone rushed to him, wailing in grief. The next day, grain prices returned to normal. At the same time, a proclamation was posted everywhere. It listed one by one the crimes of the Zheng family: hoarding grain, creating famine, officials using their positions to shield Zheng's crimes. After the condemnation came the verdict. The Zheng family, executed to the last, their entire estate confiscated. The news spread through Chang'an. From merchants to commoners, almost none failed to cheer. Not only had they exploited the poor by raising prices, they had monopolized trade in Chang'an for too long. Nearly every merchant had suffered under them. Before, all had feared their power. Now that these villains had fallen, everyone could celebrate. Meanwhile, Ching Xio was not idle. When the Zheng family sold off their assets cheap, he bought them up at speed. By the time they collapsed, most of the fat had fallen into Ching Xio's hands. The Zhengs never knew all of this had been Ching Xio's design. Even the day before prison, they still thanked him for saving them. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Well done. This is the first time I've seen merchants scheming so brilliantly. Emperor Li'er was in high spirits, even laughing aloud without restraint. Only a few close ministers were present besides Li'er and Ching Xio, so the emperor could speak freely. It was just a little trick, Ching Xio said calmly. If Li'er had seen the countless financial battles of later ages, he would be even more shocked. This method was just the most elementary tactic in Ching Xio's hand. Li'er thought Ching Xio was just being verbally modest. He borrowed grain and fodder from the state treasury to set up the scheme, bought cheaply and sold at high prices to the Zheng family, and later repurchased everything at extremely low prices. Inside and out, he earned a huge profit margin, and that very profit margin was the accumulation of the Zheng family over hundreds of years. Although the Zheng family had quite a bit of wealth, Ching Xio directly borrowed strength from the imperial court. Just this alone made it impossible for the Zheng family to ever defeat Ching Xio. Of course, they were not destined to lose completely. If, at the beginning, they had been unable to find out who was behind the scenes and had withdrawn out of caution, they never would have been so badly crushed by Ching Xio, not even to the point of serious damage. Unfortunately, they were too confident in themselves. Centuries of monopoly had given them the illusion of being invincible under heaven. Fang Xianling asked, Your Majesty, those officials from the Zheng family, did every single one of them fall into the net? Li'er sneered, That is exactly what I find amusing. The Zheng family actually had dozens of mid-level officials in the court. After thorough investigation, not a single one was clean. Ching Xio laughed. These people only entered the court to smooth Zheng family's dealings within the government. How could any of them possibly be clean? For Li'er, cleaning out those dozens of corrupt officials was of no importance. Being able to wipe out the Zheng clan of Xingyang at almost no cost was, for him, no different than winning a war of annihilation against a foreign state. These parasites rooted within the Tang Empire were far more troublesome and terrifying than any external threat bearing its fangs. In some sense, the Wei and Jin dynasties had been hollowed out by such aristocratic clans. Li'er certainly did not want to repeat the mistakes of past dynasties. Earlier, I borrowed grain from the treasury. Within half a month I will return it all to the court, but there is one thing I need Your Majesty to promise me, Ching Xio said again. What is it? Speak freely. Li'er agreed with magnanimity. If Ching Xio could manage this task, it was a great achievement in itself. Even if he wanted some reward, it wouldn't be too much. Even though he had already gained the entire Zheng family's wealth in this business war. I want the Zheng family's previous caravan quotas, half of them for me. Li'er was slightly surprised. You're not a westbound trader. What do you want those caravan quotas for? The caravan quotas referred to the permits allowing merchants to leave Chang'an and travel the Silk Road to the western regions, Arabia, and Europe. The Tang army maintained order along the Silk Road so that trade would not be disturbed by foreign armies or ambushes from bandits. Because of this, the Tang strictly limited caravan quotas. Otherwise, if caravans multiplied unchecked, the army could not protect them, and the nomads along the route would seize too much, indirectly supplying the enemy. The Zheng family had naturally not missed out on foreign trade, and through various means, they had obtained half of all caravan quotas. By taking these quotas, Ching Xio was preparing for selling spices and rubber goods to the western regions and Europe in the future. After all, that was a huge piece of fat meat, and Ching Xio had no intention of letting it go. To do trade, one must prepare first. With your majesty giving me the quotas, then my caravans will be ready, Ching Xio said. Li Er secretly sighed bitterly. He had originally intended to keep those quotas for forming an official imperial caravan, to avoid letting a single private family dominate foreign trade again. Forget it. Since you want those quotas, I'll give you half of the Zheng family's share. Ching Xio smiled faintly. With this, his preparations were complete, only waiting for the caravans to be formed. Then Li Er suddenly thought of something. Duke Qing, earlier you told the commoners to hunt and kill locusts, but they're not very enthusiastic about it. Do you have a better method? They're not enthusiastic about eliminating locusts? Heh, you know well, people only sweep the snow before their own doors, who cares if frost gathers on others' roofs? Li Yuan laughed. They don't care about how big the locust outbreak in Guangzhou can get. As long as their own fields aren't invaded, they're satisfied. What he said was true. Another point was that the peasants' lives were already too hard. Just farming every day, plus preparing defenses against locusts, was enough to keep them busy until sunset. How could they have the energy to go hunting locusts? So, what you mean is, they can't get much benefit from killing locusts, so their enthusiasm is low? Ching Xio only thought briefly before finding a countermeasure. He laughed immediately. Your Majesty need not worry. I have a way to mobilize everyone to eagerly catch and kill locusts. The ministers were truly astonished. Could Ching Xio really come up with a solution so quickly? Good son-in-law, can you tell us? Changsun Wuji asked curiously. You will know in due time. Ching Xio smiled mysteriously. No need to rush. As for punishing the Zheng family, Li Yuan didn't wait until autumn. Barely 2 or 3 days after confiscating their property, he immediately had them taken to the execution grounds. Although the Zheng family was already like a fallen tree scattering monkeys, they were still an aristocratic clan that had accumulated for centuries. Li Yuan feared they might still have hidden forces inside or outside the region. Eliminating them quickly would avoid future troubles. Ironically, Zheng Jinka, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up on the very morning of his execution. This was almost darkly humorous. It seemed even heaven didn't want him to die too easily. How can we face our ancestors now? Zheng Jinka covered his face and wept. He never expected that not only had he squandered all the family's wealth, but he had also brought ruin and execution upon his entire clan. Even their descendants could not be preserved. How could there be any talk of rising again? Master, our properties outside were snatched up in a frenzy. All of it went cheap to others, Ching Xio said dejectedly. It was strange, he was about to be executed, yet he still cared about the family fortune. Whose hands did it fall into? Never mind, knowing is meaningless. Zheng Jinka wiped his tears, laughing bitterly in sorrow. It seems most of it fell into Duke Qing's hands. At this, Zheng Jinka, who had been weeping bitterly, was suddenly stunned. Who? It was Duke Qing. As soon as we were thrown into prison, he took over most of our properties and industries. No one dared to compete with him. Zheng Jinka recalled everything clearly in his mind, going over each event carefully. At every critical moment, Ching Xio had appeared mysteriously, and in the end, it seemed Ching Xio was always the ultimate winner in this matter. Whatever the Zheng family lost, Ching Xio gained. No matter how one looked at it, this was far too strange. I understand. Zheng Jinka suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted in fury. He was filled with regret. How could it be only now that he finally understood the whole story? We all thought Duke Qing saved the Zheng family, but it wasn't that at all. From beginning to end, he was calculating against us. Those grains sold on the market were 9 times out of 10 his. By this method, he stripped the Zheng family of wealth accumulated for hundreds of years. Although no one knew how Zheng Jinka had reached this conclusion, seeing the old man so sorrowful made them believe it in their hearts. Why would Ching Xio want to harm us? The Zheng family had no enmity with him. Why would he do this? Master, can you explain clearly what exactly happened? Everyone shouted over each other in chaos, but Zheng Jinka only held his gray-haired head and cried. He was both regretful and grief-stricken, realizing he had truly been step by step drawn into Ching Xio's trap, with not a single flaw left out. He had lived more than 70 years. Just then, the prison door opened. Stern-faced jailers ordered them to get moving. The time has come. Hurry up. Facing death, the Zheng family still could not accept it, one by one rising in tears. Only Zheng Jinka stepped forward, clutching a jailer's clothes. Let me see Ching Xio. Let me see Ching Xio, I have something to ask him. Bullshit. The jailer shoved him impatiently. Duke Qing is busy running the affairs of the state. What right does a dying prisoner have to see him? If it weren't for your age, I'd have beaten you already. Take them away. Even though the old man howled like a slaughtered pig, the jailers still carried him off by force. When news spread that the entire Zheng clan had been executed, Ching Xio was still busy with his work. He was frying something in a boiling pot of oil, and when the news came, he only responded lightly. They deserved it. Ching Xio spoke the words faintly to himself. If he hadn't stopped them from monopolizing the grain market, then this year, with the locust plague, the people who would have starved would have been hundreds or even thousands of times the number of the Zheng clan. Not to mention, for centuries whenever famine struck, the Zheng family mercilessly cornered the grain market, causing countless people to die, to sell their children, to lose everything. Just about ready. Ching Xio scooped something from the oil pot. It was a locust, fried golden all over. When alive, it looked hideous, but once fried it gave off a rich fragrance. He carefully tasted one bite, and even he, who had tried all kinds of delicacies, was astonished by its flavor. Excellent. Ching Xio laughed heartily, then summoned his retainers and ordered them to bring big pots and oil outside. We're going to treat the people of Chang'an to a feast. Soon after, word spread quickly through Chang'an. Duke Qing was setting up stoves at the east gate and inviting the people to eat. Regardless of rank or status, anyone who came would be fed. At once, the city was in an uproar. Anyone not extremely busy dropped what they were doing to attend. No matter what the food was, simply joining Duke Qing's feast would be a story to brag about for a lifetime. The east gate was soon crowded with people, and a long line stretched out. Among them were not only residents of Chang'an but also villagers rushing from the countryside. All were curious what delicacy Ching Xio was going to share. Seeing this, Ching Xio felt a bit troubled. He hadn't prepared enough locusts for such a crowd. Everyone take a look. First come, first served, the taste is beyond compare. Come see. The retainers lifted the lids. Smoke from the hot oil rose up, releasing such fragrance that people's mouths watered immediately. They had never smelled something so appetizing. When the first batch was served, those in front hurried forward to taste it. But what they saw on the platter stunned them. Fried locusts? The people who had been excited a moment ago pulled their hands back, looking at each other, no one daring to take the first bite. Yet the irresistible aroma kept drilling into their noses, making them drool. Locusts can be fried? This thing shouldn't be eaten, it's a disaster. Chickens and ducks can eat it, but if we humans eat it, this is a plague from heaven. Eating it will bring misfortune. Everyone murmured nervously. No matter how good it smelled, they didn't dare. Nonsense! Who told you that? A stern voice cut through the crowd, silencing them. Ching Xio strode forward and shouted, even before the locust plague, I heard this rumor. Where did it come from? But clearly no one knew its source. People muttered, one after another, unable to point to where it began. Only that in the past few days, the rumor has spread less. But earlier everyone said it. Who wouldn't be afraid? Ching Xio raised his brows. The past few days? He counted the time. That was exactly when the Zheng clan had been captured. At once, he understood, the claim that the locust plague was divine punishment had originated with the Zheng family. So, to drive up grain prices half a year later, they had already planted such rumors. Even after their whole clan was executed, they had left Ching Xio with one last snare. It's just street gossip? Wandering liars spread it. This is clearly heaven seeing the drought this year and taking pity on the people, sending down a heavenly delicacy. Ching Xio declared loudly, before, you feared burning locusts would bring divine punishment. But what now? Has disaster struck any of you? His words made sense. People looked at each other, their doubts beginning to waver. And mainly, the smell of the fried locusts was just too tempting. I tell you, this is food sent from heaven. Not eating it would be ungrateful to heaven's grace. If you don't believe me, taste it yourself. How could a thing of calamity taste so delicious? As he spoke, many eyes turned toward the fried locusts. Since even Duke Qing himself said so, his words carried far more weight than rumors. At once, someone dared to step forward, taste a few fried locusts, and was instantly overwhelmed by the unique flavor and texture. That crispy bite, the rich fragrance of protein lingering in the mouth, better than any delicacy they had ever tasted. Is this really locusts? Good heavens, the dumplings with meat and eggs we eat at New Year aren't half as good as this. This is the first time I've known fried locusts could taste this fragrant, nothing compares. Wait, don't fight over it, I just had one. After truly tasting the delicious flavor of fried locusts, no one cared about talk of disaster anymore. Leaving such a delicacy uneaten, that would be the real way to offend heaven. Seeing the people in front scrambling to eat the fried locusts, those still in line behind became even more eager. They had already been restless just from smelling it, and now seeing the reactions, they knew it must be truly delicious. If it weren't for Ching Xio's retainers maintaining order, the crowd would have long since broken into chaos and fought over it. Even though Ching Xio had earlier ordered his men to catch a great number of locusts for cooking, it still wasn't enough for the people's appetite. Before half the line had even been served, every locust was already eaten clean. Everyone, there's no helping it. My household has limited manpower. We only caught this many locusts. But you can all go catch them yourselves in the fields. Especially when the swarms approach, catch them alive and fry them right away, it tastes even better. Seeing the people's regretful faces, Ching Xio knew his goal was achieved. Immediately the crowd stirred, preparing to go catch locusts. Still, someone asked uneasily, "Did you add some special spices? Otherwise how could it taste so good?" Ching Xio laughed heartily. "No need to worry. No spices at all, just simple frying." After a brief silence, the people scattered at once to act. They all rushed home for nets, preparing to go into the fields to catch locusts. What the court had ordered again and again but failed to accomplish, Ching Xio managed without the slightest effort. He had mobilized everyone. Ching Xio knew that from this day on, all the rumors spread among the people had turned into nonsense. If anyone wanted to fool the people again, they'd better ask the frying pans first. The next morning at court, after hearing the reports, Li Yuan was quite surprised. The court put in so much effort and got nowhere, yet Duke Qing so easily got them all to eat locusts? The ministers too were astonished, murmuring among themselves. Unlike the common folk, who might go 3 months without tasting meat, the ministers had plenty of mild and balanced dishes at home every day. How could they care for those ugly, hideous locusts from the fields? Even if the taste rivaled dragon liver and phoenix marrow, they would never eat a bite. Locusts, are those fit to eat? They're a plague. Yes, who knows what will happen after eating them? Maybe they'll eat through your guts right from inside. Li Yuan's thoughts were naturally the same as his ministers. Your Majesty, don't think eating locusts is some shameful low act. It's like crabs, before someone first ate them, everyone thought they were hideous monsters. But now, who doesn't know the taste of crab? Ching Xio, of course, was confident in his fried locusts. Fine then, if you've convinced the commoners to hunt locusts, that's a good thing. Li Yuan forced a smile. Clearly, he still didn't believe locusts could be delicious. Especially since the mention of them reminded him of the time he furiously swallowed one alive in the Imperial garden. Just thinking of the taste made him feel nauseous. Ching Xio could see Li Er's reaction. In the modern world, this was already considered a rare delicacy, yet Li Er despised it so much. Today, Ching Xio was determined to make them taste it. He smiled. If your Majesty doubts me, why not let me cook some right now, so everyone can taste it before judging? No. Thank you, Duke Qing, but we're not hungry today. Yes, thank you, but we fear we're not worthy of this delicacy. The ministers waved their hands quickly, each afraid Ching Xio might actually serve it. Ching Xio put on a look of grief and indignation. You all live in high halls and palaces, not knowing the people's suffering. They are so short of food they must hunt locusts to survive. Even His Majesty once endured such hardship. Why won't you experience the people's suffering yourselves? Hearing this, Li Er's throat grew dry, and he coughed twice. Yet those 2 coughs gave the ministers the strange impression that Li Er was signaling them to agree with Ching Xio, that each of them must try the fried locusts. At once their expressions grew uneasy. If Li Er was instructing them, how could they disobey? Why are all you ministers staring at me? Li Er asked suspiciously. We are willing to follow your Majesty's example of eating locusts and sharing in the people's hardship, and we will try Duke Qing's fried locusts. Yes, if your Majesty can empathize with the common people, we cannot fall behind. Truly, they were all helpless. But Ching Xio was the one unwilling. Look at you. Do you think I'm trying to harm you? Immediately, with Li Er's permission, Ching Xio borrowed a large stove from the Imperial kitchens and had it moved outside the hall. There, before the ministers, he lit the fire and heated the oil, preparing to cook. Ching Xio had already prepared. He ordered retainers outside the palace to bring in live locusts and fried them right before everyone's eyes. My heavens, is this really edible? This is, ugh. Won't eating it shorten our lives? Even before they went into the pot, seeing the restless swarm made the ministers mutter in disgust. Li Er, at the side, also felt puzzled. Strange, if they hate them so much, why are they forcing themselves to eat? But when the locusts hit the oil and the fragrance burst forth, appetites instantly stirred. Some ministers who had skipped breakfast nearly drooled on the spot. How could it smell this good? Even those long used to the finest delicacies were astonished by the aroma. Could this really be the same hideous locust? Even ministers who had just sworn never to eat one couldn't help looking expectantly at the frying pan. Li Er pretended indifference, but in truth he was impatiently waiting for the first batch. Soon, the first golden fried locusts were taken out. Their appearance was transformed, golden and appetizing. the fragrance filling the palace, making everyone hungry. This is no longer the pest that harms the people, but a delicacy sent from heaven. So I name it Flying Locust Prosperity. Another plate of Flying Locust Prosperity. Even Li Er couldn't help cheering, the name was truly brilliant. Ching Xio immediately lifted a plate of locusts. Since your majesty is interested, why not take the first bite? Ah? Li Er was tempted, but the shadow in his heart still lingered, making it hard to accept at once. Yet, noticing the expectant gazes of the ministers around him, he clenched his teeth. Bring it to me. Please, your majesty. Ching Xio laughed loudly, carrying the plate himself instead of letting a eunuch serve, and set it in front of Li Er. Smelling that aroma made his fingers itch. Even with his lingering disgust, he closed his eyes, grabbed a locust, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing loudly. Crunch, crunch. That crisp texture and unique flavor instantly lit up Li Er's eyes. The disgust in his heart vanished like smoke. The countless delicacies of the palace suddenly seemed dull compared to this fried locust. Unable to resist, Li Er ate another. Duke Qing, you truly are a genius, to turn locusts into such a delicious dish. Seeing him so delighted, the other ministers, both curious and envious, hurried forward to taste as well. At once, the hall filled with sounds of crunching. We were blind. Duke Qing was absolutely right. Marvelous. When I return home, I'll have my cook prepare a feast of these too. Their attitudes flipped completely, praise filled the air. Some even urged that another batch be fried quickly, their cravings were fully stirred. Duke Qing, how did you ever think of frying locusts? It's pure genius. Li Er was about to enjoy a few more when Ching Xio suddenly stopped him. Your Majesty, try this. Ching Xio mysteriously pulled out a small paper packet from his sleeve, opened it, and sprinkled black powder evenly over the fried locusts. If it were anyone else, the act would have looked like poisoning the emperor on the spot, the guards would never have allowed it. But as the powder fell, a strange fragrance filled the air, spicy, sharp, and even a little pungent, yet strangely addictive the more one inhaled it. This is a seasoning. It's not sold on the market yet. Your Majesty is the very first in the Tang realm to taste it. Ching Xio spoke humbly. In truth, this was black pepper, dried and ground, a spice unknown in these times. Li Er was the first in all of Tang to taste it. Li Er tried a bite and was stunned by the unique flavor. The spice itself was not extraordinarily alluring, perhaps even plain compared to traditional Central Plain seasonings. But mixed with the strong protein aroma and the fragrance of deep frying, it created a flavor so intoxicating it was beyond anything he had ever tasted. The taste of fried locusts leapt several levels higher, becoming a delicacy Li Er had never imagined. On the spot, he ignored his dignity and devoured the entire plate, finishing with lingering desire. If not for the crowd watching, he would have licked the plate clean of every last grain of pepper. Why not let the ministers try it as well? This taste is truly unmatched. Ching Xio smiled slyly. Not yet. Later. Of course, he wanted everyone to savor black pepper and spread its fame among the nobles of the capital. But he had no more left. The pepper shipment had been small, and he had used much of it testing drying methods. What he had brought today was the last of it. Still, judging by Li Er's reaction, his plan had been a great success. Good, good. When this spice can be made more available, Duke Qing must sell some to the palace. Li Er was extremely pleased. Before long, all the locusts prepared that day were eaten up by the ministers, who left still unsatisfied. They truly felt they had discovered a new world. Each began planning to buy locusts in bulk for their households, to have their families taste this marvel. The fame of fried locusts spread quickly through Guangzhou. Every household readied nets and bags to hunt locusts. Many even stopped feeding them to their chickens and ducks, fearing the poultry would waste them. Ching Xio seized the moment, announcing he would buy locusts at 3 copper coins per gene, no matter how many were brought. This drove enthusiasm higher. Some tenant farmers even abandoned plowing altogether, going out daily to catch locusts. Careful calculations showed their earnings were no less than from farming. And soon, the grand locust hunting campaign bore fruit. The swarms could no longer gather into massive clouds. Each sweep across the land grew weaker. In just a few days, the locust plague in the region was essentially gone. At most, only scattered stragglers remained, no longer a threat to the fields. No one could have imagined, this plague was literally eaten away. The people, though relieved, also sighed with regret. Such a rare delicacy, and now it was scarce. After the plague ended, the restaurant Baiwei Ju launched a signature dish named Flying Locust Prosperity. This was no ordinary fried locust. Ching Xio had improved the method, coating them with a special egg batter. At first, the dish didn't cause much stir in Chang'an. By then fried locusts had become everyday fare, eaten in every household. There was nothing mysterious about them anymore. But Ching Xio always had his ways. One day, Bai Weiju was thriving with business when suddenly a troop of armored men entered, led by Chang Yaojin himself. Young Ching Xio promised to treat me to a meal. I hope it's ready. Chang Yaojin boomed loudly as he entered, drawing curious glances and respectful greetings. But the old general paid them no mind, his thoughts were fixed on Ching Xio's promised new dish. When the plates arrived, Chang Yaojin was surprised. Isn't this just fried locusts? I've had these before. General Chang, this is no ordinary fried locust. Taste it and you'll know. The waiter smiled as he introduced it, then bustled off. Back then I ate hundreds in a day, I could recognize their taste even with my eyes closed. Chang Yaojin picked one up, but quickly noticed it didn't look quite the same as the ones he'd had before. These fried locusts were coated with a thin, veil-like layer that looked like egg batter. Chang Yaojin took a small bite, and at once was stunned by the texture. The locusts he had eaten before were all crisp, with a unique taste where oil fragrance mixed with meat flavor. But these, specially made by Ching Xio, carried not only those two flavors but also a fresh egg aroma. The three flavors blended perfectly, not clashing at all, but instead complementing each other, giving immense enjoyment. Even the texture had been greatly improved. The first bite was soft, then crisp, making it impossible to stop eating. Come, everyone eat. Today Ching Xio has truly brought out something good for us. In high spirits, Chang Yaojin immediately invited his guards to sit with him and enjoy the special fried locusts. Chang Yaojin's hearty eating drew the attention of other diners. Everyone knew that old Chang was a famous gourmet in Chang'an, extremely picky about food. If even he was so obsessed, how delicious could this flying locust prosperity really be? Bring us a plate too, we want to taste it. Almost every table demanded a serving, showing that Chang Yaojin's presence was the best advertisement. And indeed, the dish did not disappoint. That unique texture after eating made every diner exclaim in delight. Many even ordered a second plate before finishing the first. The kitchen was so busy preparing fried locusts that they couldn't make other dishes. The food at Bai Weiju truly lives up to its reputation. Even the simplest dish becomes a rare delicacy here. From now on, every new dish from Bai Weiju must be tasted. The customers' praise made it clear that flying locust prosperity would spread through Chang'an in no time. Old Chang, hearing the praise and recalling how Ching Xio had invited him today, suddenly realized the truth. So, this boy Ching Xio was using old Chang's name to make his dish famous. Chang Yaojin burst into loud laughter. This boy really knew how to do business. He ate and drank to his fill, stuffing himself until his belly was about to burst, then left Bai Weiju burping. Before leaving, he even tried to pay, but Li Yuchan warmly told him that Ching Xio had waived his entire bill for the day. If there are new dishes in the future, we hope General Chang will come taste them again. Chang Yaojin patted his stomach. So I come, and you use me to give your dishes a name? You people really know how to use others. Walking out of Bai Weiju, Chang Yaojin was still thinking about the delicious fried locusts. He was even pondering whether he could coax the recipe out of Ching Xio. Just then, as they turned a corner in an alley, someone suddenly darted out straight toward Chang Yaojin. Who goes there? The guards rushed forward to block, hands instinctively on their sword hilts. Old Chang nearly reacted with battlefield instinct. Who dares? Looking closely, they saw it was only a thin young woman. Though she wore expensive clothes, she looked completely harmless. Greetings, General Chang. The woman, nervous at being blocked, quickly bowed several times. Forgive me for disturbing the general. Disturbance? Hardly, Chang Yaojin laughed awkwardly. If word spread that he had been startled in the street by a woman, his face would be lost. But tell me, why are you blocking me like this? The woman looked anxious. My name is Lin Feay. I live in Sanha village, often coming to Chang'an for business. Today I stop you because I have an urgent request? To find Chang Yaojin today, she had even spent money bribing some of his household guards. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up. Could it be she was here to seek justice? His name was already known throughout Chang'an. Anyone in need wanted to find him. Straightening his back proudly, a heroic spirit rising, he said, if there's injustice, speak freely. Though I am no magistrate, if anyone bullies the people, I will not stand by. I will strike them down. Tell me, who bullied you? Lin Feay hesitated. No one wronged me. No one has bullied me. Then was it trouble in your business dealings? No, my business is thriving. Chang Yaojin grew disappointed. Then why are you stopping me? Wait, you said you're from Sanha village? That's Duke Qing's hometown. Yes. I am from the same village as Duke Qing, and we have some acquaintance. Chang Yaojin suddenly understood. Ah, so if you need help, you could also ask that boy Ching Xio. But Lin Feay looked embarrassed, stammering, "This matter is closely related to Duke Qing, but I cannot bring myself to tell him directly." "What is it?" "You found the right man, I am on good terms with him." Chang Yaojin laughed. "My younger sister wishes to marry Duke Qing. I beg General Chang to help." At last, Lin Feay spoke her heart. Chang Yaojin's laughter froze instantly. "What?" He almost thought he had misheard. Meanwhile, as the Tang worked hard to quell the Locust plague, news of the disaster in Guangzhou spread quickly to the borders of the empire. Hostile neighboring states were delighted when they heard, immediately preparing for war. They only needed to wait for Tang to show a hint of weakness, and then they would launch a fierce attack, seizing land and people. But after a month of rumors, the Tang border defenses showed no weakness. On the contrary, the troops grew stronger and better equipped. Some cautious rulers were deeply intimidated, but not everyone was rational. Especially the Snow Mountain Empire, Tubo, rising on the frozen plateau. Ever since their envoys were expelled, Songtsen Gampo had held deep resentment against Tang, always seeking a chance to strike. When he heard of disaster in the Central Plains, he did not hesitate to send a great army eastward toward the Hwang region. The general, Lu Dongzhan, believed this battle would surely shatter the Tang frontier, sweeping forward in triumph. Perhaps even breaking into Guangzhou, seizing Chang'an, and capturing the Tang ruler himself. But when he actually saw the Tang defenses at Hwang, he thought for a moment that his eyes deceived him. The Tang army's border stronghold was still intact, showing no signs of collapse, just as before. Even on the distant Gobi Desert outside of Changchi, they could hear the training shouts and killing cries from the border garrisons. Wasn't it said that the Guangzhou region was eroded by disasters, with many people dead? Looking at this, they don't seem as miserable as the rumors say. Lu Dongzhan could not understand. The people of the snowy plateau had always believed that natural disasters meant blizzards, freezing humans and livestock wherever they swept. Or avalanches so massive they buried entire villages beneath them. Every time Tubo suffered a disaster, there were shocking numbers of deaths and injuries. Because of this, they believed the Tang would surely fall into great chaos. Not necessarily. "General, don't you know what the people of the Central Plains are best at? Pretending. Maybe inside they are already in chaos, while the border only barely maintains a strong front. In truth, inside they are already corrupt and ready to collapse at the first touch." Seeing Lu Dongzhan hesitating to retreat, the advisors hurried to persuade him to keep attacking. The deputy generals also agreed one after another, almost all of them asking him to continue the assault. These barbarians who lived in the barren snowy mountains had long heard that the Central Plains were rich, with countless beauties. This time, they were fully prepared to plunder and return home to enjoy. If they returned now without even shooting one arrow, where would they get spoils of war? What you say makes sense. Lu Dongzhan did not know the Tang's true situation. After thinking it over, he felt since they had already come, it was better to rob once before leaving. They immediately planned to launch a sudden attack at dusk, when the Tang troops were changing shifts. If successful, they would raid deep into enemy territory; if not, they would retreat at once. This border stronghold had only a little over 5,000 soldiers. They did not know that across the Hwang River, 20,000 Tubo soldiers were already secretly stationed, ready to attack at any time. At dusk, the Tubo army, fully armed, quietly approached under cover of night. The Tang soldiers in the stronghold did not know the enemy was coming, and the sentries were handing over shifts. "I heard that recently all the Tangut people in this area ran north, and we couldn't catch a single one. Isn't that good? Saves us from fighting. Training in the fortress every day is already so hard. I can't even imagine real battle." "You're a new recruit, right? Do you know how much money you get if you kill an enemy and take a head back? 5 taels of silver, plus some spoils. That much? Of course. If you want to get rich, you have to kill more enemies, fight more battles. Kill enough and you can even get promoted." On the city wall, 2 soldiers chatted while changing shifts, forgetting the time. "What are you two doing?" A military officer happened to pass below, saw them chatting, and roared in anger. The 2 soldiers were so startled they almost dropped their weapons. "Lieutenant Lu!" They quickly stood straight. Lieutenant Lu climbed up the wall with a dark face. "Got too much free time lately, huh? Run 10 laps around the fortress later." "Lieutenant, we still have to." "When you were wasting time chatting, why didn't you remember your duties?" Without waiting for them to finish, Lu barked, "Go now." The 2 soldiers were about to leave crying, when Lu suddenly shouted, "Come back. What else do you order?" Lu did not speak, only pointed his whip westward. "Look there, is that a group of troops rushing toward Hwang?" At first the 2 did not care, but when they looked, they saw a black mass crawling along the ground, slowly approaching the fortress. Looking closely, it wasn't fog at all, but a cavalry unit charging toward the city. They moved silently, clearly a trained and disciplined army. Tanguts? No, not like the Turks either. Definitely not Turks, they've already been beaten north, too scared to come near our borders. They couldn't tell who the enemy was, but they saw them rapidly approaching. Who cares who they are? If they dare attack, we fight. To invade Tang's borderlands is truly reckless. Lu swung his whip and roared, "Prepare for battle." Before his words fell, an arrow suddenly shot up from below. Luckily, he dodged in time, or his head would have been pierced. Damn it! Lu cursed, but at once ladders were hooked onto the wall. Soldiers in fur armor climbed up fast, swinging weapons to strike him. Out of my way! Lu drew his sword, stabbed one in the chest, and used the corpse to block the others while retreating step by step. Kill! The 2 soldiers beside him also fell into close combat. 3 men were resisting more than 10 attackers, surrounded on 3 sides. They had no choice but to fight with their backs against the city tower. Not good. Lu's heart sank. If the wall was suddenly seized unprepared, it would be a disaster. Kill the enemy! Suddenly, from all sides of the wall came roars. The clash of weapons rang non-stop. The Tang soldiers' shouts grew louder and louder, even shaking outside the fortress. Good! Lu rejoiced. The soldiers had not been routed at first strike, but instead quickly reacted and counterattacked. The Tubo army had not expected such a fast response, and their formation became chaotic. The soldiers on the wall were further shaken by the fierce shouts outside. Lu seized the chance, killing several Tubo men and breaking through their encirclement. When he kicked the last body off the wall, he saw the fortress walls were already firmly in Tang hands. But the Tang soldiers, bloodthirsty and enraged, were not satisfied. They charged down the walls, weapons raised, roaring toward the Tubo ranks. Though they fought disorderly, without command, their fierce spirit threw the Tubo army into confusion. Lu could see it was only temporary. If the Tubo reorganized, the Tang would suffer heavy losses. Spread my orders. Follow my command. All soldiers in the city, arm yourselves, march out, keep formation. Do not fall into chaos. Moments later, the scattered and exhausted Tang soldiers were forced back. But just as they faltered, the city gates opened again. Thousands of Tang cavalry surged out, roaring as they charged into the Tubo army. Those Tang soldiers who had been fighting alone, seeing the whole army come out, were immediately greatly encouraged. One after another, with high morale, they fought back and charged at the Tubo. These Tubo had never fought against the Tang before. They never expected their toughness to be so strong. They were almost broken apart by the Tang's second wave of attack. It was only 5,000 men, and even under a surprise attack, they nearly broke apart 20,000 of them. Retreat! Retreat! Lu Dongzhan turned pale with shock. He hurriedly ordered a full retreat, not daring to keep fighting. At this point, how could he still think of seizing this border fortress? The Tang army's strength was beyond what they had imagined. Seeing the Tubo retreat, the Tang did not stop, but instead pressed hard in pursuit. Thus, on the Huang frontier, such a scene appeared. Tang soldiers, whose armor and clothing were not even properly worn, with only 5,000 men, actually chased more than 20,000. Even though it was midnight, their shouts and the sound of horses startled many nearby nomadic tribes. These herdsmen all stared in shock. It had been too long since they had fought the Tang. They had almost forgotten that the Tang had always been this strong. For a moment, they all rejoiced that they had not taken advantage of the Central Plains disasters to raid. Otherwise, now it would have been them being chased across the Gobi like ducks. The Tubo were slaughtered all the way until they fled into the empty desert. Only then did the Tang retreat, fearing an ambush. Even so, in this pursuit they had taken more than 1,000 heads and over 100 prisoners. When they returned to the fortress, the soldiers drove the prisoners into the square. The Tubo were terrified, speaking in a babbling tongue no one could understand. Who knows where these people are from? Lieutenant Lu asked loudly, but everyone shook their heads. Their clothing was too strange, never seen before, and their speech was completely unknown. Who cares what kind of barbarian beasts they are? Since we've never seen them, the prisoners might bring us great rewards. Lu patted the hilt of his sword. Tomorrow I'll personally escort some prisoners to Chang'an, and see how much military merit these bastards can exchange for. 2 days later, urgent military reports from the border arrived in Chang'an, reporting an attack by unknown enemies. Emperor Li had not expected that after the Turks were utterly defeated, there would still be people daring to offend the border. These people's origins are unknown, their language unintelligible. Among you ministers, does anyone recognize them? Li ordered the enemy's captured weapons, clothing, armor, etc., to be passed around the court. Of course, none of the officials recognized them. They look like the clothes of nomads, but this style has almost never been seen. Is this cowhide? Feels strange to the touch. And bone arrowheads, these people are even more primitive than the Turks. The ministers discussed, but none could give an answer. When the items reached Ching Xio, he felt something familiar. He took them all to compare, and at once recognized them. These were Tubo clothing and gear. They are Tubo people from the frozen plateau in the southwest, a grassland nation of farming and herding. Ching Xio said loudly, "Your Majesty, do you remember the Tubo envoys who once came to Chang'an seeking marriage alliance?" So it was them. At this mention, Li Er immediately recalled. He remembered they had once demanded that the princess given in marriage be only a concubine, not the main wife. Li Er had rejected their proposal because of this. Unexpectedly, these people who failed in marriage alliance still held a grudge, and now came in force. Was it to seize a princess by war? These barbarians are really amusing. Li Er sneered. It seemed he could add another name to his conquest list. Such ambitious tribes would never stop after one defeat. If not dealt with, they would surely become a serious hidden threat. Duke Qing, how much do you know about Tubo? If we go to war, how much force will it take to defeat them? None in the court had expected Li Er to ask so directly. Clearly, he already deeply despised the Tubo. Ching Xio did not rush to answer, but instead asked, "Does your Majesty know of Mount Kunlun?" Kunlun Mountain, this name appeared often in histories and records, but its exact location was mysterious. In different times, folk and official writings gave different explanations. Most evidence pointed to the Himalayas, far in Central Asia. A few people of the Central Plains had seen Mount Everest, but for most, the distant snowy mountains were too mysterious. Kunlun, the immortal mountain? You're not saying the Tubo live on the immortal mountain? Isn't that the dwelling of gods? Li Er was stunned. In his mind, Kunlun was only a myth. Hearing this, Ching Xio rolled his eyes. Was all his effort to teach scientific knowledge wasted? Li Er was still clinging to Shanhai Jing myths? Li Er noticed Ching Xio's look and gave an awkward smile. "Duke Qing, you know much of Kunlun?" "Nothing special. It's only a very high snowy mountain. But because it is so far from the Central Plains, with a climate beyond our knowledge, it was thought of as an immortal mountain. The land where these barbarians live is the Tubo Plateau at the foot of Kunlun." Ching Xio asked the eunuchs to bring out the Tang maps, then expanded the western region's map directly in court. None expected him to draw maps in the hall, but curious, they all gathered to watch. Ching Xio calmly extended the terrain from Heshi to Everest, as he remembered. "So this is the terrain of Heshi? It looks like a giant staircase. Now that you mention it, I too have read in old books that toward Heshi, there are endless high mountains without peaks in sight." Duke Qing is truly knowledgeable, to be able to depict Heshi's land so fully. As the map grew clearer, they finally saw what the unexplored Heshi truly looked like. So this is the full view of the Tubo Plateau? Li Er looked at the strange terrain. With his experience in many campaigns, he immediately judged it. This was a land almost impossible to conquer. Such steep mountains, and the extremely difficult paths along the way, meant that simply setting up an obstacle at some point could block thousands of troops. If the trouble were only the difficult and dangerous paths, it would not be so serious. The problem is that the Tubo Plateau is extremely cold. All along the way it is barren land, completely dependent on supply lines. Compared to marching north to fight the Turks, the difficulty increases dozens of times. Every point Ching Xio raised placed invisible pressure on Li Er's heart. With these conditions piling up, he could already foresee the price of such a campaign. Though since ancient times, expanding territory had always been paved with blood, if at any cost countless young men's lives could seize fertile land for farming, expanding the Han family's living space, it was not unacceptable. But the Tubo Plateau, with its dangerous mountains and bad waters, though it could barely support farming, its yield was limited, not enough to sustain Tang armies at profit and loss. Even if forcefully occupied, it would only be a draining burden. It was even possible that after generations of mixing with local herders, the Han soldiers sent there would become Tubo themselves, completely cut off from the Central Plains. Then all the immense supplies and countless lives spent would all be wasted. The Turks were not far from the Central Plains. Sending troops could reach them in a single day, and they could even be incited to fight among their tribes. But the Tubo Plateau, as if at the end of the world to the Central Plains, once contact was broken, it would require huge national power to fight again, with no meaning. Even so, if these savages are left to develop west of Hahuang, raiding east from time to time, they will certainly become a threat to the Central Plains. Li Er frowned tightly. His words were indeed far-sighted. Ching Xio said, "I am not saying your Majesty should not attack this land. On the contrary, Tubo must be eradicated. I am reminding your majesty, this place cannot be wiped out as easily as the Turks. A different strategy must be used. Li nodded slightly. Do not worry. I will carefully weigh it. Ching Xio thought for a while, then said, Your Majesty, Tubo this time probed the border's strength. Failing in one strike, they will not easily withdraw. I have some countermeasures in hand. I ask your Majesty to send them quickly to the frontier, so they can handle Tubo. Li immediately agreed, and at once asked Ching Xio to write the countermeasures in court, to be dispatched as soon as written. Ching Xio's guess was correct. Though Tubo had been beaten back in their night raid, their losses were not great. And since they still did not truly understand the Tang army, after that small probe, they were unwilling to leave. Lu Dongzhan stayed for 3 more days, until reinforcements gathered. He now had 30,000 elite troops, with some siege equipment prepared, certain this attack would not fail. General, we have scouted. In this area, the Tang have only this one border fortress. Including nearby forts, only about 8,000 men. And once we break through here, beyond are countless villages and towns. We can kill, raid, and seize huge numbers of people and goods. After reading the scout's report, Lu Dongzhan was even more determined to win this battle. He gathered the army and declared they would attack again tonight. Always I have heard that Tang land is rich. Even the supplies of one small town equal those of one Tubo city. If we leave now, how can we face our great king, or the brothers who died in the raid days ago? As he grew excited, Lu Dongzhan drew his waist knife. I promise you all, when we return to Tubo, every man will have at least 10 slaves, and food and jewels enough for a whole year. Kill. Take people and wealth. Take people and wealth. The soldier's emotion surged like a tidal wave. Seeing the moment was right, he gave the order. The army would rest for 2 days, and the next night strike again. And this time, they must attack from all sides, seize the entire city, and kill all Tang soldiers. But they did not know, on that very night, in the border town below the mountains, the Tang army marched out. 8,000 troops, using the cover of darkness, moved quietly. This road is really hard to walk. Lieutenant Lu marched in front, looking at the ever steeper Gobi slope, his head aching. Still, he led by example. When horses could not climb, he dismounted and pulled them uphill by force. Yesterday he had received a letter from Ching Xio in Chang'an. The message was simple: Tubo would soon gather troops nearby for another attack. He was ordered to find their camp before they attacked and destroy it quickly. Lieutenant Lu could not understand why Duke Qing gave such an order. He was far away in Chang'an, how could he predict Tubo's next move? If the order had not come from Ching Xio himself, facing such hard climbs and biting night winds, he would have already turned back. When they were climbing until breathless, the scouts returned. They reported, ahead on the high ground was a Tubo camp. Really? Lieutenant Lu was greatly surprised. Though ordered to attack, in his heart he thought the Tubo had already been scared off, fleeing far away. But Ching Xio had truly predicted it. This made Lu admire Ching Xio even more. To foresee the enemy from far in Chang'an was extraordinary. Since the enemy's position was found, there was no need to say more. They climbed swiftly under moonlight. When they reached the plateau, they saw the Tubo camp ahead, only a few torches burning, with few sentries. The Tubo never expected the Tang would attack first. They had almost no defenses. After climbing so long, Lieutenant Lu's heart was already filled with pent-up anger. While he froze on the mountain, these men slept soundly in tents. Brothers, kill the enemy and win merit. He mounted his horse, raised his lance, and roared as he charged first. Kill! 8,000 voices shook the sky, like wolves hunting, pouncing on the still silent Tubo camp. The noise startled the sleepy Tubo sentries. Seeing countless torches charging in, they were terrified. Enemy attack! Ready! Ready! They shouted with all their strength. But it was already too late.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.